Hidden Beauty by Dawn Haynes. Prologue. Rose needed a miracle. 8 years of loneliness and shutting out the world hadn't made her life easier. She had nothing. Her faith was gone. All she had were unfulfilled dreams and a yearning that wouldn't go away. Rose Langley shut out the thoughts of her forgotten dreams as she performed her morning rituals. Letting in some rays of sunlight every morning brightened her day. It made her feel like she was a part of the world. It didn't matter that she'd be indoors throughout the day, or she'd never feel the sun directly on her skin. She lingered at the window, staring at the sky. Her fingers ensured the curtains didn't fall across her vision. Her long auburn hair moved in tune with her movement as she tilted her head back to get a better view of the sky. The burst of colors in the Winebridge sky was picturesque. An icy wind blasted through the window, sweeping across her face. Her breath hitched as she pressed her face against the window, trying to enjoy the morning breeze. She ducked behind the curtain as a woman jogged past her house, exhaling when the jogger was out of sight. The sweet melody of songbirds drifted to her ears, making her smile. She craned her neck to see the birds, but she couldn't. Perhaps one day, one would be bold enough to fly close to the window. She pulled in a deep breath, sniffing the earthy smell in the air. The fragrance of lilies, roses, and gardenias in the yard was heavy every morning. A honk filled the air. Her gaze traveled in the direction of the sound. Soon, a school bus pulled up to the small brown-painted house across the street. She watched the house, her gut twisting painfully as unwanted memories flooded her. A 7-year-old dark-haired girl raced out of the house. Her gaze followed the child, longing filling her heart. She lowered her gaze when a slender brunette in a black-colored business suit and skirt came out of the house. "Slow down, Anna," the child's mother cautioned. Rose's heart ached as the woman hugged the child, kissed her forehead, and waited for her to get on the bus. When the bus pulled away, she got into her car and drove out of the garage, glancing briefly toward Rose's house before she drove down the street. Rose's legs had gone numb as fear coiled around her. "Take a deep breath, Rose," she whispered to herself. Tears stung her eyes as her hand drifted to her flat stomach. She often wondered how it would feel to be pregnant, to have her own family. Sadly, her wish would never come true. Why couldn't she just forget about it? Why do I have to go through this torment over and over and be reminded of all the things missing in my life? She lowered her eyes, brushing away her tears, and then she bowed her head. "Dear God, I can't live this way anymore. Please help me," she prayed. "I want to overcome my fears. I want to have my own family and build a home with a man who loves me and adores me, and of course, he's going to be the love of my life." She had learned not to dwell too much on the thought of the things missing in her life, the dreams she couldn't have, and the lonely life she was living now. At 26, she still lived in her mother's house. If not for her mother's love and care, she didn't know what would have become of her. She had her mother, and that was all she needed. That should be enough for her. Only that it wasn't. No matter how much she tucked away her dreams and yearnings, they always found a way back to her thoughts. Chapter 1. Winebridge, Iowa. Rose paced her mother's living room, her long auburn curls bouncing behind her. Fear and worry made her stomach knot. She practiced some breathing techniques with each step she took. The muscles at the back of her legs throbbed as her heartbeat sped up. She paused a few times until she regained her composure, only to begin pacing again. Rose lived in a 3-bedroom house with her mother in Winebridge, Iowa. The small town was a friendly community. With lots of small businesses springing up, the town was rapidly growing. She trudged to the door when she thought she heard a sound. She placed her ears against the door, but the only sound she heard was the pounding in her head. She let out a sigh as she forced her legs to move. Pacing was the only thing she could do. She couldn't sit down and do just nothing, even though pacing didn't help the situation. Trying to take her mind off her worries, Rose forced her mind to focus on her surroundings. She was in her home, safe and shut out from the world. But her mother was out there, and she hadn't returned home at the time she usually did. She scanned the room as if she was seeing it for the first time, focusing on the portraits lined up on one side. She was in most of the pictures which were taken when she was a baby. She couldn't remember the last time she stood in front of a camera and had her photo taken. She pushed her thoughts away from the frames on the wall and focused her gaze on the fancy white and blue wall clock. Her skin flushed as fear gripped her heart. She moved closer to one of the sofas in the room because she needed to hold on to something for support. Her mother wasn't home yet. Mom was her world. Her life would be over if something ever happened to her mom. The thought made her stomach knot. Rose wrapped a hand around her stomach, her fingers trailing along the edges of the gray-colored sofa. Her eyes kept darting between the wall clock and the door. The more she stared at the door, the more it seemed like she heard footsteps, but she knew her mind was playing a trick on her. She perched on the sofa, palms placed together. She had no idea what could be wrong and why her mother had stayed so long at work. This was unusual. Rose opened her mouth, closing it again when she realized she was about to scream out of frustration. She needed to stay calm. She'd wait another hour or so. If there were no phone calls or a text message from Mom, she'd call the cops. Her mouth suddenly felt dry, and she licked her lips, which had also gone dry. She needed to take her mind off the situation at hand. She rushed into the kitchen. She grabbed a glass from the rack of plates, cups, and cutleries on the kitchen dish rack. Rose turned on the tap with shaky hands, filled the glass with water, and gulped it down. She filled her stomach with another full glass of water before she rinsed off the glass, grabbed a paper towel to clean it, and placed it gently on the rack. She padded back to the living room, stopping to adjust one of the books on the garden stool beside the sofa. When she glanced at the wall clock again, her heart sank to the pit of her stomach. It was past 9 p.m. Why isn't she home yet? What am I going to do? Rose couldn't lie to herself anymore. She had to do something. But she had no idea what she could do. She had been trying to reach her mother on the phone, but her number was unreachable. Rose reached for her phone on the sofa and redialed her mother's number. Her heart surged, and her eyes filled with hope as the phone rang on the other end. Finally, Mom would answer the call and tell her she was on the way home. They'd laugh and joke about it, and Rose would tell her how scared she was. When the call went unanswered, fear struck her. Her hands trembled as she remembered the night she and her dad were involved in an accident. She shut her eyes, trying to block out the memory. "Lord, don't let this be like Dad's case," she whispered. "Please pick up, Mom." She picked up a remote, switching off the TV as she had been watching her favorite cooking show. A bitter taste filled her mouth. She swallowed hard and watched the door. Usually, Mom arrived home from work by 6 p.m. She was several hours late. Her mother didn't have friends. Sometimes she hung out with a few female colleagues, but she always told Rose about it. "Something isn't right. I have to look for her." Rose walked to her bedroom. She opened her wardrobe and pulled out a jacket from the neatly arranged clothes on a rack. She pulled on the jacket and made her way back into the living room. As her fingers connected with the door handle, she froze on the spot, a chill creeping along her spine. Rose's chest rose slowly and dipped when her throat tightened. She gasped for air as her heart thumped against her chest. Her stomach churned as her head spun. She reached out her hand to grab an armchair close to her. Her fingers slid off the door as her knees gave out. Rose sat on the floor, knees drawn up against her chest and her head buried in her palms. She took several deep breaths until her nerves calmed. She took off her jacket and curled up on the sofa, still watching the door. Despite her anxiety, her eyes grew heavy until she drifted off to sleep. She jumped off the sofa when someone touched her arm. "Mom." "Yes, it's me, darling," her mother, Debbie, muttered. Rose rushed into her arms, giving her a warm hug. "What happened?" Debbie patted her back lovingly. "Let's sit, and I'll tell you about the wonderful thing that happened to me." She looked up at Rose, smiling. Debbie stood at 5'5" with a slender build and green eyes. She had an oval-shaped face with high cheekbones, a straight pert nose, and small lips. Her strawberry blonde hair was in a pixie cut. Debbie and Rose were as different as night and day. Rose was quiet while Debbie was resolute. But all they had was each other. Rose stood at 5'7". She had a diamond-shaped face with full lips, blue eyes, and long auburn hair. "I'm sorry for making you worry." Debbie set her purse beside her on the sofa. "I forgot to tell you I was going to dinner with John. I've got wonderful news to share." Her lips spread into a full smile. Since she was a hard worker, Rose naturally assumed she got a promotion at work. "Is John a colleague?" And did you win the Employee of the Year award? Rose asked quietly. A few days ago, the only thing Mom talked about was winning the prestigious Employee of the Year award in her workplace. She deserved it because she hadn't gone on leave in years. Debbie waved her hand with a chuckle. This is better. Before I break the news to you, I need to get some glasses and a bottle of your favorite mocktail. It's celebration time. She danced into the kitchen and returned with a bottle of fruity mocktail and 2 glasses. She opened the bottle and filled the glasses. She handed one to Rose. Debbie did a little dance, swaying her hips left and right. She was still as beautiful and as energetic as she was in her 20s. Now in her late 50s, she dyed her hair to blend in the silver strands. She still loved to dance and always did so whenever she was in a great mood. Rose pushed her hands between her thighs. Mom, I'm dying of curiosity. What happened at work today to get you in such a great mood? She loved seeing her mom as happy as this, since they had little or nothing to celebrate lately. Debbie held out her hand, a diamond engagement ring gleaming on her finger. She danced some more. John proposed, and I said yes. Rose choked, spitting out the drink in her mouth. Fortunately, most of it poured into the glass in her hand. Her eyes widened as all the colors drained from her face. Series of questions sailed through her mind. For one, she didn't know Mom was seeing anyone. Mom hadn't dated since Dad died many years ago. Secondly, she never thought Mom would want to marry again because she seemed like she'd never gotten over Dad's death. Although Mom tried her best to stay strong, Rose always saw through the facade. But now, Debbie panted breathlessly. Sorry, darling. Are you okay? Who is John? I don't get it, Rose managed to say as she placed her glass on a garden stool beside the sofa. You were in a relationship and I didn't know? You never introduced him to me. A simple congratulation would have been great, but she couldn't help being a little hurt that she didn't know her mother had a man in her life. Debbie gave her an apologetic look. I'm sorry for not telling you sooner. The thing is, I wanted to be sure he was the one before I said anything to you. John and I have been seeing each other for 6 months. 6 months? Wow. She couldn't hide her disappointment. Congratulations, Mom. She shortened the distance between them and wrapped her arms around her mother. I'm happy for you, Mom. She wanted to scream. She had no one except for her mom. If her mother got married, would she move out? Rose would be all alone. She couldn't live all by herself. Thank you, Debbie beamed. John took me to an amazing seaside restaurant where he proposed. I want you to meet him. He's a wonderful man. Does he make you happy? Debbie's eyes brimmed with happy tears. He does. You deserve to be happy, Rose said honestly. Thank you, darling, Debbie said. I was worried you might be upset. Me? Upset? No. Rose worked up a smile. She wasn't upset. She was drowning in misery. All her life, she had depended on her mother for everything. She wouldn't survive a week without her. She was in trouble. We have a wedding to plan. Oh, yes, we do. Debbie lifted her glass, taking a sip of her drink. How did you meet him? John and I met at a fundraiser organized by my law firm. He is a defense attorney and a widower, Debbie replied with a proud smile. He has a daughter, Stacy. She's an amazing woman. Her smile waned as she set down the glass. There's something else I have to tell you. I don't know how you're going to feel about it. Rose shrugged. If she could handle the news of her mom getting married and possibly moving out of the house, she could handle anything. John and I'll be leaving the country after the wedding. The law firm he works with is transferring him to their branch in London. Rose's heart thumped against her chest as panic swept through her. Mom was moving to London. Her life was over. Rose. Debbie took a step toward her with concern in her eyes. Mom, this is splendid news, Rose lied, smiling. Thank you. Debbie took her hand. I know all of this is so sudden, but you'll be fine. Yes, I'll be fine, she lied again. But she knew she would not be fine. She kept her smile in place as her world collapsed around her. Chapter 2. From dawn to dusk every day, he was at his desk. Working was the only language he understood now. Brian looked up from the computer on his desk as his office door opened and his best friend, Stan Young, came into the office. He flashed a welcoming smile at his friend. They had been friends since their college days. Stan was tall, lean, and had spiky dark hair with gray eyes. At 33, he was married with 2 kids and was a computer hardware engineer. He was also Brian's business partner. "Hey man, what are you still doing at your desk?" Stan settled into the black leather chair in front of Brian's large brown oakwood desk. Brian arched a brow. "Where am I supposed to be? Don't tell me you have forgotten about Emily's birthday party. Man, she's going to be mad at you if you don't show up. You are giving a toast tonight." Brian groaned. "I've been at my desk since dawn. Is there a way I can wiggle out of this? I have to go over some reports tonight because the meeting with the Chinese investors has been scheduled for tomorrow morning. Why do you have to work so hard when you have more than one CEO who can handle everything?" Stan shook his head. "You can't wiggle out of it. Show up at the party and have fun. When was the last time you did something that wasn't work-related?" Brian threw his hands in the air as a sign of defeat. "You got me, buddy. I'll be there. What time is it again, and where is the party holding?" 7 p.m. tonight at the Lobster Inn, Stan informed him. "Emily asked me to remind you to bring a date." Brian glanced towards his window with a sigh. The orange glow of the sun was fading. Soon, it'd be night, and he wasn't halfway through with the reports on his desk. "I can't promise I'll bring anyone to the party," Stan scoffed. "How about Daniela?" Daniela Carter, his girlfriend of 2 years. She was the last person he wanted to be seen with in public. "I'm done with her. She nags me all the time, and she wants us to get married." Brian's nose turned up in disgust. "When 2 people have been dating for as long as you 2 have, the next sensible thing to do is to get married. Bring her to the party. Not a good idea. I haven't introduced her to you or Emily for a reason. I want things to remain this way. The less she knows about me, the better. I was honest with her right from the start, and she seemed cool with it until she started to drop hints about us getting married. He wouldn't do it again. Let anyone get so close to him, they'd have the power to hurt him. He had done that before, and it ended badly for him. Not anymore. I stopped by to check up on you and also remind you to attend the party. Emily has become sensitive. Maybe it's because of the pregnancy. We just found out that we are expecting again. She'll be hurt if you don't attend. Congratulations, buddy." Brian's smile broadened. He was crazy about Stan's 5-year-old twin daughters, Renee and Rachel. He was sure he would love this new child as well. "Thanks." Stan scratched his forehead. "I'm a little terrified. Emily had a difficult pregnancy with the twins. I don't want anything to happen to my wife." "What did her doctor say?" "He said there's nothing to worry about, but I can't help worrying." Stan sighed. "Anyway, don't come to the party alone. It's an order. Daniela wants commitment." Brian scowled. "You know how I feel about marriage. I don't want to deny her of the things she wants, so I'll break things off with her tonight." Stan's eyes softened. "Marriage isn't as bad as you think. Not every woman is like Vanessa. It's been years. It's time you move on with your life." Brian clenched his teeth. "This isn't about Vanessa. I'm over her. If Daniela thinks she can manipulate me into marriage, she's dead wrong. He wasn't the type of man to do anything against his will." "One day, you will meet a woman who'd change your mind about marriage," Stan said. "Never. No woman on earth will ever make me want marriage." Brian stood and gently adjusted his black leather chair. He had his businesses to focus on. He hadn't made Forbes' youngest billionaire entrepreneur list for nothing. He had earned it. His office spoke volumes about his personality, from the dark walls to the curated, oversized classic arts on the wall. From the floor-to-ceiling dark bookshelves which displayed several awards, to the hospitality and business books and magazines, most of which had him on their covers. The portrait of his father took the larger part of the wall. The tall, stout man in the picture with smiling eyes and a friendly face taught him everything he needed to know about running a successful business. But he had worked hard and learned more. He reluctantly tore his gaze away from the portrait, focusing his attention on his friend. Stan was already on his feet. "I have to run some errands for Emily before I head back home," Stan told him. "I'll see you at the party, right?" "I'll be there. Thanks for stopping by. Tell Emily and the girls I said hello." When his friend left, Brian checked the security video camera installed in his office. He watched the activities on the 4 floors of his luxury 5-star hotel. With over 300 employees scattered across the country and several COs, he couldn't sit back and relax because everyone's job depended on him. Satisfied that there was nothing amiss, he turned away from the security camera. Brian pushed a button on the intercom on his desk. "Jenna, I'd like you to come into my office." Moments later, a soft knock sounded on the door, and a pretty slim redhead came into the office. "Yes, sir," Jenna said politely. Brian rubbed his forehead, leaning back in his chair. He stared at the documents on his desk for several minutes. "Please cancel the meeting scheduled for today," he said. "One more thing. Reschedule tomorrow morning's appointments to noon." "Thank you." There was a flicker of surprise on his assistant's face. "Okay, sir. Would that be all?" "Yes, thank you." Brian reached for a document he needed to sign. He grabbed a fountain pen from his pocket. When he looked up, Jenna was still in the office. "Jenna, is there a problem?" Jenna nodded. "Mr. Saint asked to have a meeting with you." Brian's eyes hardened, rage boiling inside him. "I'd get him arrested if he comes within an inch of any of my properties." A month ago, he had visited one of the branches of his hotels. The concierge Lori had walked up to him and complained about the manager harassing her and trying to coerce her into a relationship. All his employees were aware of his policy against having a relationship with a coworker, and there was also a proper policy in place against workplace harassment. He had swung to action immediately. He interviewed Lori, the employee making the complaint, to ascertain the credibility of her claims. The manager, Saint, was placed on a paid leave while investigations were still ongoing. A week later, when he reviewed the feedbacks and evidence from the investigator, it turned out that Saint was guilty of the crime, and Lori's boldness had rubbed off on some of the other employees who also shared their ordeals at the hands of the manager. To protect Lori and keep the allegations confidential, he personally sent an email to the errant manager, relieving him of his duties, and then he had a talk with Lori, who requested to be transferred from Houston to the branch in Des Moines. She had settled in nicely, and he had watched out for her ever since, although she wasn't aware of it. "Handle it. I don't want to hear that guy's name again or set my eyes on him." "Okay, sir." Brian worked until late into the night. By midnight, he had a kink in his neck and a throbbing ache in his back. He cleared his desk and checked the security cameras one more time. He stretched his long arms, yawning as he rolled his head from side to side. The pain in his neck lessened, but his back continued to ache. On cue, Jenna came into the office. He glanced at the simple black leather wristwatch on his wrist, which belonged to his late father. "It's almost 9 p.m. Guilt flooded him. His personal assistants worked in shifts, and he also had a secretary, but he never allowed them to work later than office hours, especially during the weekends. "Jenna, you may go home. I was finishing up on some documents." "Good night, sir." "Good night, Jenna." He rolled up the sleeves of his shirt as his assistant headed out of the office. Brian gathered the files he hadn't worked on, putting them into his briefcase. He paused to stare at the frame of his father on the wall, his shoulders stooping momentarily. Brian picked up his phone off his desk. He sighed when he saw the several missed calls from Stan. He had forgotten about Emily's birthday party. He'd have to make it up to her. She was a sweet soul. She'd forgive him. He thought about his parents on his way home, wishing they were alive to see how successful he had become. They'd be proud of him. 30 minutes later, he drove into the private parking lot of his penthouse and rode the elevator to his apartment. His phone rang out. Thinking it was Stan, he quickly slid it out of his pocket. He groaned when he realized the caller was his girlfriend, Daniela. He accepted the call, placing the phone against his ear as he loosened the buttons on his shirt. "Hello." "Hey, baby," Daniela said in a sultry voice. "Why haven't you called me all day?" Brian closed his eyes, trying to stay calm. "Hi. You do this all the time. You don't call or check up on me." "I called you last night," Brian reminded her. "You ought to have checked up on me before you left for work," she whined. Brian's patience was stretched thin. "I have to be honest with you. We are not compatible." "What do you mean?" Daniela cried. "I think it's best we see other people. We've been together for a while now, but I'm not ready to commit to a long-term relationship. It wouldn't be fair to you if we continue to see each other." "Are you seriously breaking up with me? Who do you think you are?" "Yes, I'm breaking up with you." "I'm sorry." Brian heaved a long sigh when Daniela ended the call abruptly. He felt like someone had lifted a burden off his shoulders. He had learned a bitter lesson about relationships when he was in college, and it had made him realize that loving things hurt less than loving people. He took a deep breath. He was better off single. Smiling with relief, he looked around his apartment, and an uncomfortable feeling suddenly settled over him. He bit his lips, frowning. His business was successful, and now he was single again. He was relieved. Or should be. Why then did his heart sink at the thought of coming back home to an empty apartment every day? The quietness he once cherished was now a reminder that in his personal life, he was a failure. Chapter 3. Spring County, Colorado. Jack didn't want to be here. He loathed Miller Manor and the people who lived in it. Yet here he was, waiting for the old man to die so he could possess every single thing his uncle had owned in his lifetime. Life hadn't always been fair to him, but he'd soon come into a lot of money, and he'd get the mansion he had been begging his uncle for. He'd show everyone who ever crossed him or looked down on him. He'd kick out. A nurse came out of his uncle's room and went past him without a word. He started after her, but changed his mind and began to pace the room. Theodore Miller was a stubborn man, but old age had taken a toll on his body. As soon as he passed away, he'd become wealthy since he was his uncle's only heir. His lips twisted into a sarcastic smile. His eyes darted around the family room. The gray walls and matching floral patterned sofas irritated him. There'd be some changes, lots of changes, he decided. Jack was a big, brawny man with receding sandy brown hair, which was neatly tied at the back. Since Spring County was a small town with many ranch spreads, he fancied himself a cowboy, even though he neither owned a ranch nor ever worked on one. He wore a studded jacket over a white shirt and blue denim jeans with leather boots. He moved closer to the room where his uncle was. The nurses had banished him out of the room when he got into an argument with his uncle over one of the maids he had fired. The door opened, and his uncle's ward, Melissa, stepped out of the room. She cared about the old man, but he'd kick her out soon. She had tear stains on her cheeks with bags under her eyes. One reason he loathed her was that his uncle cared about her more than he cared about him. He approached her, determined to force his way into the room. Melissa wiped off her tears when she saw him. "I want to see my uncle." "Now." He jabbed a finger in the air to emphasize his words. She stepped back, but there was no fear in her eyes. It irked him that Melissa wasn't afraid of him. Melissa was a 30-year-old redhead with large green eyes. She could leave Miller Manor and make a life for herself, but instead, she stayed back after college, making it difficult for him to get what was due him from his uncle, since she was in charge of the manor. But his uncle would soon be dead and that would change. "I'm sorry, you can't see him yet." Melissa met his gaze. "Theodore wants to speak to you and his attorney at the same time. The attorney is on his way." Jack was about to respond with something scathing when the doorbell rang. "Excuse me." Melissa headed for the door. She ushered in a middle-aged African-American man in a business suit. The man had salt and pepper hair, and he looked like someone who wouldn't be impressed by money. It'd be difficult to win him over, but Jack would find another way to get everything his uncle owned if he couldn't win the attorney to his side. He faked a smile as he approached the man. "Hello, I'm Jack Miller, Theodore's nephew. Lawrence O'Neill." They shook hands. "Please come this way," Melissa said, leading them into Theodore's bedroom. Jack's stomach churned at the sight of the frail man on the bed. He turned up his nose at the smell of sickness in the room. The blinds were closed, but the bedside lamp was on, making the room dim. He easily made his way over to a bookshelf in the corner of the room. He stared at his uncle's pale face, wondering if he was still breathing. When Theodore stirred, lifting his head, Jack swore under his breath. Melissa sat on the bed, helping Theodore lay his head on a pillow. The affectionate look his uncle gave her made his anger hit the roof. His eyes drifted from his uncle to the middle-aged nurse sitting beside the bed. She hastily fled from the room, shutting the door behind her. "Good evening, Mr. Miller." O'Neill set down his briefcase as he sat on the chair the nurse just vacated. "How are you feeling tonight?" Theodore sighed heavily. "Same as always. Tired. I apologize, sir, for not getting here on time. There was a little traffic on the way." Theodore waved a bony arm. "Don't worry, you're just in time." Melissa pulled a blanket over Theodore's feeble legs. He had lived a good life, But at 97, his organs had started to fail him. Theodore had the best medical care money could buy, but when his health worsened, he decided to leave the hospital and return to his home so he could die in his own bed. His once large frame had been reduced to a smallish, delicate, and sickly form. His skin was pale. The skin around his eyes and lips was wrinkled and yellowed. "Get out." Jack snapped his fingers at Melissa. "I'll leave the girl alone," Theodore countered. "She's family." "Why?" "She's not family," Jack spat out. "She's the bastard child of a maid." Theodore coughed violently, his breath wheezing as his chest rose and dipped. The tip of his nose grew red as he continued to cough. Melissa rubbed his shoulder affectionately until he stopped coughing. She grabbed a glass of water off his nightstand and lifted it to his lips. He drank half of the glass content before he managed to say, "She's family." He gestured at the attorney, who stepped in. "Mr. Miller." O'Neill turned to Jack. "Miss Melissa is your uncle's granddaughter." Jack's heart almost stopped. He glanced at the old man, waiting for him to deny what the attorney said. When he didn't, Jack yelled, "That's not true. My uncle has gone crazy. His daughter died birthing her stillborn daughter. He has no other living relative apart from me." Theodore lifted a hand to silence him. "Jack, look at Melissa closely, and you'll realize she's a Miller." His voice shook a little, but it was stern. "Melissa is my blood. She's my granddaughter. I've kept the truth away from her all these years because I didn't want her to be like you, spoiled, entitled, and lazy. She didn't know she was related to me by blood until this morning. When my daughter passed away, her husband gave up my granddaughter, Melissa. It saddens me that I had to make her believe she was the daughter of a runaway maid. O'Neill, read the will and get it over with." Jack glared at her, his fists balled. He'd get to the bottom of the matter soon. Right now, it wouldn't do him any good to agitate his uncle. He'd play along for now. Jack would kick Melissa out when his uncle was gone, whether she was blood or not. The attorney cleared his throat as he opened his briefcase and slipped out a thick envelope. He began to read Theodore Miller's last will and testament. "Be it known that I, Theodore Daniel Miller, being of sound mind, do make and declare this to be my last will and testament. I appoint my attorney Lawrence O'Neill as the executor of my last will and testament. My executors shall..." "Skip all of that and get to it." Theodore groaned, closing his eyes. His breathing had become labored. If he survived the night, it'd be a miracle. Jack didn't believe in miracles. He believed in doing whatever he could to get what he wanted. He decided his own fate. The attorney went on, "Aside from the payment of all expenses incurred during and after my funeral, I give the sum of $2 million in Miller Manor to my granddaughter Melissa Miller Langley, because it is the home she has known all her life." Melissa reached for the old man's hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. Jack gritted his teeth, anger simmering inside him. The gold digger had manipulated Theodore. "Gold digger," Jack muttered under his breath, throwing a dirty look at Melissa. "You won't get away with this." "Mr. Miller," O'Neill cautioned. Jack muttered under his breath. When the attorney gave him a stern look, he stopped talking. The attorney flipped the document over and continued to read. "I leave the Rosewater Mansion to Ms. Rose Langley." Jack gasped. "Who is Rose Langley, and why would you leave her the Rosewater Mansion?" Theodore coughed. "She is Melissa's half-sister and therefore holds a special place in my heart as well." Jack grabbed a book off the bookshelf and hurled it across the room, aiming it at Melissa. She caught the book and glared at him. "This is your doing, you filthy thief," he snarled. "O'Neill, how much did she pay you to change my uncle's will?" "I'll advise you to behave, Mr. Miller, or I'll be forced to call the cops on you," O'Neill said. "Jack, do you think I'll ever leave Rosewater Mansion to you?" his uncle asked in a quiet voice. "The place needs someone with a pure soul who can bring it back to life and restore its former glory." "She put you up to this," Jack growled. "I'll get the mansion one way or another." His face grew red. Knowing how strong-headed his uncle was, he decided to swallow his pride. "Uncle, I asked you for Rosewater Mansion, but now you've given it to someone I've never even heard of? I've been here my whole life, and you know how much I want the mansion." Silence grew in the room until the only sound which could be heard was Theodore's noisy breathing. "Please be calm, Mr. Miller," the attorney said. He flipped over the document in his hand and continued, I bequeath the rest of my estate and properties to my nephew, Jack Miller. I can restore Rosewater Mansion to its former glory. Jack kneeled beside the bed. Uncle, please give it to me. I'll make you proud. He touched his uncle's hand. His skin was cold to the touch. When Jack felt Theodore's pulse, there was none. No. Uncle. Melissa laid her head against Theodore's chest for a few seconds. Tears spilled down her cheeks as she lifted her head. He's gone. Jack stared daggers at the attorney and the woman who had lied to his uncle that she was his blood. This isn't over. Rosewater Mansion belongs to me. No one can take it from me. You'll hear from my lawyer soon. Chapter 4. Brian stood on the porch of his parents' house, surveying the yard. The lawn was neatly mowed. The windows gleamed in the sunlight, and the white picket fence was still as good as when his parents were alive. If he lived to be 100 years old, he would never forget the wonderful memories created in this house. He walked into the house, memories flooding him. He learned his first words within the four walls of this house. This place wasn't just a home. It was a sanctuary. The sweet aroma of his mother's cooking always made him feel better, no matter how difficult his day was. His father's caring eyes missed nothing. He could always tell when Brian was in a bad mood. Now the aroma of his mother's specially blended spices and herbs no longer lingered in the air. His father's favorite armchair was empty, and the usual warmth in the house was gone. He closed his eyes, trying to relive some of his childhood memories, but the ache in his heart made it difficult. He switched on the lights, a part of him wishing his parents would come out of the bedroom and make a fuss over him. He looked at the hall which led to the master bedroom with a deep yearning in his heart. Brian rolled up his sleeves, ready to do his usual cleanup. At first, he cleaned up the house every weekend because he wanted to keep it in good shape and preserve his parents' memory. Now, it was therapeutic. He came here whenever he was frustrated about something or needed to vent out to someone. He never felt weird about talking to an empty house because by the end of the day, he usually felt calm. He pulled off the plastic trap on one of the furniture, revealing a creamy-colored settee. He ran his fingers along the sides and lifted his hand to check for dust. Next, Brian pulled up the blinds and opened the windows. A gush of cool wind swept into the room. The noon breeze was his favorite because it often held hints of the smell of flowers in the garden. He turned around to face the room. There wouldn't be much work to be done because he had cleaned up the previous weekend. His gaze swept across the living room to access the work that needed to be done. He chuckled when his gaze fell on one of the portraits on the wall. He must have been 9 or 10 when the picture was taken. Brian and his dad were standing beside a lake on their first fishing trip. In the photo, he held up a fish while his father placed an arm around him. Though he was an only child, his childhood wasn't lonely. He had fun, the best of everything he needed, and he was scolded when the situation called for it. Brian made his way to the fireplace, squatting in front of it. He grabbed the rocking chair in front of the fireplace, running his fingers along the edge. Dad's favorite chair. He'd sit there for hours, staring into space. Brian often joined him. They'd sit there in silence until midnight. It became a ritual for them. Every night, they sat in front of the fireplace while his dad told him stories about his youthful days. The next place he went to was his parents' bedroom. Mom had remodeled the room years ago, but the yellow paint on the wall looked like it was done yesterday. The silk cream curtains on the windows needed to be changed, but he couldn't bring himself to change anything in the house. He shut the door, heading towards his childhood bedroom and then the study. He strode into the office, picturing his father at his small office desk, which was laden with books. Dad was a good man. He was an astute businessman who'd lived a simple life. Brian had been eager to learn about business. His father had taken the time to show him everything he needed to learn. Dad believed in leading by example. He worked hard from morning to dusk, hardly ever taking breaks. Brian placed a hand on the oakwood desk, trailing his fingers along the spine of the neatly stacked books and documents on the table. He switched on the reading lamp beside the books and went to the built-in bookshelf. He picked up a rag from the side of the shelf and began to clean. He started with the books, putting them back as he had met them. When he was done, he cleaned the sides of the shelf down to the edge. He spotted a small box on the lower shelf, sandwiched between some historical books. He took out the brown leather 3-ring binder notebook in the box. He also slipped out the pictures of his parents in the box. Brian went back to the desk, setting the items on it. He opened the notebook, his hands trembling when he saw his father's handwriting. This was his father's journal. He didn't want to read it to respect his father's privacy, but curiosity made him flip over to the first page. He lowered his head for a few minutes, sadness filling his heart. He flipped through the notebook. Most of the events took place before his birth. It felt like he traveled into the past as he read about his father's life. Brian had no idea his dad was a talented writer. He laughed at some of Dad's funny descriptions. When he got to the part where his dad described how he met his mom, Brian wished he was there. Their love story was beautiful. A wealthy rancher's daughter fell in love with an orphaned cowboy who worked for her father. Mom's parents were against their union, but when they realized how much Mom loved Dad, they gave them their blessings. Brian had to sit as his muscles were becoming tense. Something tugged on his heart when he got to the part about his parents' first wedding anniversary. My first wedding anniversary at Rosewater Mansion. My beautiful wife Elena called the Rosewater Mansion a place where dreams come true. Our son Brian was conceived in that place of magic. Rosewater Mansion is a lovely resort with stretches of lush green land. The air smelled of roses, lavender, and cedar. We had so much adventure. In the mornings, we went riding through the woods and listened to the beautiful melody of songbirds. At noon, we took a stroll on the beach, holding hands, and listened to the melody produced by the waves. It was a delight when we returned to the mansion at the end of the day. It wasn't just a resort. It was a home. I promised Elena we'll go back there someday. Hopefully, I will fulfill my promise to her when we can take a break from the new business we just started. Brian closed the notebook as an old memory flashed across his mind. On his parents' 28th wedding anniversary, he had gone back home to celebrate with them. After dinner, he and his dad sat in front of the fireplace while his mother retired to bed. Brian remembered his father had mentioned the resort to him. His face had lit up as he went on and on about the mansion and how he wished he could go there again with his wife. Brian didn't know why his parents never went back there, but he was certain it was because they were busy building their business and didn't have enough time to travel to another town for a holiday. He also remembered his father telling him he had gone into the hospitality business because of his memorable stay at Rosewater Mansion. He placed the notebook on the table, picking up his parents' pictures. In the first photograph, his parents stood in front of a fountain at the mansion. An outsider could have mistaken the man in the picture for Brian because of the color of their hair. Brian had blonde hair like his father, but he had taken his mother's blue eyes. His mother's blue eyes seemed so alive, and they both had huge smiles on their faces. The next photo was taken in the stable. His father was helping his mother onto a big, black-colored horse, and they were both smiling at the camera. Brian's parents had given him a good life. Unfortunately, he never had the chance to do something wonderful in return for them. An idea took root in his mind. It was time to honor his parents' memory. It might be difficult, a voice whispered in his head. I never back down from a challenge, he said to the empty room. Chapter 5. Mom's fiancé, John Patterson, was coming over tonight. Rose's stomach tightened at the thought of meeting her mother's fiancé. She kept watching the door, her fear mounting as each second passed by. When John's car pulled up to the house, her spine stiffened. Perspiration trickled down her back as fear sank its claws into her. To get her mind off meeting him, she had been busy cleaning the house. Her heart skipped a beat as she made her way to the window, gently lifting the curtain to peer through the window. A silver-colored BMW sat in the driveway. She ducked behind the curtain when a man came down from the car, going over to the passenger side. Rose's anxiety hit the roof. She was about to meet someone new for the first time in 8 years. She didn't know what to say. John was a defense attorney. He'd definitely know something was wrong with her. John had short silver hair which was sleeked to the back. He wore a white pullover on a pair of gray tailored pants. John opened the passenger side door, reaching out a hand to help Mom out of the car. He dropped a quick kiss on her cheek, leaning in to whisper something into her ears. Mom giggled, placing an arm around his waist. Her face was radiant as she looked at John with adoring eyes. Rose had never seen her so happy. Mom deserved to be happy. Rose couldn't help feeling sorry for herself. 26 years old, never had a job, and a college dropout. She moved away from the curtain, brushing her sweaty palms over her skirt. She had to think of something, anything, which would help her survive. The most logical thing was to search for a job. The pounding in her head and her tensed muscles made it difficult to breathe. She paced the living room. Fear tightened around her neck like a cord. If only her heart would stop pounding so fast, she could think of a solution to her problem. A part of her was happy for her mother, but another part of her wasn't. She still hadn't figured out what to do with her life. She had depended on her mother all her life. She'd have to learn to live alone. Loneliness was something she couldn't stand. The house would be way too quiet when Mom leaves. Rose would miss eating dinner with her, doing each other's nails on weekends, and looking forward to her coming back home every day. She dabbed her fingers to the corners of her eyes to stop the tears brimming in her eyes. Without Mom, she'd either starve or be lonely. It was time to face reality. She hoped Mom and John would change their minds about leaving the country, or Mom even moving out of the house. But seeing them so happy together, it'd be selfish of her to keep that hope alive. She'd have to stop thinking about herself for once and concentrate on helping Mom plan her wedding. Rose tried her best to keep her sorrow off her face as Mom and John came into the room. John was in his late 50s, he had an athletic form, and a pair of glasses rested on the bridge of his nose. She liked him. They could be friends someday if she got over her nerves. John had an aura around him, which made it easy for her to relax in his presence. He had an angular-shaped face with wide cheekbones and deep blue eyes. Debbie linked her arm through his as she introduced him to Rose. "Rose, meet my fiancé, John Patterson," she said. "John, meet my daughter, Rose." A muscle twitched in her cheek as she stepped forward. She was expecting a handshake. Instead, John hugged her. Rose's eyes widened as her heart began to thump against her chest. When she stepped out of his embrace, she drew in a shaky breath. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Rose." John's voice was warm and friendly, easing her anxiety. "I've heard so much about you. It's nice to meet you." Her timid voice made her cringe. She barely heard herself. Debbie turned to John. "Thanks for bringing me home, darling." "You are welcome." He kissed her cheek, his attention shifting to Rose. "My daughter Stacy is in town. I'd like you to join us for dinner at my place tomorrow night." Rose struggled to find a polite way to decline his invite. Debbie shortened the distance between them, slightly nudging her. "How wonderful." "Yes, of course. Dinner sounds great." Rose nodded. "I'll be on my way now, darling," John said. Debbie hugged him. "Good night, darling." She walked him to the door and shut it after he left. "Mom," Rose called. Mom headed towards her bedroom, pulling off her earrings. "How was your day, honey?" Rose followed her into the room, standing by the door. "Dinner tomorrow night? What am I going to wear?" Rose had tons of clothes she hadn't worn in a while, but she would do anything to wiggle out of going to dinner at John's. Debbie waved her hand dismissively. "I'm sure you'll find something nice to wear. Stacy is a nice girl. You'll like her." "I have no doubts about liking her." "Great." Mom sat on her bed, rubbing the back of her legs. "Had a busy day at the office today, researching, training my replacement, and going to court. I love my job, but I can't wait to leave." "We can start planning the wedding when you stop working," Rose said. "Do you mind if Stacy is one of my bridesmaids?" "I haven't asked her because I wanted to check in with you first." "It's fine. It's not like I'm 12. She forced a smile. She was becoming overwhelmed about the wedding plans. Now she'd have to worry about what to wear to the dinner and how to get through it without drawing attention to herself. This wasn't a good idea. She could just picture herself freaking out and ruining the night for everyone. "Okay." Debbie sighed. "You say you are fine, but I can see the truth in your eyes. What's bothering you, dear?" Rose could never hide her feelings from her mother, no matter how hard she tried to hide them. It was annoying, but at this moment, it brought her some relief because she wanted to talk to someone badly. "Mom, I have to be honest with you. I'm not doing so great," Rose admitted. "I've been thinking about how I'll survive if you are not here. I don't have a job. What am I going to do?" She sighed. "I don't mean to be selfish. I'm happy for you, Mom, but I wish something good would happen to me for a change." "You don't sound selfish to me," Debbie replied. "You are the sweetest soul I know." Something wonderful will happen to you if only you can have some faith. Rose glanced at her feet. Ah, faith. She really didn't believe in that anymore. Forget I said anything, Mom. Have you had dinner? Debbie walked over to her. I went to dinner with John. I've been thinking about you. Just focus on the wedding, Mom. That's the most important thing now. Debbie shook her head. You will always be the most important person in my life. You've always wanted to have a camp for bullied kids. It's not too late to pursue your dreams. I know, Mom. I think about it all the time, especially now that I'd soon be homeless, she said. I don't have the means to start the camp. Debbie rolled her eyes. You are not going to be homeless. She paused, a thoughtful look registering on her face. I have a fantastic idea. Debbie reached for her hand excitedly, heading towards Rose's bedroom. They walked into the room together. Since Rose spent most of her time in her bedroom, she had remodeled the room to accommodate a reading table and a chair, a bookshelf, and an area she could just think while watching the sunrise. What do you think about dating websites? Debbie asked. Rose's eyes widened in shock. Mom, what do you have to lose? Debbie chuckled. You met John at a fundraiser, not a dating website, she pointed out. Dating websites are an easy way for you to meet potential dates, Debbie countered. How do you know John's the one? Rose asked. Maybe if they stopped talking about her, Mom would forget this ridiculous idea of her finding a boyfriend on a dating website. He makes me happy. Debbie smiled. I feel secure and happy with him. It's an incredible feeling. It's hard to describe. Sadly, Rose would never know what it felt like to love a man. I guess that's how it feels to be in love. Mom was blessed to have found love again with a man who loved her. Rose had never fallen in love, and except for her parents, no one had ever told her they loved her. Yes. Soon, you'd find a man you love and want to spend the rest of your life with. I don't think so. How am I going to meet someone when I haven't set my feet outside the four walls of this house in the last 8 years? Rose would never lie to herself. Facing reality had helped her survive the past 8 years. Honey, you can't give up. Fight for your dream and the life you want. How do I establish a camp for kids with anxiety when I haven't found a solution for my own? I don't see how that's going to happen. Have faith. Debbie reached for her hand and squeezed it. Let's sign you up on a dating website. Rose hesitated. She wasn't sure it was a good idea. Why would anyone want to find a date or a potential life partner on a dating website? But the determined look in Mom's eyes was proof that she wouldn't back down. Rose switched on her laptop, navigating to a search engine. She searched for dating websites on the internet while her mother looked over her shoulders, with hope burning brightly in her eyes. Several dating websites popped up on the screen of her computer. They all had enticing offers and promised to help singles connect and meet their life partner. As if it was that easy. She scrolled through the list of dating websites. What do you think about this site? Debbie pointed at the screen, her finger hovering above a website called Love at First Sign Up. I don't know. It sounds a bit cliché. Never mind about the name. Debbie smiled. This could be the answer to your prayers. She was tempted to ask which one, but she kept quiet. She had many answered prayers. The foremost would be getting a job, not a date. She shrugged. Okay. Within a few minutes, Debbie set up a profile for Rose and added a picture of her to the page. Here, take a look at it, and add your hobbies so you can be matched with a potential date. Rose took the laptop and typed in reading, cooking, watching rom-coms. She smirked. Now, if my boring hobbies don't keep away any potential dates, I'm done. How long would it take to get matched? A couple of days, I hope. A notification sound chimed, not once, not twice. Messages poured in from different men from different parts of the country. Rose's jaw dropped in surprise. Her gaze bounced from her mother's surprised face to the screen of the laptop. Whenever she stood in front of a mirror, all she saw was a frightened woman with girlish looks. She never thought of herself as a woman who could turn heads if she ever got over her nerves and came out of the house. 17 men want to match with me? Wow. Debbie laughed happily. You are a beautiful woman. I'm not surprised. Rose scrolled through the profiles over her potential matches. Too old. Looks a little creepy. Too young. Too much baggage. Divorced. Widowed. I like this one. She stopped at the profile of a 28-year-old single guy looking for a serious relationship. Send him a message, Debbie encouraged. Suddenly, waves of panic swept over Rose, making her stomach churn. She bit her lips, trying to breathe through it, but the waves only became fierce. Rose rubbed her hands together, trying to calm her nerves, but it seemed like a part of her brain had frozen. Rose had no idea what to say in her text message. What if he laughed at her and thought she was crazy? She hit the keyboard a few times, but she deleted the few words she managed to come up with. I can't send him a text message. Debbie touched her shoulder. Take a moment to breathe and try again. Rose shook her head. No. This is a terrible idea. What's the problem? Debbie asked softly. If you don't like this guy, you can check out the other matches the site picked out for you. What if he realizes I'm not as great as he thinks, and he rejects me? She cried. What if they laugh at me and call me names? Debbie's eyes softened. Rose. No, Mom, please. She held up a hand. Okay. How about we check out job websites instead? We could find you something here in Winebridge. I could ask around in the office if anyone needs an assistant. Thanks for your help, Mom. I'll figure out something, Rose said, switching off the laptop. Rose didn't want anyone to hire her out of pity. She'd rather find a job by herself and be hired on merit. Debbie got off the bed. I have to go to bed now. Good night. Good night, Mom, she said as her mom left the room. She sighed. Everything in life came at a price. She had learned this early in life. She wanted to achieve her dreams badly, but at what price? Chapter 6. Debbie was in John's home, standing in his kitchen, pretending to be all right while he made dinner. She watched him dance across the kitchen, grabbing one stuff or the other with a smile on his smile. Debbie lifted her wineglass to her lips, trying not to dwell on the series of thoughts running through her mind. When her hands became shaky, she hastily set down the glass. Rose was only an hour late, but it was rude to keep people waiting. She glanced at her wristwatch. She'd have to give Rose a call to remind her to hurry up. They were both supposed to have dinner with Stacy and John at their home. Debbie had arrived at John's house from work over an hour ago, hoping Rose would join them soon. She peered out through the kitchen window, watching out for a taxi. John flashed a smile in her direction as he rinsed off his hands at the sink. Her stomach knotted with worry. John had gone to so much trouble to make dinner. It would be impolite if Rose didn't show up. Darling, are you okay? John brought out a tart pan from the oven. The warm, mouth-watering smell of crisp apple filled the air. You've been quiet. I'm all right, darling. A tall, leggy platinum blonde in a black knee-length dress and heeled shoes came into the kitchen. I have set the table, Stacy announced. The 27-year-old had her dad's deep blue eyes with high cheekbones and a heart-shaped face. It smells heavenly in here. Good job, Dad. Thanks, Stacy. John grinned. You know I make the best apple pie in the whole of Winebridge. Stacy chuckled. You don't make it as good as Nana. Nana is a superb cook. No doubt about it, John agreed. Debbie hadn't met John's mom, but they had spoken on the phone. She was happy her son had finally decided to get married again, and she was happy to welcome Debbie into her family. Nana lived in London, where she had a bookstore. Debbie, is your daughter on her way? Stacy asked. A hard lump formed in her throat as shame washed over her. Debbie didn't want to make a big deal of Rose's condition. She had always made one excuse or the other when people asked about Rose. But she'd be leaving soon, and she wanted her daughter to socialize again. She wanted Rose to make friends with women her age and do something for herself for a change. In the past, the townspeople gossiped about Rose, with rumors flying around that she had gone crazy and locked herself away forever. At first, that had bothered Debbie. But as the years went by, and it seemed like everyone had forgotten she had a daughter named Rose, she stopped worrying about it. Debbie hadn't dated until she met John because she wanted to dedicate her time to Rose. Now that she would be moving away, she wanted Rose to be independent and happy. Until now, she hadn't done her best to help Rose. Instead, she had accommodated Rose, aiding her daughter to keep being dependent on her. The guilt and worries she carried in her heart for years were starting to weigh down on her. She's supposed to be here by now. Don't worry. Maybe she's stuck in traffic, John said kindly. Stacy nodded, folding her arms across her chest. I ran into traffic on my way here as well. When Stacy left the kitchen, John came over to her. She'll be fine. Debbie was grateful that he didn't push her to share more about her daughter's timidity. John was a seasoned defense attorney. He could easily read through anyone, and although they hadn't spoken about it, he'd know Rose was suffering from social anxiety disorder. "I need to use the bathroom, darling." Debbie rushed out of the kitchen, heading into the guest bathroom. She leaned against the door as she pulled out her phone from her purse. Instead of calling Rose on a voice call, she called her on a video call. "Hi, Mom." Rose was still at home, lying on her bed. "You should have gotten here an hour ago." "Why are you still at home?" Debbie asked. "Aren't you coming?" "I'm sorry, Mom. I tried to, but my nerves failed me. Stacy is here. I'd like you to meet her." Debbie said, "I'll buy you enough time to get dressed, hop into a taxi and get here." "Mom, did you hear me?" Rose's voice was slightly raised. "I can't come." "Why?" Debbie cried. "I don't want to ruin the evening for you, Mom." Debbie lowered her voice, almost whispering. "Rose, you have to do your best to get here. It'll be embarrassing if you don't turn up. Look, I get how you feel, and I know you find it hard to meet people. But it'll just be us. I'm sorry. I'm not letting you off easily." "What should I tell John and Stacy?" Debbie cried. "Stacy doesn't live in Winebridge, but she found a way to get here. You live in Winebridge, only a few minutes drive away, and you can't make it to the dinner? I want us to be a family, but you are not making this easy for me. Please, make up some excuses for me." Debbie rubbed her neck, tension knotting her shoulders. "I'm disappointed. I'd hoped you and Stacy would get to know each other, and you could make a new friend. We'll talk when I get back home. Bye, Mom." Debbie stared at her phone. She had to do something drastic to pull Rose out of her shell. She had no choice now. Debbie stopped in front of Rose's door on her way to her bedroom. The night had gone well, but it made her realize she had a lot of work to do. She'd have to help Rose search for a job and also matchmake her with a good man. The problem was that the single men she knew were either too old for Rose or had sworn off marriage. She opened Rose's door, staring at her sleeping form. Her heart tightened as she walked away. Debbie went into her bedroom, unzipping her dress with a hand as she kicked off her shoes. She'd have to text John and thank him for the wonderful dinner. She spotted a package on her bed with Ms. Langley boldly written on it. She opened the large brown envelope, excitement rushing through her when she slipped out the deed to a property. Her fingers shook out of excitement as she brought out another document, flipping through it. Debbie emptied the contents of the envelope on the bed, and a letter slipped out. Her first thought was to rush into Rose's bedroom, wake her up, and share the good news with her. However, for some reasons which she couldn't fathom out, she hesitated. She opened the letter, her eyes skimming over the contents before she read it calmly. "Dear Ms. Rose Langley, on behalf of our client, Theodore Miller, who passed away recently, we at Benson and Associates are writing to inform you about the Rosewater Mansion, which has been bequeathed to you, along with the 100 acres of land which the property is on. We have included the deed to the land and the keys to the property in the package. If you'd like to request a meeting with us or wish to retain us as your probate attorney, we'd be pleased. We hope to hear from you soon. Sincerely, Benson and Associates." "Yes. Thank you, Jesus." Debbie cried, falling onto her knees. This was the best news she had gotten in a long while. "This is the answer to my prayers." Instead of rushing off into Rose's room, she gathered the files, put them back in the envelope, and kept in her wardrobe. She'd find the time to get in touch with the law firm and request a meeting with them. Debbie wouldn't tell Rose about it yet. God had answered her first prayer. She'd be patient for him to answer her second prayer. When the time was right, she would tell Rose the good news. When she was calm, her thoughts wandered to Theodore Miller. The man was set in his ways, but he was a good man. The last time Debbie saw him, Rose was a baby. They had gotten into a heated argument. Guilt washed over Debbie, making her bow her head in shame. She'd made a terrible mistake because of her ego. She hoped it wasn't too late to do the right thing. Chapter 7. Theodore Miller was gone. The only family she had known her entire life. Melissa was numb as she stood at the cemetery, surrounded by Theodore's employees and tons of people she didn't know. The number of people who turned up at the funeral stunned her. Theodore could be difficult at times, but he was a kind-hearted man. She felt a prickling sensation at the back of her neck which made goosebumps break out on her skin. Melissa's uneasiness continued to grow, giving her the feeling that someone was watching her. She looked up, locked her gaze with Jack's, and looked away, her gaze traveling around, flickering across the unfamiliar faces in attendance. After today, she wouldn't see any of the people here because they didn't care about her. They cared about Theodore. She would have loved a small quiet ceremony with only a few friends in attendance, but Jack was in charge of the funeral. He had invited the entire town, as always trying to impress them. Jack never did anything without trying to gain the love and approval of someone else. It was sad. Sometimes she felt sorry for Jack because he seemed like a lonely man. The few times she tried to befriend him, he had been rude to her. Jack treated everyone with disdain like they were beneath him. She stayed out of his way because he was a dangerous man. Although Jack was her blood, he wouldn't hesitate to hurt her if she got in his way. She had no one now except for her family in Winebridge. Melissa might have a family in Winebridge, but she meant nothing to them. They hadn't bothered to contact her, but she couldn't help thinking about them. What did her sister look like? Would her father accept her after all these years? And what would her stepmother say when she suddenly showed up out of the blues? Happy thoughts only, she reminded herself. At least as happy as she could think at a funeral. Theodore's funeral. A thread of pain went through her and tears slipped down her cheeks. What would she do without him? She wiped her tears. No. She wouldn't think of the future right now. She'd only focus on the present moment, one day at a time. Don't let your hearts be troubled because our dear brother, Theodore Miller, is in a better place, the minister said, bringing his sermon to an end. Her eyes burned with tears again as the casket was lowered into the ground. She kept her head bowed until it was time to go back to the manor. A chauffeur brought the family car around and took her back to the empty house. Melissa had a lot to do in the coming weeks. She'd have to address the remaining employees and relieve them of their duties since their services wouldn't be needed anymore. She wanted to go in search of her family. Theodore didn't tell her if her father was still alive or not, but now that she knew she had a family, she'd make an effort to reach out to them. She'd let the cook and her family move into the manor because they had been working for Theodore even before she was born. They'd take good care of the house. She sighed heavily. She would miss the house, going to church, and her evening stroll on the manor grounds. She settled on a sofa in the living room, groaning in pain. The events of the past few days had taken a toll on her body. She froze in fear when the door opened and Jack came into the room. The cold, hard look in his eyes sent a chill down her back. She would never let him know she was afraid of him because Jack was a bully who loved to pick on weak people. He'd take advantage of her vulnerability and hurt her if she ever let down her guard. Hi, Jack. She rose to her full height, her head held up high. The funeral is over. You shouldn't be here. This house belongs to my uncle, he spat, his eyes blazing with anger. Melissa folded her arms across her chest, meeting his icy gaze. The house is willed to me. You should leave before I call the cops. He scoffed, advancing towards her with a menacing look in his eyes. You think you are a true Miller? You are a fraud. No one wants you, just like. His words hurt her, but she didn't flinch. She wouldn't let him get to her. Get out. She slipped her phone out of her pocket. I'm going to call the cops if you don't leave. She prayed silently, hoping someone would come to her rescue. It would take hours before the cops got to the manor, which was quite a distance from the town. No one loves poor Melissa. Jack's lips twisted into a mocking smile. You are like me. He was so close to her now. She could smell the alcohol on his breath. Jack was beyond redemption. There was nothing she could do to help him. She would pray for him and hope God would touch his heart. I'm not cold and heartless, she retorted. He laughed sarcastically. Do you think you will be accepted by the people of Spring County as a Miller? Everyone knows you as the girl whose mother abandoned her. She began to call the police, but he knocked the phone out of her hand. She backed away from him, heading towards the door, but he got there before her. He stood between her and the door. She shuddered when he began to laugh. You are nothing, Melissa. I can do whatever I want to you and no one will stop me. We are blood, she said calmly. We are family, Jack. We are not family. You fool, Jack cried. You ruined everything for me when you showed up here. You should have died with your mother. She jumped out of his reach as he tried to grab her hand. The door suddenly opened and the attorney came into the room. Melissa sighed, relief surging through her while Jack stalked out of the room, seething in anger. "Are you all right, Ms. Miller?" O'Neill asked. "No," she said. She'd never be unless she found her family and moved miles away from Jack. "Do you know how I can find my family?" "Yes." Jack was 42 years old and he still couldn't get over the rejections he suffered in the past. He muttered under his breath as a childhood memory danced across his vision. Jack tried to shut out the memory, but he couldn't. He didn't want to be like his father, but he had slowly transitioned into the man he hated. He was an adult now. The past shouldn't matter to him anymore, but it did. Jack was inside the mansion in his uncle's study, which would soon become his. He had gotten into the mansion by picking the padlocks. Breaking into the mansion didn't fix what seemed to be broken inside him. Instead, it brought back unhappy memories. He wouldn't let anyone have this mansion while he was alive. Jack cracked his knuckles as he stared into space, forgetting that he wasn't alone. Larry Clark snapped his fingers to get Jack's attention. Jack's gaze drifted to the pudgy, bald-headed man in front of him. A muscle jerked in his cheek as anger surged inside of him. Jack was angry at the world and everyone who came near him. All his life, people had ridiculed him, the Miller boy who was never up to any good. Nobody believed in him except for his uncle's wife, who was the mother he never had. He pushed back thoughts of the past, which left a deep gash in his heart. He needed Larry's help. This was the reason he'd sent for the man. "What do you want me to do for you?" Larry's eyes twinkled. Larry was a private investigator who worked for men with high connections. He didn't mind going the extra mile to dig up dirt on someone as long as he was handsomely paid for it. Larry was a short, stout man with a rounded stomach and puffy cheeks. Jack leaned back in the black leather chair that once belonged to his uncle. He placed both legs on the desk in front of him. He would own every single thing that belonged to his uncle, even if he had to die trying. He opened the drawer on the desk, slipping out a paper. He slid the paper across the desk, and Larry picked it up. "That's a copy of my uncle's will," Jack told him. Larry grinned from cheek to cheek when he was done reading. "Congratulations, Jack. You are rich." Jack cracked his knuckles one more time, throwing a dirty look at the other man. "My uncle left Rosewater Mansion to a woman called Rose Langley. She's Melissa Langley Miller's half-sister." Larry's smile waned when he saw the serious look on Jack's face. "Melissa? Theodore's adopted child. He didn't adopt her officially, and it turns out she is actually his granddaughter. Now my uncle has left Rosewater Mansion for Melissa's half-sister. I want you to find that girl, everything about her, and I want you to report back to me as soon as you have something on her." Jack said, "Yes, boss." Larry licked his lips, hesitating. Jack recognized the hungry look in his eyes. He slipped out a thick envelope from the drawer. "This is your advance payment. I'll complete the payment when you have the information I need." Larry smiled, revealing his yellowed, stained teeth. "Thank you, boss." He shoved the envelope into the inner pocket of his jacket. "Do you want me to keep an eye on Melissa?" "I don't care about her. It's her half-sister, Rose, I'm interested in." Jack pushed to his feet, almost knocking the chair over. "I'm remodeling some part of the mansion because it'll be mine soon. I don't want her to be a problem to me in the future." He frowned as he remembered the heated argument he had with the attorney over the mansion. The man had refused to hand over the deed to the property. He claimed to have sent the deed to the rightful owner. Jack shoved his hands into his pocket, anger boiling inside him. Anyone who stood in his way would pay dearly for it. He'd get rid of whoever tried to deny him this property. This was the only thing he wanted most in life. As soon as Larry found the girl, he'd keep a tab on her to ensure she wouldn't be a problem in the future. The mansion meant nothing to the woman his uncle willed it to, but it meant everything to him. This was the closest thing to a home he ever had. "I understand, boss." Larry brushed his hands over his faded denim jeans and adjusted his jacket. "I'll send word to you as soon as I have something for you." Jack and Larry walked out of the study. They made their way to the west wing of the mansion. Men and women in overalls were busy repainting the walls and remodeling. The sound of hammering here and there irritated him, and the smell of wood and paint hung heavily in the air. It would cost him a lot to completely renovate the mansion, but it was a sacrifice he was willing to make. After all, he had inherited his uncle's estate and properties. The mansion was the only place that ever felt like a home to him. His uncle's wife, Meadow, was a smallish woman with a big smile and a heart of gold. Jack's father was an alcoholic and a gambler who lost his fortune and became a pauper. His mother never wanted him and never cared for him. By the time he showed up at his uncle's doorsteps, he was a recalcitrant teenager. He inherited his father's penchant for lies, gambling, and alcohol. His uncle tried his best for him, but Jack was difficult. Once again, he was discarded like a piece of trash. Jack was sent to a boarding school. He caused so much trouble there that he was expelled in his first year at the school. He got expelled from 2 more schools. Jack managed to get into college but dropped out in his second year. His aunt had passed away when he returned to Mackenzie Manor, and Rosewater Mansion, a resort, was shut down. His uncle had taken in a little brat, Melissa. Everyone thought she was the child of a runaway maid until his uncle revealed on his deathbed that she was actually his granddaughter. Jack stood at the entrance while Larry got into his truck and pulled off the property. His gaze traveled as far as possible, taking in the sight of the stretches of lands, the thick forest, dilapidated stables, and the tall oak trees in the surrounding. He'd restore this place to its former glory. He'd show everyone he was capable of doing something good for a change. Everyone who ever doubted him or mocked him would be forced to respect him. He'd be celebrated in this very town. His mind wandered back to the only person standing between him and his dream, Rose Langley. He gritted his teeth, his hand patting the revolver in his pocket. "You better stay out of my way if you want to live to see your next birthday." Chapter 8. Hot Coffee Cafe, Winebridge, Iowa. Melissa Langley Miller came into the cafe, her eyes searching the small, quiet establishment. Since the morning rush hour was over, only a few customers were in the cafe. Debbie got off her chair, uncertain about the outcome of this meeting, yet determined to do the right thing. It was what her late husband would have wanted. Theodore Miller made it impossible for him to have a relationship with his daughter. She didn't help the situation either. She was afraid Rose wouldn't adjust well to having a sibling because of her anxiety. When her husband passed away, she was too preoccupied with taking care of Rose to remember about Melissa. She hadn't even informed Theodore about her husband's death because of the argument she had with him. Theodore had wanted her family to move to Miller Manor. That was the only way he'd have allowed them to have access to the child. Debbie hadn't been prepared to uproot her daughter and take her to a new town where she might suffer more anxiety. Debbie thought she was doing what was best for the kids, but now she realized how wrong she was. Both Melissa and Rose would have had each other, and they would have become best friends. Maybe Rose would have been a different person today if she'd grown up with a sibling. A more confident person. Although Melissa had Rose's hair color and coloring, she was 4 years older than Rose. Melissa's bright red curls was like rich wine. Both girls got the color of their hair from their father. Unlike Rose, who was shy, her half-sister, Melissa, seemed like an outgoing person. The flared peach skirt she wore with tucked-in white button-down top and strappy sandals made her stand out from the other customers who usually came into the shop with their office wear. She was grateful God gave her a second chance to make amends and bring both girls, now women, together. She'd have to do her best to convince Melissa to stay in Winebridge. She only hoped Melissa would forgive her. "Hello, Melissa." Debbie welcomed her with a pleasant smile. "Hello, Mrs. Langley." Melissa's voice wasn't cold, yet it wasn't warm either. She sounded a little cautious. Debbie wasn't surprised. She knew Melissa was going through a lot at the moment. They held each other's gaze for a few seconds before Debbie looked away. "Thanks for honoring my invite. I'm sorry for your loss." Theodore was Debbie paused. She'd have to choose her words carefully, or she might end up pushing Melissa away. "I'd like to apologize for not reaching out to you before now." "What has changed?" Melissa asked, folding her arms across her chest. "Neither you nor my father reached out to me all these years." "Why now?" "I'm sorry. Your grandfather didn't make it easy for us to have any contact with you. But the truth is I should have tried harder." Debbie swallowed her pride. She lowered her head briefly in shame. She lifted her head and looked at Melissa. "I was selfish and focused on getting help for my daughter, Rose. She suffers from social anxiety disorder. She was bullied in school, and this worsened her condition. When Rose was 8, she attended a camp for bullied kids like her, and she was getting better until she had a traumatic experience which ruined all the progress she had made. This seems like a difficult subject for you, Melissa replied kindly. You don't have to tell me. A teenage waitress with dyed platinum blonde hair approached their table, holding a notepad in one hand. Hello, Ms. Langley, what would you like to have? Hi, Lisa, I'd like to have a cup of coffee, strong and black with no milk or sugar, please. Debbie was grateful for Lisa's timing because she could feel tears burning in her eyes. She had been strong all these years, but sometimes the weight of her problems was too heavy to bear. This wasn't about her. It was about Melissa and Rose, two siblings who needed each other. I'd have it with banana muffins, thank you. Okay. Lisa turned to Melissa, scribbling on the notepad. What about you? Ma'am. Melissa hesitated. A cup of black coffee for me, too, no muffins. Thank you. Lisa moved to another table. Debbie took a deep breath before she went on. I thought about you every day, especially when your father passed away. Things got bad for us, not financially, but Rose needed me. I also had the stress of my job to deal with and the mortgage on the house. There was a moment's silence. Melissa nodded, and to Debbie's surprise, she reached across the table and gave her hand a quick squeeze. The action was so brief, but her touch was warm and soothing. The tension in Debbie eased out as she saw the concern in the younger woman's eyes. I knew nothing about my father until Theodore was on his deathbed. He told me the truth about my birth a few minutes before his attorney arrived. I was badly shaken and confused. All my life, I thought I was a runaway maid's child. That's what he made me believe. Debbie squeezed her hand back. The pain in Melissa's voice cut through her like a knife. It was her turn to comfort Melissa. She wished she had done her best to get Melissa to live with her. How could he make you believe such a lie? He didn't want me to turn out like Jack. That's his excuse, Melissa said. It didn't matter to him that I had worked hard to prove myself to him. It didn't mean anything to him that I never got into a fight in school or did anything to bring him shame. She shrugged. It's all in the past now. I am sorry, Melissa. Theodore was a difficult man. I had no idea he'd do such a thing to his own blood. Who's Jack? He's Theodore's nephew. I guess that makes him my family. A faint smile flickered across her face, but there was a quick flash of sadness in her eyes. Debbie lovingly patted her hand. I'm glad you are here. I know it took me years to reach out to you, but I'll do my best to be there for you from now on. Melissa's eyes settled on her engagement ring. You are getting married? Debbie's countenance changed, switching from misery to delight. Yes. The wedding is a few months away. Congratulations. Thank you. I'd like to meet Rose if she'll agree to see me. Melissa requested with hope in her eyes. I never had a sibling growing up. It'll mean a lot to me. Rose will be delighted. Do you mind if I ask how my father died? Debbie swallowed hard. Peter's death was still hard on her, but finding love again had helped to heal some of the scars his absence left in her life. He died in a car accident. I'm sorry for your loss. Melissa looked away, hiding her pain. Debbie could easily read her thoughts as if they were written on her face. Melissa was hurt because she never got a chance to meet her biological father. Now more than ever, she wanted to bring her home with her and give her a chance to have a relationship with Rose. Peter was a wonderful man. He talked about you all the time. Debbie smiled. Theodore promised to send some pictures of you to him. He sent a couple of your pictures to us. How are you, Melissa? I'm fine. Melissa's response was quick. It was almost as if she had something to hide. Melissa, I know you just met me, but I know how it feels to lose a loved one. Debbie said, Theodore was the only family you knew. Melissa sighed. I'm sad and angry at the same time. Theodore lied to me and made me believe I wasn't related to him by blood. These past few days have been trying, but I'll be fine. Please be honest with me. Did you actually come all the way from Colorado to Winebridge because I requested a meeting with you, or is there a reason you left? I left my hometown because of my cousin Jack. Melissa said, he's a dangerous man. He was distraught when he found out Theodore did not give Rosewater Mansion to him. You and Rose need to be careful because he's evil. Only the family attorney and you know I'm here. Thank you. Debbie replied, I won't let him get his hands on my daughter's property. Lisa returned to their table with their order. Debbie paused until the girl left. What are your plans? If you don't mind my asking, where are you staying? I'm staying in a hotel in town, she replied. As for my plans for the future, I don't have any for now. Melissa, would you move into my home? Debbie asked. Please hear me out. I'm engaged to this amazing man, and we'll be leaving the country soon. Please don't say no. It will be an opportunity for you and Rose to get to know each other and bond. I've had this guilt in my heart for years because I feel like I failed you. Please give me a chance to do the right thing. I don't want to be a bother. She took a sip of her coffee. No, you won't be a bother. Do me a favor. Please don't tell Rose about the property. I want to tell her about it when the time is right. Okay. Does Rose know about me? Debbie's hands shook. Well, she doesn't yet, but I'm sure she'll be happy to know she has a sister. Debbie tried to work up a smile, but her lips quivered. Rose wouldn't take this well, but she had been tucked away in her little safe world for too long. A little dose of reality wouldn't be bad for her. Chapter 9. Debbie had made some mistakes in the past, but her greatest regret would be not telling Rose she had a half-sister. As she walked down the hall, heading towards Rose's bedroom, tension coiled around her body. She paused to lean against the wall, dreading the next couple of minutes. She wished John was there with her, with his arms around her, assuring her everything would be fine. But she'd have to do this alone. God would give her the strength and help her find the right words which would make Rose understand why she did what she did. Her heart skipped a beat when she made it to the door. She opened the door gently, fist raised to knock on it. Rose lay on her bed, earplugs plugged in, watching a movie on her laptop. Debbie's heart broke all over. Her daughter shouldn't be home at this age. She should be on her own, independent and happy. She didn't mind watching over Rose and caring for her. But for how long? She'd be unhappy knowing her daughter wouldn't survive without her. She thought about staying back in Winebridge because of Rose, but she wouldn't be helping the situation if stayed. Moving away was the best thing to do because her absence would help Rose face reality. Rose, darling, Debbie tapped on her door twice. I'd like to talk to you about something, someone. Rose took off the earplugs in her ears, shutting her laptop down. Debbie went into the room, nerves running through her. Hello, Mom. Rose smiled. She leaned over the bed, tenderly brushing back some wisps of hair from Rose's face. She couldn't be there for her forever. This was a phase every parent went through as their child became an adult. Hers should have been years ago, but thank goodness she now realized that she wasn't helping Rose if she continued to indulge her. Debbie perched on the bed. I should have talked to you about this long ago. I'm all ears. Rose leaned on one elbow, staring into her face. Have I ever told you how your dad and I met? Debbie asked softly, tracing a pattern on her thigh. Rose kept quiet, but her brows pulled together as if she was thinking about her question. The subject of how she met Rose's father had never come up, so she hadn't told Rose about it before now. Another reason she had avoided the subject was that she'd been afraid to talk about Melissa. No, Mom, Rose answered. Your dad was a widower when we met, Debbie said. Rose sat up. Dad had a wife before he married you? His wife died while birthing their first baby. When I met him, he was still mourning his late wife, Cassandra Miller Langley. It took your dad a long time to get over her. I loved him, so I was patient with him. I kept praying and hoping one day he'd look at me like I was the only woman in the world. Tears filled Debbie's eyes. Eventually it happened. He proposed to me, and we got married in the church. It was a beautiful ceremony. Debbie stood. I'm rambling. I'm sorry. Rose got off the bed. Mom, you're not rambling. You and Dad's love story is beautiful. I'm happy you've gotten a second chance at love again. Debbie sighed. There's something else we never talked about because it was a painful subject for your dad. Remember, I said his first wife, Cassandra, died birthing their first child. Yes. What happened to the baby? Rose asked. The baby survived. She's a woman now, and she's here with us, Debbie said with her heart in her mouth. This was the moment she had been dreading. Everything could go wrong if Rose didn't want her sister around. Rose glanced around the room, a puzzled look on her face. Are you joking, Mom? She's here in Winebridge. She has been living with her grandfather, who passed away recently. I asked her to come here because I want you to meet her. Debbie understood how her daughter felt. Rose had been an only child. It would take time for her to become friends with Melissa. Mom, why didn't you tell me before now? Rose asked quietly. I should have told you about her before now. Debbie apologized. I invited her to come here, but I wasn't sure she'd come. Where is she? Rose asked with some excitement in her voice. What does she look like? She was staying in a hotel in town, but I told her she could live with us until she gets her own place, Debbie replied. We are the only family she has. Mom. Rose groaned. I'm happy that I have a sister, but to live with someone I don't know. Don't you think it's a little too early for you to ask her to move in? Are you doing this because you're scared I'll be alone when you leave? I'm not just doing it for you. I'm also watching out for her, Debbie replied. She lost the only family she's known all her life. She's going through a hard time now, and I thought coping with the loss would be easier if she stays with us. Okay. I'm ready to meet her. Rose bit the inside of her cheek. Instead of feeling relieved that Rose wanted to meet Melissa, Debbie still felt anxious. She took a deep breath and continued to silently pray that everything would go well. She took Rose's hand and led her into the living room. Melissa stood at the window, staring out into the street like Rose usually did. She obviously heard the soft tread of their footsteps and whirled around. Oh my goodness. I really have a sister, Rose cried. Debbie nodded, tears of happiness filling her eyes. Yes, you do. Rose took a step closer to Melissa, uncertainty written on her face. Hello, Melissa, she said, almost in a whisper. Hi, Rose. The sisters stared at each other, neither of them moving. Debbie closed her eyes, praying silently. After a few minutes, Melissa made the first move. She hugged Rose, sniffling as she clearly tried not to cry. Debbie spread her arms, pulling both women in for a warm hug. As the sisters sobbed in each other's arms, Debbie couldn't hold back her tears. Welcome home, Melissa, Debbie said. Chapter 10. Spring County, Colorado. 2 hours on the train and 30 minutes drive later, Brian stood in front of Rosewater Mansion. He strode through the open gates and frowned. The padlock on the gate looked like someone had tampered with it and forced it open. He began to assess the property through the eyes of an investor instead of a tourist. The mansion was on a sprawling spread with mature trees scattered around with enough space to establish a thriving resort. The two-story building was picturesque, although it had no modern furnishing. He'd pull down the fountain in front of the property to create enough space in the front for guests to freely move in and out of the establishment. He was certain the property's value would increase in the future. Since he had no authorization to be on the land, he didn't want to go into the woods for safety reasons. He looked up when he heard a sound and listened closely. When he figured out where the sound was coming from, he headed in that direction. He smiled, delighted when he saw the beach his dad talked about in the journal. He tried to picture his parents going for their morning stroll on the beach. The place was deserted now, but he'd ensure that people visited the beach again when he acquired the property. An hour later, Brian left the property happier than when he arrived. A taxi took him back to the town. He had the cabbie drive slowly because he wanted to see the town. Spring County was a quiet, peaceful town, just like his father described it in his journal. The usual noise pollution in cities was missing here. Friendly faces stared at him with curiosity from the sidewalks and the shops on the streets. The taxi went by different small establishments, from the restaurants and coffee shops to the library and the grocery store. The driver had informed him the only law firm in the town was in charge of the mansion. He intended to see the attorney before he went back to Winebridge. When the cab pulled up in front of the two-story building, he paid the driver and headed into the building. A smallish, middle-aged receptionist with glasses welcomed him with a warm smile. She wore a gray-colored shirt with a name tag on it. Good morning. You are welcome to Benson and Associates. Thank you, ma'am, Brian responded, returning her smile. I'm here to make inquiries about the Rosewater Mansion. Have you ever heard of it? Yes, everyone in town knows that mansion. She nodded. Benson and Associates are in charge of the property. Would you like me to see if I can set up an appointment with the attorney handling the property? Yes, thank you. His heart pumped faster. He couldn't wait to be a part of this town where everyone was polite, friendly, and eager to help. He knew many small towns didn't welcome newcomers, but Spring County was a friendly community. Hold on a second. She punched in some numbers on a telephone. Hello, sir. There's a gentleman here inquiring about the Rosewater Mansion. She paused and then went on. All right, sir. She put down the telephone. The probate attorney in charge of the property, Lawrence O'Neill, is available to see you. His office is on the first floor, the second door on the right. Thank you. Brian beamed at her. Brian rode the elevator to the first floor and easily located the probate attorney's office. He knocked on the door and strode in, his gaze traveling around the office. An African-American man sat behind an oval-shaped glass table. A shelf on his left displayed several awards, large textbooks, and law books. A silver file cabinet was on each side of the shelf, and the painting of a woman and her child was on the wall. The portrait of two teenage boys was on the desk beside several neatly stacked documents. The attorney welcomed Brian with a handshake. They introduced themselves and exchanged pleasantries before they sat. "What brings you to Spring County, Mr. Wright?" O'Neill inquired. "I'm interested in Rosewater Mansion," he stated. "May I ask how you know about the property since you are new in town?" "I'm an entrepreneur. Scouting out new places is a part of my job," Brian replied. "Unfortunately, Theodore Miller, who owned the mansion, passed away a few weeks ago. However, he left it to a distant relative. The good news is the new owner also lives in Winebridge. Is there a way I can reach her?" Brian was positive he was meant to own the property. "That wouldn't be a problem. Hold on a second." O'Neill picked up a document, flipped through it, and then wrote out a phone number on a notepad which he tore out and handed to Brian. "Her name is Ms. Rose Langley." "Thank you." Brian shook his hand. "You are welcome." He'd head to Winebridge and convince Ms. Rose Langley to let him take the property off her hands. He'd make her an offer she wouldn't be able to resist. Brian smiled triumphantly. Acquiring the mansion would be easier than he thought. Brian called Rose Langley for 2 weeks before she answered his call. But it wasn't her. Someone who claimed to be Rose's mother answered the call and somehow convinced him that she'd be the one he'd talk to. Brian had an offer which he was certain they wouldn't turn down, but he didn't know why he'd have to talk to the mother instead of the young woman who owned the property. He tracked Debbie Langley to her office, but she was busy. She could only spare a few minutes to talk to him. That was why they were meeting at the Seagull Cafe this morning. He checked his wristwatch impatiently as he went into the coffee shop. The rush hour had just begun. A long queue of coffee lovers was in front of the coffee stand while 3 female employees efficiently attended to them. Most of the customers just grabbed their coffee and dashed out, but a few were seated quietly, sipping their hot coffee. The warm, nutty, and caramelized aroma in the air reminded him that he hadn't taken his usual cup of coffee this morning. He never drank any coffee not made by him. It didn't matter how busy Brian was. He made his own coffee. He made his way to a table in the middle of the shop and plunked down, waiting for Debbie Langley. 5 minutes later, a woman with a pixie-cut, strawberry blonde hair came into the shop. A quick glance at his wristwatch confirmed she was on time. Debbie had an air around her, which informed him that he wouldn't be getting the property as easily as he'd thought. She wouldn't hesitate to tell him her mind if he pushed her too hard. She had told him she was a paralegal, and she looked the part, black business skirt suit with sensible black shoes. She looked resolute and was probably as shrewd and blunt as his father. He wore a polite smile as he stood. She held out a hand for a handshake. "Debbie Langley." He flashed another warm smile which made her eyes soften a little. "Hello, Mr. Wright. It's a pleasure to meet you again." "Hello, ma'am. Please call me Brian." Brian pulled out a chair for her and waited for her to sit before he sat. Debbie gave him an amused but impressed look. He was confident he'd soon win her over and have the deed of the document in his hands before the day was over. Perhaps by tomorrow evening, he'd be celebrating and sharing the good news with his friend and business partner, Stan. "Thank you for meeting with me today," Debbie said. "You may call me Debbie." He signaled a waiter who quickly came over to their table. Debbie made an order for a cup of coffee, and to his surprise, a mug of steamy coffee arrived at their table within seconds. Debbie settled her purse on her thighs. "Do you mind telling me a little about yourself?" Brian frowned. He didn't have the time for small talk, but he'd humor her. "I'm Brian Wright. I own a hotel and a few inns." Downplaying his achievements might endear him to her, as she seemed like the type of woman who wouldn't be impressed by a braggart. Her next question surprised him. "Are you a Christian?" "Yes," he said between clenched teeth. The property was the only thing he wanted to talk about, so he changed the subject. "I'm interested in buying the Rosewater Mansion, which now belongs to your daughter. You are a successful businessman, and you have the means to acquire any property of your choice," Debbie said. May I ask why you took an interest in the Rosewater Mansion? Rosewater Mansion holds a sentimental value to me, he replied truthfully. Debbie took a swallow of her coffee, studying him. He wondered what was going on in her head. She was hard to read. Why would an astute businessman like you want to purchase a property worth millions of dollars because of sentiments? You don't strike me as the type who would allow his emotions dictate his every move. She had him there. Sentiments and business shouldn't go together. At least, that was what he believed. He didn't want to reveal too much to her yet. He wanted to stick as close to the truth as possible. Family means a lot to me. My parents had their first wedding anniversary at Rosewater Mansion many years ago. I'm interested in the property because it has sentimental value, as I said. The property is not for sale, Debbie said in a calm voice. Brian's heart sank to the bottom of his stomach as he stared at her in silence. When he finally found his voice, he tried to remain calm. How much do you want for the property? I'll pay twice that amount. How bad do you want it? Debbie asked, folding her arms across her chest. He didn't want to seem desperate, but something about her question seemed odd. Why would she ask him this if she wasn't interested in selling the property? Debbie, I know there might be other investors who have shown an interest in the mansion. Whatever they offered to pay, I'll triple it. Debbie's gaze traveled to his hand, focusing on his ring finger. He didn't know what she was thinking, but he didn't like the mischievous glint in her eyes. Are you married? He didn't have to answer her question since his marital status had nothing to do with buying the property. No. Is there someone in your life? The woman was starting to get on his nerves. No. Though, why are you still single at your age? Look she gave him made him feel like he was sitting across the table from his mother. He almost thought she was about to lecture him, but she didn't. Debbie Langley was an interesting lady. He hid a smile, amused by her behavior. You are single, she stated. Yes. His brows furrowed as he frowned. Hopefully, she would see from his expression that he wasn't pleased about the personal questions she was asking. I have a proposal for you, she informed him. My proposal will be beneficial to you and my daughter. And that is. Brian's eyebrows lifted in question. He observed her keenly, and she held his gaze with a stubborn glint in her eyes. You can only have the property if you marry my daughter. As soon as you are married, the deed to the mansion will be handed to you. He gasped, Debbie's bombshell announcement taking him by surprise. For once, he didn't readily have an answer. It took him a few minutes to find his voice. And then he threw back his head and laughed. I'm sorry, but this isn't the first day of April. We are in May. Debbie didn't laugh at her obvious joke. She had a serious look on her face and seemed to be waiting for him to stop laughing so she could drop another bombshell on him. Wait, aren't you joking? There was no humor in her eyes, which meant she was serious. No, she replied. You heard me right. You can only get the property if you agree to marry my daughter. You won't have to purchase the mansion. Marry my daughter, and it will become yours without you having to pay a dime for it. Brian's jaw dropped in shock. He blinked hard before his eyes met hers again. I can't marry your daughter. His gaze searched the cafe looking for hidden cameras. These days, there were plenty of prank TV shows. He had watched a few in his time and he thought them ridiculous. It made sense to him now why Debbie insisted on seeing him in person. She wanted to prank him. Are you the producer of a TV show? What you just said sounded like a joke or a prank to me. I'm sorry, that's the only way you can acquire Rosewater Mansion. I'm serious. Brian exhaled. Why would you want to marry your daughter off to a stranger? He expected an answer, but there was none. Only that stubborn look in her eyes. It'd take a lot of work to convince this woman to sell the property to him with no strings attached. Instead of letting his anger get the better of him, he tried another approach. May I ask why you want me to marry your daughter? You don't know me. I'd like to think that you care about your daughter. I'm doing this for my daughter. I'm a concerned mother watching out for her child. Debbie's chin jutted out proudly. She wasn't going to change her mind, not easily. Debbie's calm demeanor made his blood boil. How could she ask him to marry a woman he didn't know? Did someone put her up to this? I don't know what you are up to, woman. He resisted the urge to slam his fist on the table. Despite his anger, he couldn't easily forget the manners his parents had instilled in him. His eyes blazed with anger as he pushed back his chair. I won't be a part of your scheme. I'm a businessman. When you are ready to do business with me, let me know. He slipped out a couple of bills from his pocket and placed them on the table before he stormed out of the shop. He had sworn off marriage. He wouldn't set himself up for heartbreak or dedicate the rest of his life to a woman. He wanted the mansion badly, but not at the expense of marrying a stranger. A woman he hadn't met. He had no idea what she even looked like. No matter how much he wanted to acquire the property, he wouldn't walk into a trap. He wouldn't marry a woman he'd never met, or any woman for that matter. It took a couple of days for Brian to calm down. He couldn't stop thinking about the property. The mansion was spectacular, and it had great market value and the potential to bring in a lot of money in the future. The memory of his father talking about the mansion stayed on his mind, making it hard for him to think of something else. All he thought of was his father's love for the property. He could transform the old mansion and restore it back to its former glory. If only Debbie or her daughter would agree to sell to him. He didn't know why Rose wouldn't answer her call or why her mother wanted him to marry her, but he intended to find out. A few days later, he called Debbie. His anger had cooled off. His heart surged with hope when she answered the call. "Hello, Mrs. Langley," he said in a pleasant tone. "Hello, Mr. Wright. How may I help you?" Hers was frosty. She was still upset. "I'm sorry for the way I behaved the last time we saw. Your proposal caught me by surprise. Apology accepted." "I take it that you've thought about my request and you've accepted my proposal," Debbie said calmly. Brian stroked his forehead, taking a deep breath. "I'm calling to offer you more money for the property. Name your price." There was a long pause on the other end. "The property is not for sale. If you want the mansion, you have to marry Rose," Debbie reminded him. She was a stubborn woman. He would never own the mansion unless he gave in to her demand. Brian was grateful he was in his office because of the sudden anger raging through him. He jerked to his feet, pushing his office chair across the room. He couldn't fail his father. His parents had worked hard to give him a great life. He'd have to do something, anything, to make his parents' wish come true. He had never acquired a property illegally, and neither was he a deceitful man, but he'd have to do whatever he could to get the property. He'd simply play along, date the girl for a few months, and then convince her to sell the property to him. After that, he would break up with Debbie's daughter. His face contorted with pain as the weight of what he was about to do pressed down on him. But he was desperate. He'd rather break the girl's heart than break the vow he'd made to himself to get the mansion that was such an important part of his late parents' love story. Chapter 11. Brian had been at his desk since dawn, but he couldn't get any work done. He loosened his tie, focusing on the small act so he wouldn't think about Debbie Langley's proposal. He knew what he should do, but it would not be easy. Lying wasn't something he was used to doing. It was something he hated. Now he would have to live a lie, at least for a while, in order to get what he wanted. He reached for his phone and dialed Debbie Langley's number. Maybe she wouldn't answer the call and he wouldn't have to go through with it. No such luck. Debbie answered the phone on the first ring. "Hello, Mr. Wright. If you are calling to convince me to change my mind, don't bother. Nothing is going to change my mind. Marry my daughter and get the property. That's the only way things are going to go." Debbie was determined to get him married to her daughter. He stared at the portrait of his father on the wall. "This is for you, Dad." Pretending to love Debbie's daughter shouldn't be hard. He traced his father's picture with his fingers. As much as he didn't want to do this, he'd never forgive himself if someone else acquired the property. "I've accepted your proposal," he said, hoping everything would go as he planned it. She sighed with relief. The sound made him uncomfortable as he had just lied to her. "But we will do things my way." "What do you mean?" "I want to handle things from now on. I don't want you to be there when I'm meeting your daughter for the first time, and I don't want you to show up each time we are supposed to meet." "Rose," Debbie said. "What?" "Her name is Rose," Debbie replied, as if she hadn't been listening to him. "I know her name," he reminded her. "Then use it," Debbie said. "I will not be in your way or poke my nose into your business." "I want this arrangement to be as normal as possible," Brian told her. If Debbie was there with him, she'd easily see through him. He'd see the girl on his own, win her over, and be out of her life as quick as possible. "That's fine by me," Debbie replied. "You can come to the house tomorrow. I'll text the address to you." Brian resisted the urge to tell her he had changed his mind. His father had been an honest businessman, and he wanted to be like him. But here he was doing something his dad would never have done. "Rose will be expecting you," Debbie informed him before she dropped the call. Rose. The poor, innocent woman he was about to use and dump. He had experienced heartbreak in the past. It wouldn't be fair of him to break her heart and make Rose go through the same pain. Lord, is there another way I can get the property without hurting this innocent woman? Maybe he could convince Rose to sell the mansion to him before she started to have feelings for him. Brian wasn't bothered about his feelings because he knew he wouldn't fall for Rose Langley. Debbie couldn't contain her happiness. Now she was ready for the second phase of her plans. Hopefully, Brian and Rose would tie the knot before she left the country. Now she could relax and not have to constantly worry about Rose. Brian was family-oriented, hardworking, and a gentleman. He is Rose's Boaz. Debbie had decided to play the role Ruth played in her daughter-in-law Naomi's life. But she'd be playing it in the life of her daughter who she had failed. Her love for Rose had made her pamper her instead of ensuring she got help. She had been praying for a miracle when she received the phone call from Brian Wright. At first, she wanted to tell him the property wasn't for sale, but she had remembered her favorite book in the Bible, the Book of Ruth. Naomi had guided her daughter-in-law onto the right path until she met a good man, Boaz, and they had their happy ever after. Debbie hadn't been able to sleep at night, worrying about Rose. She knew how it felt to be lonely. She had endured years of loneliness until God brought John into her life. Having friends around was one thing, but having a partner who loved and watched out for you was something special. Rose's situation was way worse than hers because she had no job, no friends, and no chance of ever getting married unless Debbie intervened. Although Melissa and Rose were getting along, she couldn't help wondering how Rose would cope with being alone if Melissa decided to move out someday. The best thing for her dear daughter was to have a husband that would be her companion for life. She couldn't help blaming herself for Rose's present predicament. The guilt she carried in her heart had become a cord around her neck. Brian Wright was the answer to her prayers. She was an excellent judge of character, and her gut feeling never failed her. Brian was the perfect man for her daughter. He'd be patient with her. He'd encourage her to pursue her dreams and treat Rose with tenderness. Rose, naturally sweet and nurturing, would treat him with kindness and take care of him. With time, they'd fall in love with each other. Rose would have the chance to have her own life and a family, while Brian would get the property and a caring wife. Brian was a good man, but Debbie couldn't help feeling like she was about to walk on hot coals. Rose had no idea of what she had done. Debbie brushed her palms on her skirt as she popped her head into Rose's room. "Sweetie, may I come in?" she asked. "Yes, Mom," Rose answered. Rose lay on the bed with a novel spread in front of her. She sat up and closed the book when Debbie walked into the room. "I thought you'd gone to bed. I wanted to talk to you before I went to bed." She prayed silently. Rose would shut her out if she didn't handle this issue properly. "Okay, Melissa and I are shopping tomorrow. Do you want to join us?" Debbie's jaw slackened. "You are going to the mall with Melissa?" Rose chuckled. "No, we'd be shopping online. It'd be fun." Debbie closed her mouth. The brief flicker of hope inside her died. Melissa and Rose were getting along and bonding as sisters should, but Rose still hadn't found the courage to step out of the house. Debbie inhaled as she looked at Rose. She couldn't help worrying Rose wouldn't take the news of her impending marriage well. She struggled to get a hold of her emotions. She needed to stay positive and hope everything would work out in the end. "What do you want to talk about? Do you mind following me to my room? There's something I want to show you." Rose was instantly out of bed. They made their way into Debbie's bedroom and sat on her bed. Debbie slipped out an envelope from her nightstand drawer. "I remember this package." Rose assumed it was for her since the name on it was M.S. Langley. Debbie placed the envelope on Rose's thighs and patted it gently. "Open it, honey." Rose opened the envelope and brought out the deed to the mansion. Her hands trembled as she read it. Rose jumped off the bed, screaming with joy. Then she abruptly clamped her hand over her mouth, staring at her mom. "What is this?" "It has my name on it, and it says I'm the owner of a mansion with 100 acres of land." "Am I dreaming?" Debbie chuckled. "You are not dreaming. I don't get it." Rose reached out her hand to hold the side of the bed. She lowered herself onto the bed, her lips trembling. "Someone left me the property in his will." "Who is Theodore Miller?" "I have heard that name somewhere." "Theodore Miller is Melissa's grandfather. He left you the mansion. Why? He doesn't know me. This is what I've been praying for and hoping for my whole life. This is my dream in my hands. I'm holding the deed to my own property. I can't believe it. She began to laugh, tears streaming down her cheeks. I have a mansion. Why didn't anyone tell me? Melissa didn't mention it, and neither did you. She pointed to the date on the deed. I asked Melissa not to tell you because I wanted to break the news to you myself. Rose wrapped her arms around Debbie. You are the best mother in the world. I'm going to establish my camp, Mom. Thank you for believing me in. I'll always believe in you. Debbie rubbed Rose's arm, uneasy. I did something, Rose. Something you will not like. Rose frowned. What is it, Mom? 2 weeks ago, a gentleman called and informed me he was interested in buying the mansion. What did you tell him? Did you tell him it isn't for sale? Yes, I told him it wasn't for sale. Debbie stared into her eyes, her heart pounding in fear. I made a bargain with him after I looked him up on the internet. His name is Brian Wright. He's a handsome young man. I told him he could have the property if he marries you. Rose shifted away from her as though she had an infectious disease. You did what? Rose, listen to me. Brian is a decent man. He'll treat you right. Are you trying to sabotage me? You know how much I want to have a camp, but you tried to give away the property I inherited without telling me. How could you do this to me? She gathered the files into her arms, heading towards the door. Debbie ran after her and held her hand. Please hear me out. I'm doing this for you. I don't want you to be lonely. You need to go after your dreams and have a family of your own. You deserve all the good things of life, Rose, and I want the best for you. Brian will help you. He will be there for you when I'm gone. Give him a chance, please. I'm not interested in meeting him. He'd be crazy if he agreed to your proposal. He probably thinks I am. At first, he turned down my proposal, but he's accepted it now. Good night, Mom. Rose stormed out of the room. Rose was a sweet, gentle soul, but she always made her own decisions. Debbie looked up at the ceiling, wishing life sometimes came with a manual. Life didn't come with a manual, but there was something better, the Bible. What would Ruth do in this situation? She'd continue to pray for Rose and talk to her while believing her prayers would be answered. Right now, she'd have to put her plan C into action. For Rose's sake, she hoped it wouldn't be another futile attempt. Rose took out her anger on the kitchen the next morning. She had cleaned it from top to bottom, yet she wouldn't stop. She was cleaning the windows for the umpteenth time when Melissa came into the kitchen, grabbed a cup, and got some water from the sink. Rose ignored her, yet aware that her sister's gaze was burning into her. When she whirled around, she locked gazes with Melissa. She yearned to pour out her heart to her, but she held back. Do you want to talk about it? Melissa asked quietly. She was about to say no, but when she felt a pinch in her heart, she sucked in the air, slowly releasing it. She didn't feel better. Rose doubted if she'd ever feel okay. Mom wants to marry me off to a stranger, she began, sounding much calmer than she felt. She's probably tired of me and wants to get rid of me. I get it, I haven't made it easy on her, but I'm trying my best to get a job. Melissa settled at the kitchen table, giving Rose her full attention. I haven't known Debbie for long, but I know for a fact that she loves you. Rose, you are her world. She wouldn't try to get you married to a stranger for no reason. Rose knew Mom meant well. She was only watching out for her as she had always done. However, she had crossed a line this time. She didn't need anyone trying to play matchmaker in her life. She'd find a man on her own. Thinking about finding a life partner was stressful enough not to add to the stress of her mom trying to convince a strange man to marry her. She couldn't bear to think about the man and what he would think of her. Rose's stomach knotted as she leaned against the kitchen counter. The series of emotions rushing through her were hard to decipher. One minute she was angry. The next, she'd feel depressed. I'm not happy about my life. I haven't had an easy life. Rose admitted. She had never had the courage to tell this to anyone, not even her mother. She had always tried to look happy and content because if she couldn't change her situation, why should she whine about it? What do you plan to do about it? Melissa asked. I haven't figured out what I want to do. Your grandfather left me a mansion. Melissa nodded. I know. I didn't tell you about it because Debbie made me promise not to. She handed the deed to me last night and also threw in how she had bargained with a strange man to take the property and marry me. I felt insulted, annoyed, and just tired. Debbie's watching out for you. She worries about you all the time, but she tries hard not to show it. You are observant. Rose smiled warily. Yes, it's more like a curse than a blessing. I tend to notice even the littlest detail about someone. Debbie wants you to have a life and be happy. Would you consider meeting the man she talked to you about? Rose waved a finger from side to side. No. What am I supposed to say to him? I don't think I can look into his eyes. My mother tried to auction me off to him. No, she didn't. She made a proposal to him. It's different. She's not trying to sell you off to the highest bidder. You don't have anything to lose by meeting with this guy. You might like him. Rose made a face. Did my mother put you up to this? No. I haven't seen her this morning. Promise me you'll consider meeting him. I don't want to marry a stranger, and I don't want to lose the mansion. It's the only thing I own in the world. I get it. Rose put a kettle to boil and grabbed a coffee mug. Why are you up so early? I got a job in town. Melissa grinned. I was going to tell you about it, but I forgot. Congratulations. Rose applauded with a huge smile. Thanks. My boss lives just across the street. She's nice and she's got a daughter, Melissa said. Rose's smile waned. Kathy Fitzgerald? Kathy Adams. I guess she has changed her surname. Kathy and I used to be best friends. This part of her past which she never thought about was still painful to talk about. I've missed her so much. She turned her back to Melissa so she wouldn't see her pain and busied herself with making the coffee. Why don't you pick up your phone and call her? I'm sure she'd be glad if you reach out to her. The sides of her stomach ached slightly because of the waves of emotion washing over her. Her social anxiety hadn't only cost her dreams, it also made her lose her best friend. It's not as easy as you think. I haven't spoken to Kathy in 8 years. I'm not sure she still remembers me. There's only one way to find out. Call her. She won't answer the call. I did something bad, which I'm sure she'll never forgive me for. Chapter 12. Brian expected to meet a crazy or addle-brained woman when he arrived at Debbie's house. The blue-eyed, innocent beauty standing in front of him seemed like a dream. Her long auburn hair framed the sides of her diamond-shaped face. The spatters of freckles across the bridge of her nose seemed to enhance her beauty instead of marring it. Rose Langley was a sight to behold. He hadn't found himself in this type of situation before, to be utterly enthralled by a woman. Long after this meeting, Brian would remember the alluring hues of her hair and her blue eyes which seemed to bore deep into his soul. He continued to mentally file away the little details about her while she gawked at him like he was an alien. Debbie had told him Rose would be expecting him. However, she seemed shocked. She also looked a little petrified by his presence. The aura of innocence around her tugged at his heartstring, making him feel like the proverbial big bad wolf because of his intentions. He planned to manipulate her into selling the property to him. It had seemed like a great idea until he met her. Mr. Wright, you can call me Brian, he said. She nodded, still staring at him with wide eyes. He caught the whiff of her sweet fragrance. She wasn't his type. He preferred women who knew what they were getting into, a relationship with no strings attached. Brian couldn't take his eyes off her. He waited for her to offer him a seat. The expression on her face informed him that she would rather be any place than here with him. Rose, I'm here because I'm interested in your property. Do you mind if we sit and talk for a few minutes? She pushed her hands into the pockets of her jeans, her color turning slightly pale. Rose, I won't take too much of your time. Please have a seat. She gestured at the sofa as if she suddenly remembered her manners. He took his seat, but instead of joining him, she began to pace. I don't know what my mom told you, Rose started, but I'm not interested in marrying you. I'm not too. Her gaze flew to his face. You are not. No. I mean, I'm not interested in getting married now. She nodded. Neither am I. Would you mind sitting for a few seconds? He pleaded. This wasn't going the way he'd thought. Brian glanced at his wristwatch impatiently. I've got other appointments for the day. I understand how precious time is to you. Please, just give me a few minutes of your time. Rose's gaze bounced around the room, looking everywhere but at him. What should I offer you? she asked, taking him by surprise. No. I'm fine. What I'd like is for us to talk about Rosewater Mansion. I don't want to sell the mansion. You haven't seen my offer yet, he pointed out. Would you sit, please? She sat on one of the armchairs. Relief flooded his heart. He had only a few seconds to convince her. Rosewater Mansion is a nice piece of property, but it requires a lot of work, he told her. It'll also cost a lot to completely remodel the building. Her gaze flew to his face. He kept his expression plain, but his heart began to pulsate out of excitement. I'll buy the mansion and also pay for the land, which from my guess should be about 100 acres. Her gaze stayed on his face briefly before she looked away. Rose stroked the back of her neck as if to release some taut muscles. He noticed the way her hands quivered and how she couldn't look him in the eyes. Brian preferred doing business with people who'd be upfront with him right from the get-go. His patience stretched as he paused, waiting for her to say something. He couldn't help the condescending look which flickered across his face. Suddenly, she jumped to her feet. You shouldn't have come here. A phone call would have been better. Next time I'll call you before I come here, he promised. No, she shook her head. There'll be no need for us to meet again. The property isn't for sale. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got something important to do. She hurried out of the room. Brian stared into space, thinking of his next move. She'd not given him the chance to change her mind about selling the property to him. He wasn't really worried about getting the property. He would find the best way to draw Rose out of her shell. Ultimately, she would sell the mansion to him. What he was really concerned about was what he'd have to do to get her to sell and how long that would take him. Chapter 13. She had embarrassed herself in front of him, just like she'd imagined. Brian was the most handsome man she had ever met. Marrying him wouldn't be as horrible as she thought. But the way he looked at her still made her cheeks hot with shame. Then again, she hadn't met any man in her life except for the matches she got on the dating website. Rose had never been on a date. No one had ever bought her flowers or some of the romantic stuff she read in novels. Perhaps it was better this way. She wouldn't have to worry about making a fool of herself. It had been 3 days, but she couldn't get him off her mind. Mom was right. He was a looker. And those blue eyes of his reminded her of the ocean. As she stared into his eyes, it brought back memories of her going to the beach on weekends with her dad. She had freaked out and couldn't get her tongue to work. He must think her crazy. It was a good thing she wasn't attracted to him. Her heart rate increased, countering her thoughts. The shame she felt in his presence was so great that she had hastily left the room. She hadn't heard a word from him since then. She wished he'd call her. She loved the sound of his deep masculine voice and the way butterflies filled her stomach in his presence. Brian Wright was a special man. Rose forced her mind to focus on the feast spread out on the dinner table. For some reason, the wonderful aroma of garlic, herbs, and roasted chicken didn't make her feel hungry. When she looked at the bowl of creamy Thai curry on the table, her stomach churned. She wished she was back in her room, hiding under her duvet instead of sitting at dinner with her family. When Mom asked how her meeting with Brian went, she had hastily left the room, hoping she'd get the message that she didn't want to talk about it. Rose was still mortified by her reaction to him. She couldn't get the words she wanted to say past her throat. She'd not talk to him ever again. Rose couldn't risk making a fool of herself twice. Once was enough, and it had left a bitter taste in her mouth. Melissa came into the dining room with a tray of appetizers. Rose had no idea they were making such a massive meal from appetizers to main course meals, and Mom was still in the kitchen taking care of the desserts. She only hoped Brian hadn't been invited to dinner. When the doorbell chimed, Debbie rushed out of the kitchen, adjusting her dress. She opened the door, smiling at whomever it was that had arrived. If it was Brian, she'd have to find a way to leave the table politely, without causing a scene. But it was Kathy and her daughter that came into the room. Kathy handed the tray of fruits in her hand to Debbie as they embraced. Since when did they become buddies? Why was Kathy invited to dinner without her knowledge? Rose had no answer to the questions tumbling through her mind. Rose couldn't figure out what Mom was up to, but it definitely had to do with her leaving. Her heart pounded in her ears as Kathy and her daughter came to the dining area. She sat upright, her muscles instantly becoming rigid. She had lost the right to call Kathy her friend, much less her best friend. Not after the way she let her down. Rose lowered her gaze, tracing an invisible pattern on her skirt. Melissa and Debbie whisked the child off into the kitchen, leaving Rose alone with the woman she once called best friend. Kathy's parents moved across the street when Rose was 5 or 7. Kathy was the only child who played with her from kindergarten to high school. Kathy was sweet, easygoing, and always had her back. The last time they talked, Kathy was about to get married, and Rose was her maid of honor. She didn't turn up. Rose had been too scared to face the crowd and give a toast. She had no idea what happened to Kathy and why she moved back home with her daughter. Kathy's husband passed away a few months after she returned home. She still couldn't muster up the courage to reach out to her friend. She hadn't been a part of her friend's life, especially during the tough times of her life, like when she lost her husband and then her parents a few years ago. They stared at each other quietly. It was the first day of elementary school for Rose all over again. This time, she was the one who extended a hand of friendship to Kathy. "Hi, Kathy, how are you?" It was a lame question, but it was the best she could do at the moment. Watching her friend from afar all these years, she could tell she had gone through some tough times, but she also grew a lot. Kathy wasn't the sweet, quiet girl she used to know. Now she was a woman, a hardworking one. "Hello, Rose." Kathy had lost some weight, yet she still looked good. Her brunette hair was in a ponytail. Her skin was tanned, and there was a glow about her that seemed to be missing years ago. Rose remembered how stressed she had been while they were planning her wedding. Today, she wore a turquoise wraparound dress with a small silver necklace and a pair of black sandals. She looked confident and seemed happier than before. "Debbie invited me over. I can leave if I make you feel uncomfortable," Kathy said in a soft tone. She didn't make any efforts to leave. "Hi." Mom meant well, but Rose was tired of being boxed into a corner like this. "Please stay." Rose replied, "I don't mind. I'll go see if Debbie needs my help in the kitchen. She's done with the cooking, and Melissa is helping her out. She told me she works with you. I had no idea you started a company. Congratulations." "Thank you, Rose." Surprise flickered across her face. "I converted one of my dad's old properties into an office space. My real estate business is just picking up, but it's been wonderful so far. I'm happy for you." Rose didn't want the conversation to end, but she didn't want to pry either. "I'm sorry about what happened to Zach." "Thanks. It was unfortunate," Kathy replied. "Please have a seat." Kathy settled at the table, her hands stretched out in front of her. "I can't believe I'm here and having a conversation with you. What happened? You suddenly stopped being friends with me, and you stood me up on my wedding day. I kept calling and trying to reach you. Rose, you completely shut me out. I couldn't face you after what I did. I was supposed to be your maid of honor, but my fears got the better of me. I was upset with myself and scared that you wouldn't forgive me, so I decided to just avoid you. Rose, we could have talked about it years ago. I would have forgiven you. It's been what? 8 years? Do you think I'm still mad at you? I was hurt that you shut me out, but I was also worried about you. I'm sorry." Rose sighed. "It's fine. I'm happy you are doing well. I ask about you whenever I run into Debbie at the grocery store. And I kept watching your house, hoping you'd look in my direction, and somehow I'd get the feeling that you had forgiven me. I knew you were watching me," Kathy smiled. "We are both weird, I guess." Rose laughed. "Yeah, I guess we are." Debbie and Melissa came into the dining area with Kathy's daughter, Anna, in tow. "Shall we eat?" "I'm starving already," Debbie joked. They settled at the table. Debbie said grace and they began to eat. "Kathy, have you gotten a buyer for your mom's house? The for sale sign hasn't been there for a couple of days now," Debbie asked. "Yes, someone has bought the house. She'll be moving in this week." Kathy reached for her glass of water and took a sip. Her attention shifted to Rose. "So what have you been up to?" "Me." Rose's throat suddenly dried up, and the food in her mouth turned to wood. She swallowed hard, took a gulp of water, and set down the glass. She hadn't done anything worth celebrating or talking about. Rose inherited a mansion sitting on 100 acres of land, Debbie added proudly. Kathy's eyes widened and she set down her fork. "Oh, Rose, I'm so happy for you. Are you going to establish the camp for bullied youth?" Rose's fork dropped out of her hand, clattering onto the table. You still remember? Kathy laughed. It was all you used to talk about. Let me know if you need my help with anything. She knew nothing about real estate. It was a good thing that Kathy was a realtor. I'll keep that in mind. After dinner, Debbie made some excuse about sending an email to her boss and vanished. Melissa enlisted Anna's help to do the dishes, leaving Rose and Kathy alone again. We have a lot to catch up on, Kathy said. Yes, we do. Rose sighed. Where do I begin? Kathy chuckled. Let's begin with the plans for Debbie's wedding. Is she going to hire a professional wedding planner? She wants a small wedding, so we are going to plan it. I'd love to help. We'll appreciate your help. Mom, I didn't know you were still up. Rose stood at the entrance of the hall, which led into the living room. Debbie paused the TV show she was watching and patted the sofa. Come sit with me. I know you are watching out for me, but I can take care of myself. Rose tried to keep her frustration out of her voice. Okay, I'm sorry. Truth is, I feel guilty about leaving you here all alone without a job. I'll get a job and I'll be fine. Rose assured her, you don't have to worry about me anymore. I can't help it, Debbie smiled. What's going on with you and Brian? Nothing. I have seen the man only once. Rose brushed a strand of hair from her face. I don't want to see him again. It's best if he stays away. Why? Debbie cried. I don't want to marry a stranger. He wouldn't be a stranger if you made an effort to get to know him. Go on a date with him, even if it's only once. One date, Rose stated. One date would be enough to convince Brian she wasn't the right woman for him. Besides, if Rose wanted to have a family someday, she would have to start making efforts to get the help she needed. Brian was handsome, and he seemed like a gentleman, but he wouldn't cope with her. He had looked at her like she had suddenly grown another head. Rose didn't want to be a burden to anyone, especially not to a man she didn't know anything about. One date. What could go wrong? Chapter 14. The things one does for the sake of those they love. Brian was disgusted at himself for how low he had to sink because of the mansion. He loathed lies, yet he had become a liar. Brian would have to try his best to stick to the truth as much as possible. What he wanted was the property, not the woman who owned it, not even if she looked like an angel. Pursuing Rose was the last thing he wanted to do, but he had no choice. He should be dealing with the series of work-related issues he had, not knocking on Rose's door and trying to sweet-talk her to let him in. The little hope he had of them becoming friends died when she refused to speak to him the first time he visited the house. He had a bad feeling about this. Chasing women wasn't his thing. When Debbie called to inform him that Rose had agreed to go on a date with him, he almost told her he had changed his mind. The only reason he came for this date was to convince her to sell the property to him. He shoved a hand into his pocket while his other hand hovered over the doorbell, which he had rung twice. Rose was probably too shy to open the open. Talking wasn't his strong forte, especially if it wasn't business. He cleared his throat. Rose, I know you are in there. I'm not leaving until you answer the door. I don't mind staying here until morning. The weather is mild now, but it'll get colder by midnight, and I'll probably freeze to death. He was ashamed of himself for guilt-tripping her. He only hoped it would work because he didn't know which other way to get her to open the door. It worked. Not exactly what Brian had in mind, as she looked paler than he remembered, probably frightened by what he had said. He didn't think twice. He shortened the distance between them. I didn't mean to scare you. Hi. You didn't scare me. Relief washed over him. Oh, I got these flowers for you. He held out the bouquet of roses he got for her on his way to the house. Rose's face slowly transformed as she held the flowers, a childlike wonder flickering across her face. At least he had done something right. He'd congratulate himself when the night was successful. Thank you, Mr. Wright. She lifted the flowers toward her nose, abruptly dropping her hands when their gaze met. Call me Brian. She nodded, a frown pleating her forehead. Brian didn't know why she was frowning, but he knew he didn't like seeing her frown and would do his best to make her smile. Please have a seat while I put these in a vase. Her words were rushed, a sign that she was anxious. He surveyed the room while she went into the kitchen. When she came back, she didn't back away from him. She stood beside him, but put some distance between them. The fact that she was standing only a few feet away this time assured him that he was making some progress. If things continued like this, He'd soon have her signing the deed to him. He'd return home a happy man. What would you like us to do? He'd have made a reservation in a restaurant, but it'd be impossible to get Rose to leave the house. What do you have in mind? We can do whatever you want, Rose replied. How about we order takeout instead of going out? Her face lit up. Sounds great. You'll have to decide what we'll order. Chinese food, she decided. 30 minutes later, 2 packs of Chinese noodles and lobsters were delivered from Brian's favorite restaurant. He only wanted to concentrate on the food. However, he could feel her eyes on him, assessing him. When Brian lifted his head, their eyes met. They shared a lingering gaze for a couple of minutes. When his neck began to feel warm, he reluctantly tore his gaze away. Rose poured sweet wine into her glass, lifting it to her lips. He'd have done that for her, but this wasn't an actual date anyway. He'd have to engage her in small talk before he brought up the subject of the property. Tell me about yourself, Rose. He realized he actually wanted to know about her. She shrugged. What would you like to know? There isn't much I could tell you. I was born and raised in Winebridge. She twirled some noodles around her chopsticks, taking the food into her mouth. Brian watched her, sure the flavors of herbs and rich, flavorful spices were bursting on her tongue like his. His face reddened when she glanced up and caught him watching her. What? You are an expert in using chopsticks. When I first tried using them, I spilled noodles topped with clam sauce over my shirt. Smelled like the ocean for a week. An ocean filled with dead fishes. He was exaggerating a bit, but it was the truth. She giggled. I learned how to use chopsticks on YouTube. She licked her lips, a serious look settling on her face. Did my mother tell you why I don't leave this house? Why I've been indoors for 8 years. Brian was stunned. You've been indoors for 8 years? She ignored his question. For someone like me who never leaves the 4 walls of her home, the only way I get through each day is by reading or learning different skills on YouTube. When he looked at her again, he didn't see a timid, shy woman but one who was tough. Yes. 8 years of being indoors, Rose answered his question. He'd have liked to touch her hand, reassuring her he would help her through whatever her problem was. But he didn't want to make any promises he wouldn't keep. The big question on his mind was why she had been indoors for years. He was also puzzled that her mother didn't get her the help she needed. No wonder she wanted him to marry Rose. He wasn't ready to bear the burden of being responsible for someone like Rose. I have social anxiety disorder. I think a severe form of that. He didn't know what to say. His first response to any problem was how to solve it, but Rose wasn't a project. Rose was a human with blood flowing through her veins. She had feelings that could quickly get hurt. Do you miss being a part of the world? Sometimes. Pain filled her eyes. He drew closer to her until her arm was brushing against his. I can help you if you let me. It was the truth. He wouldn't walk out of her life without trying to do something nice for her. I don't need anyone's help. It's okay to need help. I could set up an appointment with a therapist. Seeing one would help you a lot. I don't need a therapist. It's a waste of time and resources. Why do you think so? Have you had a therapist in the past? She drew her knees up against her chest. Brian wanted to reach over and gently place her head on his shoulder. He didn't. It'd be awkward if she shrank from his touch. When I was 8, I attended a camp for kids like me who were bullied, traumatized, or had social anxiety. I was making progress until the end of summer when my dad picked me up. Her shoulders quivered, her voice thickening with emotion. Brian's heart ached as he yearned to put his arms around her to assure her that she wasn't alone anymore. For the second time, he held back. Rose needed to be strong for herself. Although he wanted to help her badly, it was best for her to let out her emotions and regain strength. She sniffed, brushing tears off her cheeks. My dad was excited that I was smiling again, and I seemed like my old self before the kids at school started bullying me. He wanted to give me a gift, something special, he had said. On our way home, a drunken truck driver lost control of his wheels. He rammed his truck into our car. Dad didn't survive the accident. I stayed in the hospital for 6 months because I had several injuries. Rose, you are a strong woman. His voice was filled with awe. His respect for her went up. What you went through is traumatizing. I'm sorry you lost your dad in such a tragic way. Thank you, she said. Without thinking, he placed his hand on hers. Would you let me help you? Don't let the tragic incidents you suffered in the past rob you of your future. She scooted away from him, her shoulders set in a way that told him to back off. Brian, why do you want to help me? He could have said it was because he cared about her, which in a way was true. My family was everything to me. Their death was a big blow. You were 8 when you lost your father. No child should ever witness something so tragic. She sighed. No more sad stuff. Tell me about yourself. Brian didn't argue with her. He'd have to revisit the subject another time. For now, he'd let it go. I'm in the hospitality industry. He put aside his takeout pack, his appetite completely gone. I spend most of my time shuffling from state to state, visiting my resorts and hotels. I have 2 resorts, 3 inns, and 3 hotels. One of them is in Winebridge. Are you currently seeing anyone? Rose avoided his gaze, her cheeks turning a deep shade of pink. He chuckled, a little surprised that she had asked him that so bluntly. No. I wouldn't be here if there was someone special in my life. Guilt pricked his heart. He loosened a button on his shirt, sighing. Lies always complicated things. He'd have to remind himself not to tell her too many lies, or she'd be terribly hurt when she found out the truth. Have you ever been in a relationship? She was looking into his eyes now. I was once engaged. Brian's lips pressed together as the ugly memory resurfaced in his mind. We were going to get married after college, but my fiancé broke up with me a night before our graduation. She was secretly dating another guy. I'm sorry about that. Rose directed a sympathetic look at him. She hadn't spoken a word about the man in her life. He assumed there was none since her mother asked him to marry her. Is there someone, or was there someone in your life? Rose bit her bottom lip, focusing on her feet. No. Her response made excitement run through him. He didn't understand why he would be happy she wasn't seeing anyone. Why? You haven't met anyone you want to be with. I guess so. I'm not discouraged. Her voice held so much hope. One day, I'd be married to the love of my life and I'd have kids. I'll also establish a camp for kids with social anxiety and childhood trauma. Brian laughed. I see people getting married all the time, but most times, it's for selfish reasons. I don't think people should subject themselves to such misery. Yes, some people get married for selfish reasons, but there are also people who get married for love. I don't believe in marriage. It's not worth the trouble. She gaped at him. You were once engaged. I was young and foolish then, he corrected her. I'm never going to get married. Rose's jaw dropped. Brian, are you serious? You think marriage is torture? Listen, Rose, a long-term relationship is hard, but marriage? It's a business contract that favors one person. Marriage is not worth throwing away one's life for. I cherish my peace of mind, especially my freedom. I don't want to go through a lifetime of suffering. Unconditional love doesn't exist. Maybe in fairy tales if you believe in such things. There's nothing like true love or a happy marriage. Rose jumped to her feet, putting some distance between them. You are entitled to your opinion of marriage as I am to mine. However, I don't think we should see each other anymore. He started to reach for her, but she quickly moved back, her lips curling up in disgust. Good night, Brian. Shut the door on your way out. She left the living room, going back into her bedroom. His plans were ruined because he had decided to be honest with her. When next he had a chance to see her, he wouldn't be so honest. Chapter 15. Rose and Melissa were in the kitchen. One sister was fixing lunch while the other entertained her with stories. Having a sister around was helpful, especially when one didn't want to think about a man they were beginning to like. When Rose felt the urge to pick up the phone and call Brian, she'd talk to Melissa instead. Talking to her sister wasn't the same as having a conversation with Brian. She had opened up to him easily. She was still surprised at herself. We heard a weird noise which sounded like a bear was coming. We were so scared. Melissa had a horrified look on her face. I had started to regret going to the camp since Theodore didn't want me to be there in the first place. Anyways, we huddled together while our teachers were ready to face the bear. Suddenly, out of the wood came this enormous bear, and everyone ran in different directions. Rose was about to flip over a bacon slice in a pan, but her hand paused in the air. What happened next? It turned out the bear was just one of the students in disguise. The costume looked so real we thought it was an actual bear. The two of them burst into laughter. Rose fixed a plate of steak slices, bacon, burger, and fries, which she handed to Melissa. "Thank you." Melissa sniffed the air, a smile flickering on her face. "You are a terrific cook. This looks delicious." "You are welcome." Rose settled onto the kitchen counter, placing her plate beside her. They exchanged glances when the doorbell tinkled. "We are not expecting anyone today, are we?" A part of her wished it was Brian, but she hadn't seen him since their first disastrous date. She had overreacted a little and kicked him out. She was mad at him, but after a while, she felt sorry for him. Marriage was a beautiful thing. Her parents had had a wonderful, love-filled marriage. It had taken her mother years to find love again, but she'd soon tie the knot with another wonderful man. It was a good thing Brian wasn't interested in her or marriage. She didn't want him to wake up one day and walk out of her life. She would channel her energy towards building her dreams. "No. I'll check who's at the door." Melissa headed out of the kitchen. She paused. "Kathy and I are meeting with some new clients tomorrow. I won't be home until midnight because I offered to watch Anna." "Is Kathy going on a date?" "No. She's going to dinner with a client." Melissa beamed. "We should all get together soon. We can have an adult girls' night and watch movies in our pajamas." The last time she had a pajama party was on her 12th birthday. None of the kids she invited showed up except for Kathy. It turned out another kid who shared the same birthday with her was also having a sleepover party, and the other kids had chosen to go to her place. That'd be fun. I didn't get to experience that girly stuff while growing up. "Theodore, my grandfather didn't allow my friends from school to visit me. He believed hanging out with the kids from school will make me learn bad manners from them." The doorbell tinkled again. Melissa rushed out of the kitchen while Rose continued to eat. Mom was at work. The only person at the door was Brian. She didn't want to see him again. To her surprise, Melissa and a pretty dark-haired woman came into the living room. She wore a gray-colored business suit with a knee-length skirt. She carried a small leather briefcase. "Brian." Rose seethed. He had gotten her a therapist without her consent. She didn't want him managing her life. She'd give him a piece of her mind when next she saw him. "Hi." Rose emerged from the kitchen, determined to politely send the therapist on her way. "Hello, Ms. Langley. I'm Dr. Julia Wright, a cognitive behavioral therapist." Julia said. "I called you several times on my way here." Her tone was sweet, yet professional. Rose frowned, jealousy cutting through her. "Are you related to Brian?" "He's my cousin." She sighed with relief. "My phone isn't with me at the moment." Melissa slipped into the kitchen, leaving the two of them alone. "Ms. Langley, did I catch you at the wrong time? I can wait until you are ready to see me." Julia flashed a polite smile. Rose forced a smile. "I don't need a therapist. I'm sure there's been a misunderstanding. Give me a minute to call Brian and he'll confirm there's been a mix-up." "Ms. Langley, I assure you there's been no mix-up." Julia's tone was firm yet still professional. "Would you mind sitting down with me for 5 minutes? I know you don't feel you need a therapist now. Most people feel that way until they begin therapy and realize they need help. I'll be with you and support you on this journey. Opening up to someone isn't easy, even if they are your therapist. It's okay to have doubts and fears. What is unacceptable is trying to run away from your problems or pretending they don't exist." Although the therapist was hired by Brian, Rose really needed counseling and help. It'd be silly of her to turn down this opportunity to find the healing she needed. Her dreams and future were hanging in the balance. An hour later, Rose felt like a different person. Opening up to the therapist had been hard at first, but with her encouragement, she could share her pains. Later that week, Rose made an appointment with the probate attorney Lawrence O'Neill to visit the mansion. Rose might not have a future with Brian, but she'd pursue her dreams. She'd continue with the therapy until she was healed and able to face the world again. She'd also start making plans to establish a camp for children with social anxiety caused by bullying, childhood trauma, or years of abuse. The coming weeks would be busy for her, but she was determined to achieve her goals. Nothing could stop her now. Jack drew closer to the fire he made, pocking a stick into it. The warmth of the fire and his thick leather jacket kept him warm from the mountain cold. He grabbed a cup of coffee from a table he had set up and took a gulp. Jack wiped his mouth with his sleeve, cringing when he caught the stench of his jacket. He needed a shave and a bath. Jack scratched his chin, staring into space. He had been in this camp for weeks, since the day he left the mansion. The attorney had found out that he was remodeling the interior of the mansion. They had gotten into an argument before he was kicked off the property. Jack hadn't gone back home. He had driven deep into the mountains until he found a clearing where he made a camp. He didn't want to be amongst people. Jack loathed the townspeople, especially those who had looked down on him in the past. He'd do something good for himself for once, putting them to shame. Jack started to reach for the coffee mug when the sound of an approaching vehicle broke the silence of the morning. The twittering birds that had been his companion since he got to the mountains flew away when the truck pulled into the camp. He swore under his breath, eyeing the fleeing creatures. He had left breadcrumbs for them to feed on several times, but now they are all gone. He rubbed his palms together until they warmed up. Jack shoved his hands into the pockets of his jacket. The private investigator, Larry, alighted from the vehicle. Larry looked worse than the last time they met. His eyes were puffy, with bags underneath them, and he stank of alcohol. Jack didn't care about the man. Larry directed a foul, toothy grin in his direction. "Do you have any news for me?" Jack demanded. "Yes, my friend, I do." Larry did a little dance, his hands moving in tune with his movement. He staggered as he took a step toward Jack. Jack glared at him impatiently. "Well, don't waste any more time. What have you found out?" "Your uncle left the property to a young woman named Rose Langley," Larry announced, a proud smile settling on his lips. Jack gritted his teeth. "I gave you that information. What else have you found out about her that I don't already know?" "She's not going to be a problem." Larry waved a finger left and right to emphasize his words. "Rose suffers from social anxiety disorder. She's a recluse, and no one has seen her in 8 years. She lives with her mother." "Do you want me to keep a tab on the mother?" "A recluse wouldn't be a problem." Laughter rumbled from his stomach, bursting out of his lips. He laughed so hard, the sound echoed throughout the mountains. Jack stopped laughing abruptly. "Larry, you've done a good job. The news you've given me is the best I've heard in a long time." He wouldn't waste any more time. He'd fully occupy the mansion. When he glanced at Larry, he seemed to have something else on his mind. "Spill it. When do I get my balance?" Larry licked his lips. Jack stalked to his truck and retrieved an envelope that he threw at Larry. "Thank you, Jack." Larry shoved the envelope into the back of his jeans pocket. "Someone else has set his sight on the property. He's in the hospitality industry. I don't care about this guy. He's no one. He has no claim to the mansion." Jack stated. "If he doesn't back down, he'll get what he's asking for. I'm moving into the mansion tomorrow." Brian would rather be with Rose than spend his Saturday evening playing basketball with his best friend and business partner, Stan. He was shocked by his intense desire to see her. For some reason, he couldn't figure it out. He was beginning to care about Rose. A lot. Their footsteps echoed as they ran back and forth with the ball. Stan was leading the game, another first. Brian couldn't hide his frustration as he kept muttering under his breath. "What are you going to do?" Stan managed to get the ball over to the mid-court line, shooting it through the hoop. The ball bounced on the court. He didn't rejoice. Instead, he grabbed the ball, placing it under his arm. "Come on, man. You're making this too easy for me." Brian wiped beads of sweat off his brows with his fingers. "Sorry. Too much going on in my mind." He planted his hands on his hips. His luxurious indoor basketball court was built so he could hang out with his friend occasionally without having to leave his home. If he could just stop thinking about Rose, he might focus on the game. "Are you still thinking about Rose?" "Yes," Brian admitted. "I can't stop thinking about her. I feel a little guilty that I went there intending to manipulate her to sell the mansion." A trickle of sweat ran along his face. Brian wiped off his face with the hem of his jersey. "She probably won't talk to me again." "You are falling for her." Stan nodded. "You should call her and ask her out on another date, or you could call to check up on her." "She was disgusted when she found out how I feel about marriage," Brian said. "I had to let that out in the open so she doesn't get any ideas about us." He didn't want to care about Rose, yet he did. He lay in bed each night, thinking about her, the color of her pretty eyes, the way her face lit up when she was happy. He wanted to see her again. The yearning made his gut twist with pain. The last time he felt something close to this, his heart had gotten broken. If you care about her, you should do the right thing, Stan suggested. He had done the right thing the last time he saw her. Doing the right thing sucks. I've been off the dating scene for too long. I need help, buddy. Listen to your heart, my friend. Stan threw the ball on the floor. I've got to run. I promised my wife I'll take her to dinner tonight. Brian looked at his friend with envy. At 32, he had everything he could wish for except for a woman. Brian wouldn't mind having a woman in his life. One who wouldn't expect him to marry her. She'd be someone he could lean on. How's Emily doing? Brian asked. He hadn't seen her and the kids for a while. We have an appointment at the hospital tomorrow to find out the baby's gender. Not that I care if it's a boy or another girl, but Emily wants to start shopping for the baby. Brian and his friend patted each other on the back as they shook hands. Brian headed into his living room. Without a second thought, he dialed Rose's number. He remembered how he felt on the night he went on his first date. At the moment, it seemed like he was 18 again and about to go on his first date with a girl he believed was out of his league. When Rose's sweet, soft voice filled his ears, he exhaled. Hi, Rose. The only difference between now and then was that he cared about Rose. Hi. He considered himself a man who could hold his own when talking to a woman he liked. His tongue seemed heavy at the moment, making it hard for him to say what he wanted to say. He swallowed his pride. Rose, I'm sorry for the things I said. Let me make it up to you. Is that the only thing you are sorry about? His mind replayed the scenes from their first date. Nothing sprang to mind. Are you talking about the therapist? I wanted to help. Sorry if I crossed some boundaries. She's great. Thanks, but I'd like to pay the fees from now on. He had paid for a 6-month treatment plan, but he didn't tell her. He'd have to tell Julia not to cancel the payment and to continue with the counseling sessions. I had a great talking to you, he said truthfully. Would you give me another chance? What do you think about a movie date with me tomorrow night? If you don't mind watching a chick flick. She teased. It sounds great. He grinned, smiling for the first time since the week started. See you tomorrow. Chapter 16. Rose forgave Brian when he called her because she had been judged and criticized her whole life. She didn't want to judge him harshly, so she decided to give him a second chance. If they couldn't be together, they could remain friends. Since they both wanted the mansion, he could accompany her to Spring County. She stole a glance at the man lying beside her, focused on a ridiculous chick flick on her laptop. She drew closer to him. Heat spread across her skin as his shoulder bumped against hers. What's wrong? Brian clicked on the spacebar on the laptop, pausing the movie. What's on your mind? Brian was so in tune with her emotions. She couldn't concentrate on the movie because of the thoughts running through her head. I made an appointment with the probate attorney to check out the property in Spring County. Great plan. When are you going there? I canceled the appointment. Rose pulled her lower lips between her teeth, slowly releasing them with a rush of air. I had a panic attack when I tried to leave the house. He didn't judge her. His arms drew her in for a hug. What can I do to help? My mother's wedding is a month away. She'll be leaving the country after the wedding. She rested her head on his shoulder. His masculine scent filled her nostrils, and a soothing sensation ran along her nerves, calming her down. I've never lived on my own or held a job. Melissa will still be here, right? I guess so. Melissa has gotten a job, but I don't know if she has plans to leave anytime soon. Whether she stays or leaves, you'll be fine. You are a strong woman. He brushed back a strand of hair from her face. Believe in yourself, Rose. Focus on your therapy and stop worrying about the future. Thank you. She scooted away from him, studying him. She didn't want to be attracted to a man who never wanted to get married. Have you seen the mansion? His blue eyes sparkled. I have. Rosewater Mansion is spectacular. I can't wait to see it. Would you mind accompanying me to visit the property? Yes, when do you want us to go? I'll think about it. She rubbed a hand on her belly when her stomach rumbled. I'll call you when I have a date in mind. Another low rumble came from her stomach, which made her chuckle. She had eaten nothing because she was a bit nervous about the date with Brian. She didn't know what to expect since their first date hadn't gone as she had thought. Sorry, I haven't eaten since breakfast. What would you like me to make for you? His question took her by surprise. She chuckled in disbelief. I don't believe it. You cook? I have to eat, he chuckled. I learned from the family cook as a kid. Let's make spaghetti and meatball. He held out his hand. She slid hers onto his palm, and he helped her off the bed. They made their way into the kitchen. Soon, the aroma of the meatball sauce saturated the kitchen. Rose watched Brian as he cooked. He was in his element. A couple of minutes later, Melissa came into the kitchen with Kathy and Anna. Hey, Rose called. Brian turned around, wearing a pleasant smile. Sorry, I didn't know you had a friend over, Kathy said. It's fine, Rose replied. Brian, this is my sister Melissa and my friend Kathy. Rose faced the women. Meet Brian. Hello, Melissa and Kathy, Brian cut in. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Rose's boyfriend. Rose couldn't believe her ears. He'd just said he was her boyfriend. Nice to meet you, Brian, the women chorused. Brian squatted in front of Anna. Who's this angel? I'm Anna, the child said softly, her gaze drifting from Brian to her mother before facing him. Hello. Hello, Anna. Watching Brian talk tenderly to the child made her long-buried maternal yearning kick in. When Anna smiled at him, her breath caught in her throat. The child rarely smiled or talked to strangers. Brian would be a great father. But being a great day didn't mean he could be a good husband. What was she thinking? Brian wasn't interested in marriage. She was. She could use his friendship, but she'd have to constantly guard her heart. We should be on our way. Kathy placed her hands around her daughter's neck. Please don't leave because of me. Brian plucked out a knife from a wooden block on the wall. He chopped some onions while the women exchanged glances behind his back. He's good-looking, Kathy mouthed at Rose. Rose shrugged. Would you like to join us for dinner? There's more than enough to go round, Brian added. Melissa eyed her, mouthing, You are on a date. Rose shrugged and mouthed back. It doesn't matter. Kathy eyed her, shaking her head. Thanks. Please stay. Rose was desperate. She didn't want to be alone with Brian. She might say something that could push him away. Whenever her maternal feelings kicked in, she tended to be emotional. Come here, Anna. Would you help me set up the dinner table? Rose extended her hand out, and they left the kitchen. After a few minutes, they all settled at the dinner table. Brian, the food is great. Melissa complimented. Where did you learn to cook? Kathy directed her question at Brian. My family was into the hospitality business. My dad owned a chain of inns. During the summer, I worked in the kitchen. I also learned a lot by watching the cooks and asking questions. My mother was a great cook too. She shared many family recipes with me. Kathy nudged Rose. Lucky you. Rose frowned as her gaze drifted from her friend to Brian. A pang of jealousy worked its way through her heart. The food in her mouth suddenly lost its flavor. She was being irrational, but she couldn't help the feeling. She reminded herself this was her second date with Brian. If he wasn't interested in her, he wouldn't be here with her. But did it mean anything to him, or was he just with her because of the property? Doubt crept into her heart, making her utterly miserable. Chapter 17. Rose's weekly therapy sessions with Dr. Wright had been going well. If the woman wasn't her therapist, they might have become friends. Julia was stern when she needed to be and supportive when it called for it. They were sitting in the living room, about to start another session. Rose would have liked to ask some questions about Brian. However, she didn't want to give her therapist the impression that she had feelings for her cousin. Rose, how are you? Opening up about her emotions wasn't as difficult as it was in the beginning. I'm fine, thank you. How are you? I'm doing well. Julia adjusted her glasses. When I asked how you are, I meant how you are doing. Did you have any panic attacks this week? No panic attacks. She was proud of herself. No sudden bout of sadness. Rose's lips curved into a smile. As a matter of fact, I had a fantastic week. Awesome. Do you want to talk about it? Julia tilted her head to the side, watching her keenly. I had a date with Brian. Excitement surged inside her. The mention of Brian's name was enough to make her heart race. We had a great time. I had a movie night with my sister and my friend Kathy. I also watched Anna, Kathy's daughter, while she was out running errands. You had a fun week. Good job. Julia applauded. Today, we will focus on how you can conquer your fears. She maintained eye contact with her. When your heart starts to pound in fear at the thought of meeting or associating with others, take a deep breath and slowly exhale. Continue to breathe in and out until you feel calm. Then challenge the negative thoughts. Speak positively to yourself until that inner voice of doubt becomes silent. Have you ever done that? No, Rose said truthfully. It's hard to think when my heart is beating so fast. It's a horrible feeling. Rose ran a hand along her arm as if to ward off a chill. That's the moment to get out of your head. Focus on the things around you. Shift your attention from your fear to your environment. Open the window to let in some fresh air. Look around you, and you'll realize there's nothing to be afraid of. The therapy session progressed smoothly until the 60 minutes were up. Thank you for your cooperation, Rose. I'm proud of you, Julia said. Thank you. I don't feel as scared as before, Rose admitted. Now she was confident she'd be able to have the life she'd dreamed about. Remember to think of the present and the future. Don't focus on the past all the time, Julia advised. I'll do my best, she promised. Good. One more thing, would you consider joining a special group therapy program? You don't have to leave your home. The group will come to you. When you feel comfortable enough with the group, you can consider attending the group therapy at my clinic. I'll think about it. Meeting a group of strangers wouldn't be easy. Julia slipped out a book from her briefcase. I want you to read this workbook by Cask and Barlow, Mastery of Your Anxiety and Worry. Your second assignment would be to take a 5-minute walk in the yard. You can do it alone or enlist the help of a family member. The third assignment would be going out to dinner in a public place with anyone you want to go with. Rose gasped. I will never be able to go to dinner in a public place. Please give me another task. Going to a public place, meeting new people, and associating with other people is part of the treatment. You may leave as soon as you start to feel uncomfortable. Have a nice day, Rose. Have a nice day, Dr. Wright. Several minutes after Julia's departure, Rose paced the living room. She reached for the doorknob, waiting for the intense wave of a panic attack to hit her. Nothing happened. Rose's heart began to thump against her chest as sweat trickled down her spine. She opened the door, peering into the street. There was no one about it. The coast was clear. She'd dart out and then go back in really quick. Leaving the house wouldn't be difficult. She set a foot outside the door, a calm wind blasting across her face. I did it, she cried. Almost. She smothered her hand over her dress as she lifted her other foot, placing it outside the door. A massive wave of panic attack flooded her. Instead of letting the feelings overpower her, she peered into the sky, and the burst of color warmed her heart. She had both legs out now. Good job. She patted herself on the shoulder. She inhaled deeply, taking in the fresh evening air. The world seemed so quiet at the moment, except for the honk of an oncoming vehicle. She couldn't hear the chirping of birds, people calling out friendly greetings to each other, or the sound of a lawnmower. The only sound Rose could hear was the steady beat of her heart. Everything looked different, 8 years of not setting foot outside the door. She raced into the garden in the yard, running with her arms wide open, feeling the wind on her face. She stopped running when she got to the end of the yard. She raced back to where she had started from, breathing heavily. Rose, a feminine voice called. Rose's heart jumped into her throat as her eyes darted across the street. Her muscles became tensed when she spotted Whitney Jefferson, one of the girls who bullied her all through high school. Whitney wasn't a girl anymore. The once leggy, beautiful cheerleader was now a woman with a slight paunch and chubby arms. The techniques her therapist taught her, including those she had been practicing for the past few weeks, vanished into thin air. Rose couldn't recollect a single technique that could help her at this moment. She rushed back into the house, slamming the door as tremors coursed through her. Who was she kidding? She'd never be the same again. No amount of therapy could help her. Brian leaned against Rose's door, a bouquet of red and white roses in one hand while tapping a foot on the floor as nerves racked his body. At the age of 32, he had gone on more dates than he cared to remember. Nothing scared him, yet there he was, nervous, a little worried his date would never come out of her room. This week, Rose's third assignment was to have dinner in a restaurant with a family member. He was touched she had chosen to go with him. However, his hope that they would have a beautiful night was dashed when he arrived. Rose was still in her room while her mother and half-sister, Melissa, were trying their best to get Rose to come out of her room. His cousin Julia wouldn't share a client's information with him, so he hadn't bothered to ask. He had assumed Rose had gotten over her fear. Rose, honey, do you need help with anything? Debbie tried one more time, throwing a frustrated look at Brian. No, Mom, thanks. I'll be out in a few minutes, Rose called out. Debbie, we should let Brian handle it from this point. Melissa linked her arm through Debbie's, leading her towards the living room. Brian cleared his throat. Speaking from the heart was the only thing that could help Rose get over her nervousness. Rose, I know you're nervous. I am too. I haven't been on a date to a public place in a long time with a gorgeous woman like you by my side. I am sure I will get over my nerves, and we will both have a great time. I will be there with you, holding your hands. If you get uncomfortable, I will bring you back home immediately. Brian was stunned when Rose strode out of the room, looking angelic. She had pinned her bouncy, wild red curls behind her ears. The peach-colored dress she wore matched the cute small purse in her hand. You are beautiful. His hands trembled as he held out the roses. This is for you. Thank you, she murmured, gazing into his eyes as if he had given her the world. You look great. His throat tightened. Thanks. Rose made a quick dash to the kitchen to place the flowers in a vase before she returned to him. Melissa and Debbie were waiting for them in the living room. You look amazing, Rose, Melissa muttered with. Debbie hugged her. You are stunning. Have fun tonight. Thanks, Mom. Rose linked her fingers through hers, perhaps searching for a familiar touch. Are you ready, sweetheart? Brian asked. She nodded with a hint of fear in her eyes. He leaned in, whispering into her ears, I'm here for you. Brian opened the door for her while holding her hand. Rose's eyes widened as she began to breathe really fast. Brian rubbed her back, whispering to her softly, I'm here, sweetheart. We're going to have fun tonight. Every eye will be on you when we walk into that restaurant. Do you know why? Why? Her voice trembled. Because you are the most beautiful woman in the world. Thanks, Brian, you make me feel special. You are. He winked at her. Rose loosened up on the way to the restaurant. She and Brian joked and laughed, throwing banters back and forth until he drove into the restaurant's parking lot. Rose suddenly became quiet. You'll be fine, Brian reassured her. I don't think I can do it. Her face was white as a sheet. Yes, you can. You have to believe in yourself. Everyone will. No one will notice you are nervous or anxious. Brian added, when anyone looks at you, they won't see your fears. They will see you, Rose, a beautiful woman who walked into a fancy restaurant on the arm of the most handsome guy in the world. She giggled. Do I not look good enough to be called the most handsome man in the world? He teased. You do. Remember, you won't be alone in there. I'll be with you. Brian got the door for her, helping her out of the car. They made their way into the restaurant called Bob's Banquet. She grabbed his hand, her fingers curling around his. The restaurant was packed, but he had already made reservations. A couple of people gave them a brief stare. Rose stumbled a few times. However, he was quick to place a hand on her lower back to steady her. A waiter approached them. Good evening, ma'am and sir. The waiter bowed slightly. Good evening. I made a reservation for a table at the back, Brian informed him. Please come this way. They followed the waiter to a table at the back, which would give them a lot of privacy. Thank you. Brian nodded at the waiter. He pulled out a chair for her. When she was comfortably seated, he sat at the table. He perused the menu briefly. I'll have the lamb chops with fries and iced tea. Rose scanned her menu. I'll have the classic seafood salad and iced tea as well. Their orders arrived within minutes. This looks good. Rose's eyes were on her plate. What are you waiting for? Brian forked one of the chops on his plate into his mouth. After some minutes, Rose set her fork down. It tastes awesome too. Her eyes swept around the room. I can't believe I almost chickened out tonight. This place is great. The food is nice, and the ambience is superb. Ever considered a job as a food critic or a restaurant reviewer? He said in a serious tone. Oh my word. You are a genius. I've been searching for a job. With little or no skills and no college degree, no one wants to hire me. She grinned. What do you love doing? He stopped eating, focusing on Rose. I love watching movies, reading, eating too. She wrapped her fingers around her glass, taking a sip of her drink. You could create a movie review blog. Or you could become a vlogger. You told me you watch YouTube a lot. I'm not ready for that kind of exposure. She let out a long sigh. Let's talk about you. Your family was in the hospitality business, but how did you manage to sustain the business? Hard work and determination, he stated. My father's businesses were on the brink of collapsing at the time he passed away. My mother passed away a few months later. She left me a sizable inheritance which I sold. I used the proceeds to expand and remodel the inns my father established. I worked on one project at a time. When it was a success, I moved to the next one. Eventually, I established a few hotels and resorts. You are so... Rose's eyes widened, the color draining out of her face. He turned around to see what had gotten her worked up. A woman with dyed wine hair was making her way to their table. Rose seethed with anger when the woman stopped beside her. Hello, Rose, it's been ages. Rose lowered her eyes, placing both hands on the table. Brian would have stopped the woman before she got any closer to their table, but he was confident Rose could handle her, whoever she was. If Rose needed his help, he'd step in. Whitney, what do you want? Rose's nose flared up. I just want to say I'm sorry. Whitney's eyes clouded with tears. I have kids now. It hurts me each time they return from school with a black eye or bruised lips. I feel this is karma. My kids are being picked on by the older kids. I didn't mean any of those things I said to you in high school. Rose's expression softened. You have kids. Whitney nodded, brushing tears off her cheeks. I have 2 sons. I'm sorry about what's happening to your kids. You have to put an end to it. Rose said, you should report those bullies to the school authorities. I will. Thank you. Have a lovely evening. Rose smiled at her. Have a lovely evening too. By the way, you look amazing. Whitney complimented her. Brian watched in awe as her face transformed. Rose's eyes glowed. The most stunning smile he had ever seen settled on her face. When Whitney returned to her table, silence grew between them. Rose had something on her mind. He could tell by the fierce look in her eyes. What's on your mind? My camp for bullied kids. Every day, kids are bullied in school. Most times, the bullies go scot-free while their victims are traumatized. I want to help children like Whitney's kids, teach them how to respond to bullies, and be confident. I have a long way to go, but I'm not going to give up now. I'll be happy to help you, he replied honestly. A deep pain sailed through him. Helping Rose achieve her dreams meant he wouldn't fulfill his desire to honor his parents by buying the mansion. Her dream was important. So was his. Thank you. Is Monday convenient for you? I'd like to make an appointment for us to visit the property, Rose said. Monday is fine. My CEOs handle things whether I'm around or not. He was proud of her. He'd deal with his pain and disappointment later. This means a lot to me. You are a good man, Brian. Brian's heart clenched. I'm still interested in... He was cut off as a band began to play. I love this song, Rose announced. Do you want to dance? Brian blurted out. Yes. Chapter 18. Melissa strode towards the church, her heart aching. She had found her family in Winebridge, but it would take a long time to get over the pain of her past. Melissa was out on her evening stroll when she decided to visit the Good Shepherd's Church. Rose had told her she used to attend this church. Church had always been the place she found peace. She'd sit there for hours, silently, until she felt better. Melissa missed going to the church back home in Spring County. She always felt safe in the presence of the Lord. Whenever she was in church, she wasn't Theodore Miller's poor ward or the child of a runaway maid. She was simply herself, Melissa Miller. Her entire life was a lie. Melissa was still finding it hard to deal with the reality of her life. For one, she was now wealthy. Melissa wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of her life. She used to wonder who her mother was. Melissa didn't understand why her biological mother ran off just a few days after giving birth to her. When she found out the truth about who she was, everything made sense. She wasn't abandoned. Her mother had passed away while birthing her. Her grandfather, Theodore, made it impossible for her father to contact her. Debbie was trying her best to be there for her. Rose was also a wonderful sister. She had known Jack would kick her out of Miller Manor when Theodore passed away. So, She had been working extra hard to save money for her future. When Melissa found out she was a Miller by blood, she was relieved she wouldn't be homeless. But her joy was soon replaced by anger. She went into the empty church, making a beeline for the front pew. Melissa stared at the altar, bowing her head in prayer. When she lifted her head, she saw a man praying at the altar. He had his back to her. She jumped to her feet, her eyes drifting around to check if they were alone. She didn't hear him come into the church. She watched him as he continued to pray. When he ended his prayers, he turned around, meeting her gaze. She licked her lips as she suddenly felt thirsty. When he drew closer to her, she lifted her head to look into his face as he towered over her. The handsome stranger had short brown hair with brown eyes. Melissa took in the sight of his shirt, his Stetson hat, which was in his hand, and his boots, and she concluded he was a cowboy. "Hello." His voice was pleasant, deep, and masculine. He gave her a faint smile, revealing a set of white teeth. "Hi." She returned his smile, a muscle twitching in her jaw as she tried not to gawk at him. The man was gorgeous. She hadn't been drawn to any man since high school. Her hand jerked upwards, extending towards him. He shook her hand, making her heart skip a beat. She had a grin on her face which she couldn't help. Melissa forced herself to tuck her smile away. "I'm Melissa Langley Miller. Paul Reed. I didn't hear you come in." She shifted from foot to foot. They might be in a church, but he was a stranger. She had to be careful. "I'm sorry if I startled you. I'm often around kids. I've learned not to make any noise so I don't startle them. They are special kids," he explained. "It's fine. Are you new in town?" "I haven't seen you here before," he said. "Yes, I'm new." She nodded. She would have asked him why he seemed agitated when he was praying, but it would be rude. Langley is a familiar last name around here. He scratched his clean-shaven jaw with a thoughtful look on his face. "I'm not sure I've heard of Miller. I'm Rose Langley's half-sister." She watched his face. There was no recognition in his eyes. "I'm sorry. I don't know Rose Langley. I've been in Winebridge for only 6 months." "Yeah, I guess so. I guess I'll be seeing you around." He went over to the altar, picking up his Bible. He sat in the front pew while Melissa made her way to the door. When she looked over her shoulders, she caught him dabbing at his eyes with a handkerchief, his head bent in grief. She couldn't walk away without finding out what the problem was. She might be able to help him. Maybe that was why she felt a strong urge to visit the church. She went over to him, settling beside him quietly. "I thought you had left." Paul didn't turn his head in her direction. "I couldn't. I don't mean to pry." She nervously ran a hand along her thighs, wiping off a speck of invisible dust. "What is the matter?" "I don't want to bore you, miss." "Melissa." He let out a deep sigh which tugged at her heart. "I've been deployed to another country. I don't know if this is the Lord's plan, but I'm needed here. The children need me." "I don't get it. You have kids." "I'm a naval officer, vice admiral. I was deployed to the Winebridge base 6 months ago. I was to stay here for 9 months. This morning, my captain informed me that I'd been deployed to another country. I pleaded for an extension, but I was granted only a month. I volunteer in a home for special kids." He let out a sigh. "The children look forward to seeing me. There's a little girl there, Harley. She won't eat if she doesn't see me." "I'm sorry." Melissa understood how he felt. "If it's God's will for me to leave Winebridge, I'll leave," he said resignedly. "Paul, I wish there was something I could do to help you." She meant her words. "Thanks for your kindness." He nodded. "I'll be glad to volunteer at the home if you need an extra pair of hands. I've been told I'm great with kids. I used to babysit during the summer when I was in high school." He chuckled. "Would you be free tomorrow?" "Yes." She pushed her hands into her pockets. "I don't work on Sundays. We can visit the home after church service tomorrow. I look forward to it." Melissa slipped out her phone from her purse, and they exchanged phone numbers. "I'll see you tomorrow, Melissa." He pushed to his feet. She was glad the misery in his eyes was gone. "Bye, Paul." When she was out of the door, she stared at the number he had saved on her phone. Paul was in the Navy. He'd be leaving Winebridge in a couple of weeks. Melissa would be setting herself up for heartbreak if she allowed her attraction for him to grow. After the visit to the home, She'd keep her distance. She vowed. Chapter 19. The children at the home loved Paul. Their love for him was evident as they gathered around him. Melissa and Paul had spent 3 hours with the children, but she didn't want to leave. She had learned their names, read to them, helped a few of them with their assignments, and painted a picture with the younger kids. Her dress had a paint stain on it. The fun she had was worth ruining her dress for. She had felt so much peace. It was like the home was where she belonged. Melissa was awed as she watched Paul kiss each child goodbye, taking the time to reassure each of them that he'll be back. She now understood why he didn't want to leave. Tears misted in her eyes when he stopped in front of Harley, the little girl he'd told her about. 7-year-old Harley had cerebral palsy. Abandoned by her parents in a hospital, she had been in the home since she was 3. All the children in the home were special to her. Melissa wanted to spend more time with the kids and read to them. One child had fallen asleep in her arms, awakening a maternal feeling inside of her. Paul came over to her. Without thinking, she slipped her hand into his. They shared lingering looks for a brief moment before they left the home. On their way home, she couldn't help stealing glances at him. Paul took his eyes off the road briefly. "Thanks for volunteering. The kids love you." "It's my pleasure." He drove into a street that led to the highway. "Melissa, I feel like I have known you for much longer than 2 days," he said. "I feel the same way, too." Butterflies filled her stomach when he held her hand. "Would you mind having lunch with me?" "When?" "Right now, I'm starving." Paul grinned at her. She couldn't tell if he was famished, but she didn't mind spending more time with him. "Yes, sure," she replied. "You mentioned yesterday that you are new in town." Paul started. She nodded. "I'm new in Winebridge. I've lived in Spring County, Colorado my whole life. My guardian, who happened to be my grandfather, passed away a few weeks ago, and I found out that I had a half-sister. Being an only child with no friend or sibling, I wanted to reach out to my sister, but her mom, Debbie, reached out to me before I had the chance." "I'm sorry about your loss," he murmured. "I guess you are not from Winebridge." She didn't care that she was fishing for information. "I'm from New Jersey. My parents and my older brother still live there. I've moved around a lot because of my job. Now I don't feel like I belong to a particular place. I'd like to stay here longer, not because of the town but for the sake of the kids in the home, especially Harley." The pain in his voice broke Melissa's heart. "How does it feel to be in the Navy?" "I love being on a ship. At first, I miss my home and my family. I called them every time I had the chance to. I'm used to being away from my loved ones. It doesn't mean I no longer care about them." I get it. She missed Spring County, although she no longer had a family there. It must be hard for Paul to be miles away from his family, sometimes not contacting them. "What do you do?" he asked. "I was Theodore's personal assistant. Now I work in a real estate firm." A puzzled look crossed his face. "Theodore. My grandfather." He squeezed her hand. She concentrated on staring ahead, ignoring the heat flaring up her neck. "I don't know how I'm going to tell the children I'll be leaving soon. I thought I had 3 more months to spend with them. You could try talking to your captain again. Maybe he could extend your stay here," Melissa suggested. "I've tried my best to convince him to change his mind." Paul kept quiet for a few seconds before he continued. "I wish I could adopt Harley. The first time I saw her, she was sitting alone by herself. She wouldn't talk to anyone, but she's a happy child again. This is the part of my job that I hate." He combed his fingers through his hair. "I'm sorry, Melissa. We should probably talk about something else." "You don't have to apologize, Paul." The bond he shared with the child was strong. She only hoped Harley wouldn't pull back into her shell when he left. "I'd like to know more about you. I haven't met anyone like you. Kind and fun to be with." It was the same way for her. She only met him yesterday, but she had easily trusted him. "You will be leaving soon," she pointed out. "I wish I could stay." The anguish in his voice made her reach for his hand to comfort him. He wanted to stay here because of the children. "For Harley. I wish I could stay because of you and Harley," he admitted. "This is the first time I am reluctant about going on a mission." This was the reason she had to stay away from him. If they spent more time together, they would soon begin to fall for each other. What would become of their relationship when he left? He'd be oceans away. She wouldn't be able to reach him or hear his voice. She'd have to wait for weeks or months before she heard from him. I'm engaged. She hoped the Lord would forgive her for this lie. Paul smiled. What's that smile about? You rolled your eyes, and there's no engagement ring on your finger. He chuckled amused. I understand why you'd hesitate to go on a date with me. I have a demanding job. She wished he hadn't agreed with her. He could have reassured her that they would find a way to make a long-distance relationship work, no matter what part of the world he might be. Would you go on a date with me? This Saturday. Paul, she edged. He held out his hand. The Lord brought us together for a reason. We'll find a way to make it work if we want to. This was what she wanted to hear, but she didn't feel an iota of happiness. Chapter 20. Debbie padded into the kitchen on Sunday morning in a robe. She stopped in her tracks when she saw Stacy, her would-be stepdaughter, at the kitchen table with Rose, Melissa, and Kathy. What's going on here? She planted her hands on her hips. Hello, Debbie. Hi, Stacy. Debbie placed a hand on her chest, her gaze bouncing from her daughter to the others at her kitchen table. This was Rose's idea. She called me and explained some things to me, and here I am. Stacy grinned. Rose walked up to Debbie, took her hand, and led her to the table while Melissa placed a cup of coffee in front of her. What is going on? Debbie asked in surprise. It's time to start planning your wedding, Mom. I'm glad you've resigned from your job. Now we'll have enough time to plan the wedding. Thank you, Rose. That's thoughtful of you. I'll admit I have perused a few wedding dress magazines. I brought some latest wedding dress magazines along, Stacy chipped in. Checking out the wedding dress at the store is better. You'd be able to try them on and choose what you want. Debbie sighed. The last time I got married was years ago. I haven't attended a wedding in years. I don't know what type of dress to choose or how to plan the wedding. You don't have to worry. We are here for you, Melissa added with a smile. Rose picked up a thick leather journal, tapping a pen against the cover. Let's start this way, Mom. What type of wedding do you want? Outdoors or indoors? Debbie lifted her mug, taking a gulp. She thought for a second. Outdoor beach. Lots of flowers with different bright colors. The women squealed in delight. We are getting somewhere. Kathy threw her hands in the air. How many guests do you want at the party? Rose scribbled something in her journal. John and I'll work on the guest list. Fantastic. Rose crossed something out of her checklist. What's your budget for the wedding? It determines how extravagant this wedding is going to be. I want a simple outdoor wedding with lots of flowers, if that makes sense. John and I will work on the budget. I'll ask if there's anything he wants for the wedding. Excellent idea, Debbie, Melissa said. Let's talk about cake, food, and drinks. Rose lifted her hand. I'll make the wedding cake. Oh, thanks, honey. I know you'll make something great. Melissa lifted a hand. I'll handle the drinks and cocktails. Just give me a list. Debbie stared at her wide-eyed. No way. I can't let you spend all that money for my wedding. Please, Debbie, let me do this for you. It'll be my little gift. Okay. Thank you. Debbie wore a proud smile on her face. I'll handle the bridal shower, Kathy said. Or do you have a best friend you'd like to be a part of the planning committee? I have lots of work friends, but that's just it. Wait, did you mention a bridal shower? Debbie gasped. I like bridal showers, but I'm not sure about having one for me. There are no buts. You're going to have a bridal shower. It'll be fun, Stacy told her. Yes, Debbie, the others chorused. Outnumbered, Debbie backed down. Okay. Are you going to write your vows? Rose asked. Debbie blushed. John and I talked about it. Yes, we are writing our vows. We have a lot to do today. I've hired a babysitter to watch Anna, Kathy said. We do. Debbie arched an eyebrow. Yes. We're going to shop for a wedding dress. They all chorused, except for Rose. 2 great weeks of getting to know each other. If she could suspend time, Melissa would. Paul would be leaving Winebridge at the end of the month. They'd spent the weekends together, visiting the home or going on dates. Each moment spent with him was memorable. Are you nervous? Rose asked, breaking into her thoughts. Melissa hadn't heard her sister come into the kitchen. She was grateful for Rose helping to make dinner. A little, she admitted, grabbing a glass of water off the kitchen table. She downed the water, setting down the glass with a thud. I don't know why. You should try breathing slowly. It helps me feel better whenever I get nervous, Rose said. She wasn't sure any type of breathing technique will help her get over her anxiety. She had feelings for Paul. He was a gentleman and he cared about her. They had met only 2 weeks ago, and now she was about to introduce him to her family. It was important to her for her family to accept him, but she couldn't help wondering if it was too soon. Calm down, Melissa. Rose gently rubbed her back. You love him, right? Melissa didn't answer the question immediately. I love him. Do you think I'm crazy for falling for a man I barely know? I don't think you are crazy. I feel the same way about Brian, Rose admitted. I don't want to get my heart broken. Paul didn't seem like a womanizer. She was getting worked up over nothing. He'd come over tonight. They'd have a wonderful dinner and make plans for their next date. They could even visit the home on their next date. Harley would be happy to see them again. Debbie emerged from her room in a long, flared, navy blue skirt and a white chiffon blouse. Melissa, is your date on his way? I have not heard from him. Rose and I have been busy making dinner. Melissa shifted her gaze to the main door, hoping to hear the doorbell ring. Her phone rang out, interrupting her thoughts. She grabbed the phone off the kitchen counter. When she glanced at the screen, her eyes rounded in surprise. He's the one calling now. She pointed at the screen of the phone. Melissa's hand trembled as she lifted the phone to her ear. A weird feeling crept up on her. It was the same way she felt on the day her grandfather passed away. She left the kitchen, heading into her room. Hello, Paul. Hi, Melissa. The sad tone of his voice made fear run through her. Her anxiety eased out a little when she heard the honk of a car in his background. She was confident he was on his way to the house. What's going on? Are you all right? She paused before she asked the next question. Did something happen? I was about to head to your place when I got a call from my captain. There's been a change of plans. I'm heading to base now. I'll call you when I get to my apartment at the base. I wish I could have seen you before I left. It's okay. I'm glad you are fine. I was getting worried. Tears burned her eyes. She hadn't cried in a long time. She wouldn't now. If Paul wanted to see her, he would have made an effort to. He could have texted her to come over to see him before he left for the base. This was precisely what she was afraid of. Getting hurt. Being abandoned and having to deal with the pain of a breakup. I'm really sorry for not meeting your family today. Please forgive me. Melissa wanted to tell him how she felt, but she didn't know where she stood with him. Neither was she certain if there was still a chance of them ever being together. Melissa, I want to be with you. I don't know how long I'll be away this time, but I'll always call to check up on you whenever I have the chance to. I'll write letters to you and send you emails when I can. My job is tough. It wouldn't be fair to ask you to wait for me, but you are the woman I want. You are the one I want to be with. Do you think you could give me a chance? I'll wait for you, Paul. It doesn't matter how long you are away. I'll wait. Paul sniffed as if he had been crying. I love you, Melissa. I know you may think it's too soon or that I'm out of my mind, but it's the truth. I'm in love with you. She stopped trying to fight her tears, allowing them to roll down her cheeks. How did this happen? She chuckled. I've been fighting my feelings for you. Yet, you're always on my mind. Chapter 21. The tinkle of the doorbell woke Brian up from a much-needed nap. He grabbed a shirt from his wardrobe, slipping it on as he made his way into the living room. He wasn't expecting any guest. The security men knew better than to send a stranger up to his apartment without informing him. He checked the security video camera in his apartment. Daniela, his ex-girlfriend, was at the door. His jaw clenched when he saw the small carry-on luggage beside her. He opened the door, ready to get her to leave. Daniela came into the room in tears. He tilted his head to the side, studying her in silence. Her tears seemed genuine. What's going on? He asked, placing a hand on his hip. Brian, please don't throw me out. I need a place to stay for the night. Daniela sobbed harder. Why didn't you book a room in a hotel? What happened to your apartment? Brian had dated her for 2 years, and he knew how manipulative she was. He was moved by her tears. However, he had to be sure she wasn't pretending. I gave up my apartment because I stupidly moved in with my friend. Daniela huffed. Last night, we got into an argument. Since the apartment is in her name, she kicked me out. I slept in my car last night. I can't sleep there tonight. It was so humiliating and difficult to sleep in a car. Please let me stay here for only one night. I'll be out before you wake up in the morning. Brian rubbed his temple, thoughtfully. Why did you sleep in your car? Did you lose your job too, or credit card? Rose had called him earlier to remind him of their visit to Spring County. He'd be leaving at the break of dawn so he could pick her up. Brian, why are you asking so many questions? I came here because I thought you'd help me. She pouted. I'm sorry for badgering you. He didn't believe her story. I need to know why a woman with a job like yours would sleep in a car when she could easily get a room in any hotel of her choice. Daniela was a partner in a law firm, so she could afford a luxurious hotel for a night. I left in haste, okay? She sat on the couch. I was upset and I packed a few things. I forgot my wallet. I didn't want to go back in there and get into another argument with her. I'll book a room for you in a hotel. Anyone. Name it. If you are not going to help me, I'll sleep in my car. I came here because I needed your help, and you want to turn me away without lifting a finger to help. Only one night, Brian said, exasperated. Thank you. She jumped up, rushing into his arms. Brian moved away from her. Take your bag into the guest room. If you need anything to eat, there's food in the fridge. He went back into his room and stayed there until morning. By the time he woke up, the sun was already pouring into the room because he had stayed up all night, thinking of Rose. Brian jumped out of bed when he realized he had overslept. He took a quick shower, dressed, and hurried into the living room, just in time to catch Daniela putting his phone back on the couch. He had forgotten the phone there. From the guilty look on her face, he could tell she had done something bad. He took his phone from her and checked the last call that came in. His face grew red as he saw Rose's number. Daniela, he yelled. What did you tell her? Daniela backed away from him, a defiant look in her eyes. What did you do? Why did you answer my call? He demanded. He ran his fingers through his hair, anger knotting his guts. Who's she? Did you break up with me because of her? Daniela asked. What did you tell her? I told her the truth. I told her I'm your fiancé. The thought of Rose being heartbroken because of what Daniela told her made him groan in pain. He sat on the couch with his head between his thighs. When his anger cooled off a bit, he marched into the guest room and grabbed Daniela's suitcase. Please leave. She left without saying a word. Brian dialed Rose's number, but she didn't answer. The pain that flooded his chest was worse than what he felt the first time his heart got broken. He felt like he had lost his best friend. Maybe he had. Melissa came into Rose's room with 2 big mugs of coffee. She slid into the bed next to her, holding out one of the mugs. Thanks, Rose murmured. She wiped her face with the sleeve of her pullover. Why is life so hard? Melissa asked, not expecting an answer. I haven't heard from Paul since the last time we spoke. Have you heard from Brian? Rose nodded. Great news. Melissa perked up. He lied to me. He has a fiancé. Brian seemed like a decent man, Melissa said. Rose placed her mug on the nightstand and grabbed her laptop from her reading table. She had been afraid of rejection her whole life. She never gave anyone a chance to get close to her. The first man she gave a chance to get close to her was Brian. How could he lie to her? Aren't you supposed to visit the mansion with him today? I canceled the appointment. Rose buried her face in her palms. This is the only way I know of dealing with my pains. I'm not the type who will face the world with a smile, even if they are hurting. I'm the type who runs. I'm a coward. You are not a coward. Dealing with your pain differently doesn't make you a coward. You should talk to Brian when you are calm. Rose frowned. No. I want to get back on the dating site and see if I can find someone who interests me. Like Brian. Someone with blonde hair, blue eyes, and an incredible sense of humor. Someone who wouldn't think I'm weird. Someone who would hold my hand as we walk into any room or restaurant. Someone who'd watch out for me, buy me flowers, and be there for me. She was attracted to Brian. No other man could ever make her feel loved, safe, and beautiful like him. There would never be anyone like him, but he'd lied to her. She had been honest with him right from the start, sharing her past hurts and dreams with her. But he had broken her heart. Did you hear that? What? Rose snapped out of her reverie. Someone's at the door. Melissa left the room and came back within seconds. Brian's here to see you. Tell him to go away. Rose curled up on the bed, turning her back to her sister. Are you sure? Melissa asked softly. Whatever we had is over. Later that week, Rose was alone in the house when the doorbell rang. She opened the door and found a package on the doorstep with her name on it. She placed it in the crook of her arm as she returned to the room. She set down the box, took off the ribbon. She took out the white-colored rose bear and the envelope at the bottom of the box. Only one person on earth could have sent these to her. Brian. Why wouldn't he leave her alone? She hadn't been able to stop thinking about him. She rejected all the potential dates she was matched with for one reason or the other. Deep down in her heart, she knew it was because she was in love with Brian. She had made another appointment to see the property, but she had canceled again because of her nerves. Her therapist wasn't happy with her because she had stopped putting any effort into the therapy and she hadn't done most of her assignments. She opened the envelope, slipping out a neatly folded paper. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw the masculine handwritten letter which she was sure belonged to Brian. Dear Rose, please forgive me. I know you are hurt and upset. Words will never be enough to express my regrets about how things turned out between us. If you never want to see me again, I'll understand. I'm writing this letter because I want to apologize to you and remind you that I'm still interested in buying the property. Rosewater Mansion meant a lot to my parents, especially my dad. Growing up, my dad never had the good things of life. He was raised in an orphanage and kicked out when he turned 18. When he met my mother, he had only a few bucks to his name and a big dream. They worked hard to start a small and which turned out to be a success. They had their first wedding anniversary in Rosewater Mansion. It was still a thriving resort at the time. Years later, my father still spoke fondly of the mansion, wishing he could take my mother there again. In his journal, he described the mansion as a place where dreams come true. My parents never found the time to go back because they were busy building their businesses, so I would lack nothing. I want to purchase the property in their honor because they were busy working so hard they forgot to live. They never got the chance to enjoy what they worked hard for. I couldn't do anything for my parents when they were alive. It would forever be my biggest regret, but I can do something to honor them now. Please consider my offer. I hope to hear from you soon. Yours faithfully, Brian. Rose folded the letter, slipping it back into the envelope. Tears brimmed in her eyes. She'd never be able to use the mansion, but Brian could. As soon as she thought she was over her anxiety, something would happen to trigger it, and she would be back where she started. She was touched that Brian wanted to buy the property so he could honor his parents' memory. Although he hurt her, she couldn't deny the fact that he was a decent man. She slipped her phone out of her pocket, dialing his number. Her shoulders began to throb, the sensation traveling along her spine. Dread pooled in her stomach, twisting her guts. She was doing the right thing. This was for the best. Hello, Rose. His deep masculine voice came over the line. I'll sell the property to you. I don't need it. Her eyes twitched for the first time in years. It only happened whenever she told a lie. Chapter 22. Rose's fingers shook as she gripped the phone harder. Thank you, Rose, Brian said. When do you want me to come over? Her tongue suddenly felt heavy. Brian. Yes, he replied softly. There will be no strings attached to the sale of the property. You don't have to go through with the deal you made with my mom. It's ridiculous. She forced a peal of laughter which came out dry. Her stomach flopped when he exhaled sharply as if a weight had been taken off his shoulders. It took all her willpower to get the next words out. Can you come over tonight so I can hand over the documents and the key to you? We'll talk about the price when you get here. The truth was she wanted to see him, even if it was for the last time. She wanted to stare into his eyes for one last time before she tucked the sweet memory away forever. Her life will never be the same without him in it. Okay. What time should I come over? 5 p.m. She held the phone against her chest after the call. Her pulse quickened as beads of perspiration formed on her forehead. She hastily threw the windows open. As the warm rays of sunlight streamed into the room, she focused on it and soon, her anxiety reduced. She had only a few weeks to secure a job. Each time she reached for her laptop, she would end up surfing the dating website for hours, unable to respond to the messages that kept pouring in. She went back into her room, settling in front of her laptop, which had become a companion to her. She stared at the dating website for a few seconds before she began to scroll through. Her phone rang out. She looked at the screen, smiling when Mom showed on the screen. Hi, Mom. The women had gone to check another wedding dress shop in the next town since Mom didn't want any extravagant, modern dress like the ones in Winebridge. Hey, darling, Debbie said happily. We finally found the perfect wedding dress. It's gorgeous. I can't wait to get home and show it to you. Stacy and Kathy are trying on their bridesmaid dress. We found something lovely for you. I want to send a picture of it. As the call ended, the notification sound went off several times. She clicked on the pictures her mom sent, smiling when she saw Kathy and Stacy sticking their tongues out in one of the pictures. She stared at the picture of the champagne dress with a pink sash in the middle. Dread filled her heart as she continued to look at the image. This was another reminder that she'd soon be on her own. If she sold the property, at least she'd have more than enough money to live on. She began to type a text to her mom with one hand, while stretching out her other hand to grab the cup of coffee she kept on the nightstand. As she lifted the cup, some hot coffee sloshed on her hand. Ouch, she yelped. The cup flew out of her hand, slamming against the screen of her laptop, the coffee splashing on the keyboards. The phone dropped out of her hand. Oh no, she screamed. She grabbed the laptop, shaking it vigorously with both hands. She raced into the bathroom to grab an old towel which she ran over the cracked screen of her computer and the keyboards. She pushed the power button, but nothing happened. She jabbed her finger at it continuously. Please come on. Please. What am I going to do? Everything that could possibly go wrong was already going wrong. Rose's laptop was damaged, which meant she wouldn't be able to find a job or a man on the internet. And she wouldn't see Brian after today. Her shoulders drooped as she slumped against a pillow. She looked at the clock on the nightstand. It was a few minutes after 11 a.m. It was going to be a long day. Brian called himself all sort of names as he drove to Rose's place. How could she still be nice to him? How could she agree to sell the property to him when it was evident that it was precious to her? The most crucial question is, could he be so heartless to take away something so precious from her? His guilt mounted as he got closer to her place. When he pulled into the driveway, he sat there for several minutes, wallowing in guilt and shame. He hadn't been fair to her. She had easily opened her heart to him. She trusted him. Yet he had taken advantage of her kindness and vulnerability. He would never manipulate anyone to sell their property to him, especially someone like Rose. She should have screamed at him. He'd have felt better afterward because her anger would be justified. He wasn't any different from the kids who had bullied her and hurt her. He was an adult, for goodness sake. He ought to know better, and he was brought up better than this. He started to pull out of the garage when he made the mistake of glancing at the house. He missed her terribly. He couldn't leave without seeing her. Listening to her speak on the phone wasn't enough for him. It would never be. He got out of his car, excitement building inside him. He tried to stop the feeling by slowing down, but his heart continued to pulsate. He was sure she wouldn't see him again after today, and he didn't want to raise his hopes up for nothing. He would let her decide if she really wanted to sell the property to him. Since he wasn't obligated to marry her, he'd agree to whatever amount she wanted to sell the property. Before he could push the doorbell, the door flew open, and Rose flew into his arms. He stroked her hair with one arm around her. She broke down in tears, sobbing against his chest. It'll be okay, sweetie. Everything is going to be fine. As he held her in his arms, every thought in his head vanished. Nothing else but Rose mattered at the moment. Chapter 23. For the first time in her life, she wasn't ashamed of her emotions or breaking down in front of someone else. Hopelessness had sunk its claws deep into her heart, making her utterly miserably. Rose sobbed in his arms while he stroked her hair, whispering comforting words to her. He whispered, "I'm here for you." She didn't believe him. Brian was only saying the words she desperately wanted to hear. He'd be out of her life as soon as she signed over the deed to him. She sobbed harder. Fat teardrops streamed down her cheeks. Her shoulders quivered as she struggled to get all the emotions out. She had fallen for him. He was the first man to ever make her heart race. He was the first man she had ever lain in bed all night, thinking about. She had tried to stay strong, but she couldn't bear the pain anymore. "Brian, it's okay, baby." She stared into his eyes. Her jaw dropped when she saw the intense look in his eyes. The raw emotion and pain in the depth of his eyes caught her by surprise. Her heart did a double pump. She wasn't mistaken. He was falling for her too. She could see it in his eyes. Her breath hitched when he lowered his eyes. He didn't want her to know. Lord, why was he hiding his feelings from her? Hope rose to the surface of her heart. The tiny flicker of hope grew bigger and bigger as she continued to watch him. She'd be patient. She'd give him the time he needed. She'd give him space, too, if that was what he needed to realize they were meant to be together. If the woman in his life had mattered to him, he wouldn't look at her with such intensity. Brian, are you still seeing the woman who answered your call? No. Daniela is my ex-girlfriend. His response fanned the flames of her hope. Happiness grew inside her, filling every core of her, filling up the void in her heart. Brian was a good man. He'd be a wonderful husband to her and a great friend. She went on the tip of her toes, placing a finger under his chin. He turned to gaze at her. The look in his eyes was still there, the same one that had her breathless and gave her hope for the future. There was hope for them. Apart from her mom, Brian was the second person she had easily opened up to. When she was with him, the past no longer had any power over her. God had given her a second chance when Brian came into her life. She couldn't give up now. Brian was the answer to her prayers. God had sent him into her life for a reason. She continued to search his eyes, her heart dancing with excitement. He pulled away abruptly as a hard look replaced the warmth and the passion in his eyes. If you could just bring the deed and the documents, I can sign them and then be out of your hair, he said coldly. Her hope died. Brian's heart was about to explode out of his chest. Holding her in his arms made him realize how much he cared about her. Rose's heartbreaking sobs made him hurt. He couldn't stand the explosion of pain inside him or the intense urge to keep her there in his arms forever. He wanted to kiss away her tears and keep her safe. The feelings scared him. Falling in love with the sweet, innocent Rose wasn't a part of his plan. She was a beautiful woman who deserved a man who'd be happy to commit to her and be there for her forever. Only minutes ago, he wanted to take away her inheritance and her dreams. He had decided right there and then while she sobbed in his arms that he wouldn't buy the property from her. But when he remembered his parents, he was torn. He wanted to honor his parents, yet he didn't want to hurt Rose. He wasn't good enough for her. If you could just bring the deed and the documents, I can sign them and then be out of your hair, he said, hoping to rile her up so she'd get upset and kick him out of her life for good. When she calmly went into her room and came back with the document, a lump formed in Brian's throat. He stared at the deeds, pain shooting through him. Take this pen and sign the deed. Rose placed the papers on the garden stool. He tried to move, but it seemed like he was rooted to the spot. He ran his fingers through his hair, his eyes darting from the woman he loved to the papers he had been dreaming of possessing for weeks. If he signed those papers, he would never see Rose again. And for the first time since he was dumped in college, a massive wave of sadness washed over him. It would hurt not to ever speak to her again. He always looked forward to spending time with her. He'd never forget her. He'd be miserable all over again. The door opened, and Debbie came into the room with Melissa, Kathy, and a man he assumed to be her fiancé. Debbie rushed to her daughter, letting go of the shopping bags in her hands. What is going on here? Debbie took the deed from Rose. Are you pressuring my daughter into selling the property to you? Brian slipped his hands deep into his pocket. She was right. Nothing he said would vindicate him. May I see those? John asked. Debbie handed the papers to her fiancé, which he scanned briefly. Rose, don't tell me you want to sign over the deed to him in the absence of your lawyer? How could you? Debbie asked Brian. How dare you try to take advantage of my daughter's vulnerability? Rose touched her arm. Mom, please. Brian didn't try to make me sell it to him. I don't want the property anymore. Get out. Don't ever come back, Debbie yelled, standing between Rose and Brian. Mom. Rose cried. Brian's gaze flickered from the faces of her family. The fierce look in their eyes assured him they'd be there for her. She'd be fine without him. But he'd never be all right without her. This was the reason he allowed no one to get close to him. Brian stormed out of the house. He'd do his best to get over her. He would focus on his business and spend more time with his friend. But deep down in Brian's heart, he knew no matter what he did, he wouldn't forget about her. Chapter 24. Brian had been driving around in circles for several minutes. Now parked by the roadside, he sat at the wheels with a heavy heart. The ache in his heart had festered, leaving a massive hole. Working no longer held any meaning to him. A sweet melody drifted to his ears. He listened carefully as the song seemed to be mending his broken heart. He drove slowly in the direction the song was coming from until he saw a small white church building. He stared longingly at the entrance, childhood memories flooding him. When he was a boy, he went to church with his family every Sunday. He loved Sunday school and playing with other kids his age. He remembered his mother reading the Bible to him every night before she tucked him into bed. When his maternal grandmother died, he asked his mom why she wasn't upset, but she calmly quoted a verse from the Bible, Psalm 34 verse 18. "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." The song stopped, and the voice of a man filled his ears. He listened to the sermon, his hands trembling each time the pastor mentioned drawing close to the Lord. Brian hadn't gone to church in years, and he never remembered to pray. How could he run to God now that he was heartbroken? Would God forgive him for not remembering him all these years? He bowed his head, his shoulders stooping as tides of sadness surged inside of him. Nothing made sense anymore. Brian couldn't sleep at night because he couldn't stop thinking about the wonderful woman he'd lost. It was his fault. God had given him a second chance at love, and he had messed it up. "Dear Lord, I'm not worthy to be called your son. I'm not worthy of calling your name or asking anything of you. Please help me. I don't want to lose Rose forever. Teach me what to do and help me thirst for your word. I've not been a good man, I've hurt a gentle soul because of my ambitions, and I have failed my parents." Brian didn't realize he was crying until his tears trickled down his chin. He wiped off his tears and drove home. His heart surged with hope when he saw a car in his private parking lot. He was about to rejoice when he realized Rose didn't know where he lived. His cousin, Julia, alighted from the car as he parked. She shook her head as she took in the sight of his unshaven chin and his rumpled shirt. "What did you do?" Julia asked softly. She reached for his hand, helping him towards the elevator. They didn't speak a word until they got into his apartment. She opened the blinds to let in some fresh air. Julia spent the next few minutes tidying his living room. When she was done, she made 2 cups of coffee. "Brian, do you want to talk about it?" She handed him his coffee. He gulped it. The warm liquid was the first meal he had since he woke up. "I hurt her, Rose." She brushed a strand of hair away from her face. "She has canceled her therapy appointment. This is the 3rd time this week. How can I help?" "There's nothing anyone can do to help." His fingers trembled as he tried to lift the cup to his lips. The coffee sloshed on his shirt. She quickly grabbed some tissues from a table and handed them to him. "I had never seen you like this, not even when Vanessa broke off your engagement," Julia said. "You should speak to Rose. She's a good woman. She'll hear you out. It's best if I stay away from her. I keep hurting her. Do you love her?" His heart pounded so fast that he slumped against the sofa. "I don't know." "Yes, you do." Julia smiled, nudging him. "I'll arrange for you to see her. Would you like that?" "No," he stated. "I don't need a matchmaker. I'm only trying to help." He combed his fingers through his hair, exhaling sharply. "I'm not one of your patients. I don't need anyone. I'm doing fine on my own. Are you?" She raised a brow. Rose headed to the train station, the morning sun shining on her. She was determined to make it to Spring County. Fear had taken so much from her. She'd never dwelled on how much she had lost because of her timidity, but now she was ready to fight for her future. She said something positive to herself with each step she took. Her heart began to race when a woman walking a dog headed in her direction. The first thought which came into her head was to turn around and run back home. She didn't. As the woman went past her, Rose looked her directly in the eyes, her lips curving into a shaky, nervous smile. To her surprise, the woman smiled back. She pulled in a deep breath. She was almost at the train station. If she had made it this far, she wouldn't allow fear to get the best of her. She was determined not to cancel the appointment again. Melissa had helped her book a hotel in the town. As she drew nearer to the train station, her palms became sweaty. Her fingers tightened around the handle of her suitcase. She swallowed hard as her throat became tighter. She blinked hard, her eyes surveying the train station. When her eyes fell on the passengers waiting to board, sweat broke out on her forehead. "Help me, Lord. I don't want fear to stop me this time." She prayed silently for a few minutes. When her eyes scanned the train station again, her legs wouldn't move. She turned around, walking briskly, and then she bumped into someone. Strong pairs of hands caught her before she could fall. "I'm sorry. Rose? What are you doing here?" Brian asked. She averted her gaze. "I was just leaving. Are you okay? Do you miss me? Do you think of me all the time as I do you?" "Yes, I am. Are you?" He nodded. "I just dropped off my friend Stan." He looked at her for a few seconds as though expecting her to say something, and then sighed. "Have a nice day, Rose." She watched him walk away until he was out of sight, and then raced back in the direction she had come from, shame hanging over her head. Instead of going back home to spend the day moping around, she knocked on Kathy's door. It was the middle of the week. She wasn't sure if her friend was at home, but she desperately wanted to talk to someone. When Kathy opened the door, Rose hugged her, sobbing hard. "Rose, what is the matter?" "I'm a coward," she cried. "No, you are not. I haven't met anyone as strong as you," Kathy replied. "You just need to believe in yourself." Rose sniffed. "How? I don't know how to believe in myself because I've failed myself and the people in my life." "Faith." Kathy brushed away her tears. "Rose, faith will help you heal. It will help you believe in God and yourself again. You don't have to carry this burden alone. It's time to let go and put it in His capable hands." Rose buried her head between her palms, sobbing. Kathy patted her back until she stopped hiccuping. "Faith helped me pull through the darkest phase of my life," Kathy said. "When your husband died?" Kathy shook her head. She rolled back her right sleeve, pointing to a burn mark on her wrist. "Zach did this to me. He hurt me over and over until I became a shadow of myself." Rose gasped. "Kathy, I'm so sorry you went through such pain. I had no idea. I wasn't there for you." Kathy lovingly brushed back some wisps of hair from Rose's forehead. "God loves you. He'll heal you if you give Him a chance." Rose jerked to her feet, grabbing her suitcase. "I shouldn't have come here." She backed away from her friend, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Rose, please don't go. Let me help you. No one can help me. Can't you see? I'm a failure. I'll end up disappointing you, and you'll hate me when you realize I can't be helped. God pulled you through the dark phases of your life because you have a good heart. You are a good person, Kathy. I'm not. I'm selfish. I'm not good enough." "Rose, do you think I don't pray? I've prayed over the years. I've called on God so many times. Guess what? He never showed up for me. God knows I can't be saved. I'll die a lonely woman. That's my fate." She ran out of the house, tears almost blinding her. Rose channeled her energy into making a fabulous wedding cake for her mother's wedding, which was only a few days away. She was grateful when for once her mother didn't push her to talk about her feelings. Her sister also didn't try to make her talk about her problems, and Kathy stayed away. Besides, Melissa also had her own problems to deal with. On the wedding day, Rose woke up with a sinking feeling in the pit of her stomach. She dragged herself out of bed and got into the shower, but she spent several minutes crying. This sad, lonely life wasn't what Rose wanted. When she was done, she tried her best to cover the bags under her eyes with makeup. By the time she came out of her room, she was drained. She made her way into her mother's room. Guilt pricked her when she saw Melissa helping her mom with her veil. Debbie had chosen an A-line, cream-colored, long-sleeved satin dress. Her face was radiant with happiness. Rose had never seen her mom so radiant. "You look beautiful, Mom." "Thank you, my darling," Debbie replied softly, sniffling back tears. "Please, don't cry, or you'll ruin your makeup." "I'm not crying." Debbie sighed, her eyes running over Rose's dress. "You are stunning." Rose felt a rush of excitement. "Thanks." Melissa slipped out of the room. "Help me zip up my dress, darling." Debbie waved her over. Rose zipped up the dress with trembling fingers. Debbie linked a hand through hers, picking up a bouquet of white lilies from her dressing table. "I'm ready." They walked out of the room together. Melissa and Kathy with Anna were waiting in the living room when they walked in. "Debbie, I've never seen a bride as beautiful as you, Kathy complimented. Thank you so much. You are beautiful. Anna smiled, revealing a gap in her teeth. Debbie dabbed at a tear in the corner of her eyes. I feel special. They all started towards the door except for Rose, whose blood had started pounding in her ears. Chapter 25. Rose, are you okay? Debbie drew closer to her. Mom. Rose licked her lips, silently counting to 10 to get her nerves to behave. She hadn't been able to face the crowd at the train station. How would she cope in the presence of the wedding guests? Everyone from her mom and John's workplace would be there. Stacy's friends would be there. What if she had a panic attack and made a fool of herself? We have to leave now, or we'll be late, Debbie added. Mom, I can't attend the wedding. The room went silent. Debbie gave her a look which she quickly translated to seriously? Or is this a joke? What do you mean? I can't attend your wedding, Mom. Come on, Anna. Let's wait in the car outside. Kathy took her daughter's hand. Kathy, Anna, and Melissa strode out of the room. Are you joking? Debbie asked hysterically. No. I can't face the crowd at your wedding. I'm going to be there. Your sister and friend will be beside you. Nothing will go wrong. Rose took a step backward. Please. You are selfish. Debbie screamed, her fingers digging into the flowers in her hand. You are supposed to give a toast at the wedding. You should get over yourself for once. Mom, Rose's heart ached. I'm sorry. You are not. The only person you think about is yourself. Grow up. Debbie marched out of the room, slamming the door hard. Rose spent the entire day in bed, sobbing until her body burned with fever. As she drifted to sleep, a strange sound woke her up. Her eyes hurt when she opened them. She groaned in pain as she got out of bed, holding onto the walls until she made her way into the living room. Melissa was dragging 3 suitcases towards the door. Where are you doing? Hi, Rose. Her voice had lost its usual warmth. Rose wanted to ask how the wedding went, but her head began to throb. What are you doing with those bags? Those are my mom's. She changed her plans. She's leaving the country tomorrow morning, Melissa said. She asked me to bring the bags to the hotel she's staying for the night. Panic flooded Rose, but she forced herself to remain calm. Okay. Why do you have your suitcase with you? Leaving too. I'm going to stay with Kathy. I was going to tell you, but I couldn't find the right time. Rose nodded, lowering her eyes as tears stung her eyes. May I ask why you are leaving? Kathy needs a flatmate. Does she have money problems? Melissa shook her head. You'd have to ask her that. I have to leave now. Bye. Melissa dragged the bags out of the room and Rose bit her lips. She couldn't hold back her tears. She continued to cry until her stomach churned. Rose had truly lost everything now. Her mom was upset with her, and she was leaving in the morning. Melissa had moved out. Brian wasn't in her life anymore. She couldn't see anyone in her life for long. Only God could help her now. She opened her bedside drawer, slipping out her Bible, which she hadn't read in years. She flipped through it, letting her fingers caress the crisp pages until they settled on a verse. Matthew 11 verse 28. Come unto me, all ye that labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Rose broke down in tears, rededicating her life to Christ. Without his help, she'd be all alone. She'd never achieve her dreams because of fear. Her head began to pound, and she suddenly felt herself blacking out. Holding her head in her hands, she whispered, Lord, what is wrong with me? She heard no answer. Instead, she felt herself sinking to the floor. She knew she should be afraid that she was drifting away, and she didn't know why. But she felt nothing but a supernatural peace flood her heart. I will draw closer to you, Lord, if I survive the night. This was her last thought before she lost consciousness. Brian sat with Stan and Julia in a restaurant, having lunch. Even though his growling stomach told him he was hungry, his mind could not cooperate. All he'd done since they arrived here was pick at his food. Brian, your food is getting cold. Julia bit into a large ham sandwich. Stan, you have to talk some sense into your friend. He's going to make himself sick. You can't go on like this. Stan touched his shoulder. You haven't said a word since we got here. I've had this weird feeling since last night, which I can't shake off. Let me tell you what is wrong with you, Stan said. You are disappointed with yourself. You went after a property you wanted to use to honor your late parents' memory. You didn't get what you want for the first time, and you're finding it hard to deal with it, whether you care to admit it to yourself or not. My advice to you is to find a way to get the mansion, or you'd never be happy. No, you are wrong, Stan. Julia cut in. He's unhappy because he found a good woman for the first time in his life, and he let her go. If he wants Rose to be in his life, he has to be honest with her. Brian has to tell her how he feels about her. Brian got to his feet abruptly. I've got to go. He hurried out of the restaurant, got into his car, and drove to Rose's house. He'd have to tell her the truth. He was in love with her. He loved his parents, but he loved Rose too. He'd find a way to honor his parents' memory and find a way for Rose to achieve her dreams. When he arrived at her house, he rang the doorbell several times, but no one came to the door. Fear gripped his heart. He grabbed the door handle and turned it. Fortunately, the door opened, and he rushed into the living room. His heart almost stopped when he saw Rose lying on the floor. He picked her off the floor, checking her pulse as he shook her. Rose. He slipped out his phone from his pocket and was about to call for an ambulance when he felt a feathery touch on his arm. Brian. Rose's voice was weak. I'm here, sweetheart. You'll be fine. I'm taking you to the hospital now. No, she winced. Her skin was flushed and warm to the touch. I think you have a fever. Would you like me to call my doctor instead of taking you to the hospital? She buried her face into his chest, sobbing softly. He rubbed her back slowly, running his hand up and down the length of her back. Then he carried her into her bedroom, gently placing her on the bed. She groaned, shivering as her head touched the pillow. Brian went into her bathroom. He came out with a cool, wet towel which he placed over her forehead. I'm calling my doctor now. After making the call, he pulled the duvet over her legs. He went into the kitchen and made a chicken broth soup for her. He took the soup to her and touched her shoulder to wake her up. You need to eat. The doctor's on her way. He helped her into a sitting position. Thank you, she murmured. Her fingers shook as she tried to lift the spoon. Brian placed his hand on hers, supporting her. She managed to drink a few spoonfuls of the soup before she motioned to him to take it away. He took the bowl back into the kitchen. Minutes later, he returned with his family doctor, a middle-aged, silver-haired woman. Dr. Ashley took Rose's vitals. Then she brought out some medications from her briefcase. She has a fever. Her gaze ran over Rose's sleeping form. She seems to be stressed. She needs to rest and take some medications for the fever. She'll be okay within days, but if the fever worsens tonight, call me so I can send an ambulance over. Thank you, Dr. Ashley. He walked the doctor to the door. Then he stopped by the kitchen to fetch a glass of water. When he returned to the room, he checked each bottle's instructions and read it out to her. A few minutes later, Rose was sound asleep. He stayed by her bedside until morning when he drifted to sleep. Rose's soft voice woke him up. He blinked hard as his eyes opened while stifling a yawn. When he saw Rose sitting up, he was instantly by her side. You shouldn't try to get up yet. Do you want to use the bathroom? I'll carry you. Thank you, she murmured. Yes, I need to use the bathroom and take my bath. I'll run a warm bath for you. The fever has broken. When I came in, you were really in a bad state, he explained. Dr. Ashley recommends that you have a lot of rest. I don't want you to try to do anything. Brian ran a bath for her. Afterward, he helped her into the bathroom. Brian took some fresh clothes from her wardrobe and placed them on the bathroom door. When the door opened, he helped her back into bed. Where is everyone? They moved out, she replied. I appreciate your help, but may I ask why you came here? Was there something you wanted to talk about? There was so much he'd have loved to talk about. He was in love with her. He wasn't sure about marriage yet, but she meant a lot to him. However, he'd only admit it to himself for now. It'd be selfish of him to express his love to her. He wouldn't be able to give her what she wanted. Marriage. Home. Family. Rose deserved someone who'd dedicate his life to her. His businesses came first. His father had worked hard to build up the business before he inherited it. To see it thrive meant putting in more work. Brian had hurt her too much already. He wouldn't do it again. He'd purchase the mansion if she'd sell it to him. In return, he'd find a little way to help her achieve her dream. I was driving by and decided to say hello, he lied. Chapter 26. Rose, how are you feeling? Melissa asked, a frown pleating her forehead. She perched on the bed, wrapping her arms around Rose in a warm embrace. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have left you all alone. I'm okay now thanks to Brian. Rose looked in his direction, a small smile appearing on her face. Thanks for taking care of my friend, Kathy said as she sat beside Rose. Rose, please forgive me. I stayed away because I thought you'd like to have some time alone. I had no idea you were sick. I lost consciousness. Rose sighed. When I regained consciousness, I tried to get to the door and call out for help. Fortunately, Brian came in and found me. These past few days have taught me a lesson. We need each other. Melissa began to sob. Yes, we do. We need each other. Brian headed towards the door and Rose went after him. Wait, please. Brian stopped, combing a finger through his hair. He had stubbles across his chin. His eyes were puffy from lack of sleep. Brian's hair needed to be trimmed, and he had slept in the same shirt for 2 days, refusing to go back home for a change of clothes. He had used the guest bathroom across the hall to take care of his personal needs, but he had refused to leave her alone until he managed to contact her sister and friend. Rose never thought to save their numbers on her phone because she never thought she'd ever need to call them. I want to thank you for everything, Rose said. You have. Please return to bed. Remember what the doctor said. Her stomach nodded when he left. She returned to the bed, wearing a long face. You love him, don't you? Melissa asked. I do. Rose sighed. Tell him how you feel or write a letter to him, Kathy suggested. Speaking of letters, Paul called me. They're still aboard the naval ship, heading to Iraq. Rose threw her arms around Melissa's neck, pulling her in for a hug. I'm happy for you. Thanks, Rose. Melissa had a serious, big sister look on her face. Brian loves you. Rose's lips twisted into a sarcastic smile. He doesn't love me. Brian wouldn't be here if he doesn't care about you, Melissa added. Why are you afraid to give him a chance? Heartbreak, disappointment. I can go on. She placed her head on a pillow, lying on her back. She stared at the ceiling briefly before she spoke again. Do you think he feels something for me? The man is head over heels in love with you, Kathy said. I guess we'll be planning another wedding soon. Rose sighed. Speaking of weddings, I'm sorry for not attending Mom's wedding. You should apologize to her, not us, Melissa said. I'm sure she'd be over it by now. I'll call her now. She took her phone off the nightstand, dialing her mother's number. Kathy and Melissa got off the bed. I'll make you something for lunch, Melissa said. Thanks. Do you mind if I move back in as your housemate? Melissa asked. I'd love to have you back as my sister. Rose beamed at her. I love you, Rose. I love you too, big sister. Rose blew her kisses. Melissa and Kathy strode out of the room. Rose pulled in a deep breath when her mother answered the call. Hello, Mom. Hi, Rose, how are you? I'm fine, Mom. She paused. When her mother didn't say anything, she went on, I'm sorry for not attending your wedding. I had no excuse. It was selfish of me. I'm over it, honey. I'm sorry, too, for the way I spoke to you. The truth is, it hurts me that I can't do anything to help you. I should have made you see a counselor when you were a kid. I was afraid it was too soon and that I'd be pushing you too hard. What you experienced was traumatic, the bullying, the car accident, and then losing your father. You are stronger than you think, Rose. Not many people can survive the things you experienced. I'm sorry for trying to get you married to Brian. He's a good man, Mom. Rose's cheeks heated up. Debbie went silent for a few seconds. Do you love him? Yes. Her response was swift. She was in love with Brian. Does he know? No. Debbie sighed. Don't let fear have the final say in your life. I don't want you to give up on your dreams. If you truly love Brian and he loves you back, you both find a way to make it work. You are right, Mom. I'm not going to give up on my dreams. As soon as I drop this call, I'll give my therapist a call. This time I'd be going to her clinic. She once suggested group therapy. I guess it wouldn't hurt to try it. I'm proud of you, Rose. Are you going to patch things up with Brian? Mom asked. I believe so. Rose stood in the clinic's hallway, watching the small group sitting in a circle. The only person she recognized in the group was her therapist, Dr. Wright. She had been confident this was the right thing to do until Melissa dropped her off at the clinic, and she started to have second thoughts. She took a step and another step, willing her body to move. When she got closer to the door, she paused, taking a deep breath. A few seconds later, Rose summoned the courage to go into the room, which had 10 participants. A few heads turned in her direction with curiosity. "I am glad you could join us today." Dr. Julia Wright gave her a brief hug. "Thank you." Rose took off her jacket, laying it across her thighs as she sat. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?" Julia addressed the group. "We have someone new in our midst." Loud applause sounded. "Introduce yourself to the group and tell us why you are here," Julia said. "I'm Rose Langley." Rose ignored the rapid thumping sound her heart made. "I'm here because I have social anxiety disorder." The others introduced themselves to her briefly before they returned to their seats. There were 7 women in the group, with 3 men. One of the women, a chubby blonde with glasses, was about Rose's age. She smiled warmly at Rose before she took a seat next to her. "I created this group because I wanted to help my patients heal and live their best life," Julia said. "It gives me immense joy when someone who was broken leaves this group happy and healed. The aim of this group is to help you get over your fears and anxiety. To live a fulfilled life, you must let go of the baggage of the past. I know you've all shared your stories here many times. Since Rose is new, I'd like for you all to share your story with us. Who would like to go first?" A few hands went up. Julia pointed at the blonde sitting beside Rose. "Natasha, you may go first." "My name is Natasha Morgan. I've been emotionally abused by my mother all my life." Natasha adjusted her glasses. When Rose looked into her eyes, there was no pain there. Her throat felt hot as she wondered if she'd also be able to share her story publicly someday. "My mother was a beauty queen. She won several pageants and beauty contests." Natasha went on. "She wanted a daughter who'd have her enthusiasm for fashion and pageants. Sadly, I didn't want to be a beauty queen or compete in pageants." She patted her belly. "I love my paunch and I don't want to get rid of it anytime soon." Everyone burst into laughter. Rose's gaze flew to her, wondering if she'd be upset that people were laughing, but Natasha also began to laugh. "I've been called different nasty names by my mother. On the night of my high school prom, she called me a toad in front of my date. I spent the entire night crying on the shoulders of my date. It didn't matter to her that I was a straight-A student. I left home when I turned 18. Natasha smiled. "I had no confidence. I hated my body because I believed every word my mother had screamed at me and drummed into my ears. I feel great now. I don't need anyone to tell me I'm beautiful. I don't need to look like a model to feel loved or accepted." "Thank you, Natasha. You are a beautiful woman." "I love your confidence," Julia said, smiling. "Who's next?" One of the men in the group, Taylor, stood. "I'm Taylor. I've always been shy and timid since I was a child. I wasn't bullied in school. No one abused me in any way. This is who I am, but it has cost me a lot. I have lost a lot of opportunities because of my fear of associating with people. I want to live a happy life. My wife encouraged me to be here, and I'm glad to be here because my relationship with my wife has improved. I love going to the park with my daughters and watching them play. This was something I couldn't do in the past." When Taylor sat, a woman named Lily shared her story next. "I signed up for group therapy because I needed help. I wanted to establish a new line of business, but you see, I was a stay-at-home mom for years. I had lost confidence in myself and my abilities. I had it in me to make the business a success, but I needed to find myself. This group has helped me believe in myself, and it has restored my confidence." Rose listened quietly as everyone in the group shared their story. Each story was different, but she realized that others felt like her and weren't ashamed about it. These people had social anxiety, yet they could live their lives, have families, own businesses, and have successful careers. "I would like to share my story." Rose lifted a hand. "Go ahead, Rose," Julia said. When Rose got up to her feet, she didn't experience the usual symptoms of anxiety. "My name is Rose Langley. I was bullied all through elementary school to high school. I dropped out of college and I've been indoors for years. Sometimes, it feels like life is passing me by. I'm ready to start living my best life." When she got back home, she called Brian and asked him to come over the following day. She was ready to confess her love to him. Chapter 27. He'd get the mansion once and for all, putting an end to the hot and cold relationship between them. When Rose called him and asked him to come over, he was confident she had decided to sell the property to him. He had given his lawyer a call and asked him to draw up a contract that would enable him to fully own the property. But Rose would be allowed to use a portion of the land for her camp at no cost. Brian had gone to her house, happy that everything would be resolved before he left. As soon as he walked in, he realized he had misread her intentions. Rose was waiting for him in the living room, beautifully dressed in a pale pink gown with her hair pinned up in a gorgeous Victorian fashion. She kept a bottle of non-alcoholic wine, 2 wine glasses on the dinner table, and made dinner. He almost blurted out his feelings when he saw her, but he held back. He'd never go back on his promise to stay out of her life, so she'd find someone else who could make her happy. And he didn't want to give her the impression that his offer for the property had some strings attached. "Hi. Hey." Her sweet smile made his heart tighten. Her gaze fell on the document he held. "What's that?" Before he could stop her, she took the file from him, flipping through it. "My mom has left, so you feel there's no longer any obstacle in your way, right?" "Rose." She held up a hand, her chin jutting out. "Who's going to stop you now from purchasing this property which you want so much?" "Well, you figured it out correctly. No one. I'll sell it to you. I had no idea you invited me over for other reasons. I thought you asked me to come here because you had decided to sell the property to me. I came up with a wonderful idea which will benefit both of us. Read the contract my lawyer came up with. You'll realize I've been watching out for you all along. I'll even offer more money, double of what I wanted to pay initially. I don't want more money. I know you'd put the place to good use, and that's all that counts." She went into the room to get the deeds to the property. "Here, sign it." "Rose. Please sign it and be on your way." The sudden change in her made his heart hurt. Her eyes had lost their sparks. Her lips trembled each time she spoke as if she was struggling to remain strong. "I don't want the property this way. Listen to me, let's talk please." She pushed the document into his hands. "Sign it when you get home. Have a wonderful evening. Shut the door on your way out." She turned her back to him, her head held up high. "I'll be going to Spring County tomorrow. Would you like to go with me?" "No. I'll call you when I get there. I'll also set up an appointment with the lawyer, and we'd have a conference call. I want you to be a part owner." When she didn't respond, he took it as his cue to leave. The following day, Brian took a train to Spring County. The sun was shining brightly when he alighted from the train. He walked out of the train station and waited for a cab. Soon, a taxi pulled up next to him, and a bald-headed man leaned out. "Need a taxi?" "Yes." He opened the car door and got in. "Take me to Rosewater Mansion." "Ah," the cabbie exclaimed. "Jack's place." Brian frowned. "Jack's place." The cab driver turned on the engine and drove down the street. Brian leaned back, his back throbbing slightly. He patted his pocket, touching his phone. Rose. He had promised to call her, but he'd wait until he was inside the mansion so he'd make a video call with her to show her the property. Her sad eyes flashed across his mind. He would make everything right. She'd have her camp, and he would support her. He was sure she would forgive him when she read the contract he gave her. The cab parked in front of the mansion. He slipped out some bills with a tip he handed to the driver. "Thank you," the man said. He slipped his hand into his pocket, searching for the key Rose gave him. When he looked up, he realized the gates were wide open. He walked through the gates until the mansion came into view. A white truck was parked in front of the mansion. A feeling of doom hung over his head. Something didn't seem right. He stopped to survey the property before he headed over to the entrance of the mansion. As he moved closer to the door, he suddenly realized why he felt something was different. The old-fashioned, gold-colored doors with intrinsic floral designs at the entrance had been changed to modern brown oak wood. He planted his hands on his waist as he turned around to scan the grounds one more time. The fountain at the entrance was functioning, and it had a new coat of paint. The lawn wasn't overtaken by weeds like it was the last time he was here. What is going on? Has someone moved into the mansion? The doors opened, and a tall, brawny man stepped out, holding a revolver. "Who are you? What are you doing on my property?" The man aimed the gun at him. Brian lifted his hands, indicating that he wasn't armed. "My name is Brian Wright. This is my property. I purchased it from Ms. Rose Langley. The man spat on the floor, scowling. Nonsense. I own this property. Brian exhaled, looking at the sky as if he might find some answer there. His gaze returned to the man pointing a gun at him. May I know who you are? Do you have the deed and proof of ownership? I'm Jack Miller. His lips curled up in disgust. You have a minute to get off my property. I don't like trespassers. Brian took a step toward him, his hands still in the air. I have the deed and proof of ownership. Do you mind if I show you a copy? I brought some copies with me. He slowly lowered his hands, sliding a hand into the pocket of his jacket to retrieve the documents. Jack grabbed the documents from him, scanned them briefly, and scoffed. This means nothing. My uncle was out of his mind when he willed this property to that woman. I can prove it to you that he was a senile old man. Brian's jaw tightened as the muscle in his neck strained against his skin. He ambled toward the other man, adrenaline rushing through his veins. Put down the gun now, Brian commanded. Jack's hand jerked downward, and he lowered the gun. When he slipped the weapon into his pocket, Brian slipped out his phone and dialed his lawyer's number. What are you doing? Jack eyed him. I'm calling my lawyer. His calm tone surprised even him because what he would have loved to do was to grab the man by his collar and toss him off the property. He was glad Rose didn't come up here alone. The man had a dangerous glint in his eyes. There was no telling what he could do to her. Listen, how about we go in and try to come to an understanding? Jack opened his arms as a sign of friendship. Brian considered his offer for a brief moment. The last thing he wanted was a lengthy legal battle in court. He hesitated. Come in. Jack waved, heading inside. Brian went into the house, following Jack through the hall to a room that looked like the family room. Please have a seat while I fetch some glasses and a bottle of wine, Jack told him. No thanks. I'll be right back. Jack headed towards the door. Brian sighed and sat on an old brown sofa, his thoughts still on Jack. The man had a slightly crazed look in his eyes. Brian shivered. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to have followed Jack in here. He lifted his head when he heard the sound of approaching footsteps, but before he could look over his shoulders, a sharp pain exploded in his head, and his vision blurred and then went black. Several hours later, Brian awakened in a small, dark room. His head throbbed and his body ached all over. He reached out his hand until he touched a wall. Pulling himself up, he slowly felt his way through the room until he found the door. Brian turned the doorknob, but it was locked. He groaned in pain as he hit his leg against something solid, and his knees gave out. Slumping against the door, he moaned as pain shot through his body. He slipped his hand into his pocket, searching for his phone, but it was gone. He groaned. He had promised Rose he'd call her. Now he couldn't. His eyes began to explore the room as it adjusted to the darkness. The room seemed to be a store. Household paraphernalia was scattered around. He hopped to the door and tried to open it again. No luck. Panic flooded him. Who knew what that Jack guy planned to do with him? Maybe he would be left here until he starved to death. No one would know what had become of him. He thought about Rose once more and his heart grew heavy. If he couldn't find a way out of this place, he would never see her again. Lord, please help me. Chapter 28. Hello, Dr. Wright. Rose shook with fear, the phone almost dropping out of her hand. I'm calling because I'm worried about Brian. Have you heard from him? No. I haven't spoken to Brian since last week. I'm sure he's just busy. Julia replied. Okay, thank you. Bye. Bye, Rose. Rose paused by her window, staring into the street. Something wasn't right. She couldn't sleep at night because Brian's name kept ringing in her ears. She had prayed for him, yet her heart was troubled. Brian had told her he was going to Spring County, and he promised to call her when he got there. She dialed Lawrence O'Neill's number. Fortunately, he answered the call himself. Hello, Ms. Langley. Hello, I'd like to know if Mr. Wright contacted you this morning. He called yesterday to inform me that he was on his way, but he didn't show up, the lawyer replied. I haven't seen or spoken to him this morning. My secretary tried to reach him so we could fix another appointment, but his cell phone seemed to be switched off. Thank you, she said and ended the call. Brian was in trouble. She could feel it in her bones. She had given him the deed to the property, because she wanted to put an end to the ache in her heart. She had told herself that she didn't care for his call, but she'd give anything now to hear his voice. Dear Heavenly Father, protect Brian from every danger. She began to recite Psalm 91. Each line of the verse filled her with courage. When she finished reading out the chapter, she took a deep breath and tried to convince herself that Brian was fine. But she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. She was certain Brian was in danger and needed her. She had to go find him. Her heart palpitated as panic began to set in at the thought of doing that, but she ignored the way she felt. For the first time in her life, she would face her fears instead of running away from them. She hurried into her bedroom, grabbed her purse, and then raced out of the house. An hour later, she got off the train at Spring County train station, brimming with people coming and going. She tried not to focus on the noise and the people around her. Rose made her way to the exit and waved down a taxi. Hi, please take me to Rosewater Mansion. Hello, ma'am, the driver said politely. It's now called Jack's Place. Yesterday, I drove a gentleman to the mansion. Rose's breath caught in her throat. Is he tall, blonde, with blue eyes? I'm not sure about the color of his eyes, but yeah, he was tall and blonde. I need you to do me a favor. Rose swiftly opened her purse, slipping out several bills. Take me to the mansion. When you drop me off, please go to the cops or the sheriff and tell them to come to the mansion. The gentleman is my friend, and I believe he is in trouble. Yes, ma'am, the driver replied. Rose prayed all the way to the mansion. When the car parked in front of the mansion, she jumped out of the vehicle, running into the gate until she was in front of the building. She stared at the white truck in front of the mansion before opening the door. She placed her hand on the doorknob, every muscle in her body quivering. The door opened, and she tiptoed into the hall, her gaze traveling around, searching for Brian. Rose paused, blood pounding in her ears when a deep snoring sound drifted to her ears. She followed the sound and found a man sprawled on the couch with a gun beside him. She was sure this man was Jack Miller, and he had something to do with Brian's disappearance. She'd be dead within a blink of an eye if he woke up and saw her. But her fear didn't stop her from inching towards him silently. She leaned over the couch, picking up the bunch of keys beside him. The smell of alcohol wafting from his body made her stomach churn. She covered her nose with a hand as she slowly backed away from him. Now that she had retrieved the key, she had no idea which part of the mansion Brian could be. Sweet Jesus, guide me. Show me the way to go. She scanned the doors on her left and right. Instinctively, she headed to the door on her right. Brian, she whispered. Can you hear me? When she got to the end of the hall, she saw a small door with a big padlock. Brian. Rose placed her head against the door. Brian, are you in here? Rose, a faint voice asked. Thank you, Jesus. She tried the keys, but none of them was a match. She began to test the smaller keys and sighed with relief when one of them matched the keyhole. She pushed back the door and Brian staggered out of the room, into her arms. Brian, I was so worried about you. She wrapped her arms around him. Rose, sweetheart. Brian's eyes misted with tears. I can't believe you are here. He kissed the top of her head. I thought I'd never see you again. I love you, Rose. I love you too, Brian. You came all the way from Winebridge to Spring County? Yes. She nodded. I knew you were in trouble. Why did you take this risk for me? I don't deserve your love. Come on, Brian, we have to go before Jack wakes up. He's passed out in the... Who are you? Jack cut her off, aiming his revolver at them as he came into the hallway. Brian stepped in front of Rose. Jack, put the gun away. Let her go. How did you get in here? Jack asked. How dare you trespass on my property? I'm Rose Langley. This mansion belongs to me. You are the trespasser here and you are in a lot of trouble. It'd be good for you if you leave before the cops get here. Cops? Jack scoffed. I'll kill him first before I kill you. He took a step towards them, his finger going for the trigger just as 3 police officers burst into the hallway. Drop the gun and put your hands up above your head, the cops commanded. Jack glared at them as he put the gun down. One of the cops grabbed his arms and cuffed him. You are under arrest for kidnapping and illegal possession of this property. The cop read him his rights before taking him away. This is my property, Jack yelled as he was dragged away. No one can take this mansion from me. Rose led Brian into the family room, guiding him to the couch. Are you all right? My head hurts a little, but I'll be fine, Brian assured her. He pulled her hands into his, gently, looking into her eyes. Rose, you are the most courageous and beautiful woman on earth. She blushed. Thank you. I'm sorry for trying to take this property from you, he said. I wasn't any better than Jack when I tried to coerce you to sell it to me. No, you are nothing like Jack. She shuddered. He rubbed the back of her hands tenderly. I want you to have the property. She shook her head in protest. Rosewater Mansion now belongs to you. Brian pulled in a deep breath. We can be co-owners. There's enough land to have a camp and a resort here. But I love you, Rose. Will you marry me? I'm not perfect, but I'm willing to do my best for our marriage to work if you'll have me. Yes, I will marry you. She threw her arms around his neck. He took her hands off his neck, cradling her face with his hands, and then he leaned in for a long kiss filled with promises and tenderness. Rose shivered as pleasure coursed through her veins. Brian's passionate kiss was all the assurance she needed. 2 cops came into the room, leaving abruptly when they found them kissing. Rose's phone rang out, and she broke off the kiss, laughing through her tears. Answer your call, sweetheart, Brian said breathlessly. It's Melissa, she said, looking at the screen of her phone. Rose answered the call, hoping to share the good news with her sister. Hello. Something terrible has happened. The ship Paul is on has capsized, Melissa said, sobbing. Rose held Brian's hand tightly, relying on his strength. They were back in her home, but Melissa was gone. Melissa didn't tell anyone where she was going. Rose tried to reach her, but her cell phone was switched off. Melissa hadn't gone back to Spring County, so they guessed that she had gone to the naval base to see if she could get any information about Paul. Rose wished she was with her. Her sister needed her. Brian's arms went around her, comforting her. Rose laid her head on his shoulder, clasping his hand. Do you think she will be fine? Melissa is going through a lot now, but she will be fine. I'm sorry, Brian. We should be planning our wedding. Brian flashed a smile, stroking her cheek. We have all the time in the world to plan the wedding. Rose, your pain is now my pain. We are going to be together through good and bad times. I will never leave your side, and I'll always be there when you need me. Oh, Brian, you are so sweet. She tightened her hand around him. The house was so quiet, and she'd also be moving out soon, but she wouldn't put up the house for sale. She'd keep it and keep praying Melissa would come back soon. He threaded his fingers through hers. There's something I want to share with you. She nodded, her eyes focusing on him. When I was a kid, I used to go to church with my parents. But when I became an adult, I couldn't find the time to go to church anymore because of my busy schedule. I want to give my life to Christ and accept Him as my Lord and Savior. God is great, and He has been merciful to me even though I don't deserve His mercy. Rose, I'd like you to come with me on this journey. On the night you found me unconscious, I decided to rededicate my life to Christ and draw closer to Him, Rose told him. I want Jesus to be in total control of my life. I want to worship Him and work for Him. Brian smiled as she took both his hands and bowed his head when she bowed hers. She asked the Lord to bless their marriage and to help them live to glorify Him together. Peace flooded her heart as she prayed. She also prayed for Paul, and since the peace in her heart did not wane, she felt it was a sign from God that he would be found alive. And Lord, bring Melissa home safely in Jesus' name. Amen, Brian said, his voice thick with emotion. Rose embraced him, joy flooding her heart. Thank you, Lord, for bringing Brian into my life. Brian pressed a kiss to her forehead, his hands wrapped around hers. God has worked everything out so beautifully for us. Rose smiled, her heart overflowing with love. Yes, He has. And as she rested against him, she knew this was only the beginning of a beautiful life together.